What's up, everyone joining in the YouTube stream? How's everybody doing today? We've already got a debate up here for today, everyone. What's good? What's good? I decided to start the stream when we already had a debate going. We're going to get the debates started right away. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, thanks again for having me, and props to you for all you've done on TikTok just to have these conversations. I think that's one of the most important things we have.
I appreciate it.
The reason
Why
I
do you
support Donald Trump, I would say, the way he is working on the geopolitical scale, I think is good. The way he has talked about, not him alone, but the movement he has started. It's more about intellectual diversity than subscribing to 90% of the things that the Democratic Party believes. Because you tell me one thing you believe, I can almost guarantee I could tell you the other 90%. If you're a liberal, that only leaves 10% for diversity of thought. Do you see what I'm saying? For the Conservative Party, they were able to win the election because they brought people in that didn't necessarily believe everything they believed, but they believed 60% of what the conservatives believed. That allowed 40% for intellectual diversity.
Okay. What good evidence do you have that the Republican Party has more political and ideological diversity than the Democratic Party?
I would say just the way they're able to work with multiple different groups, the way that they're able to pull in people, and the way that it just makes sense. Like, we have this amazing military power, and it is important to yield to that. But here's a question I asked another content creator last night that they stumbled on. I really want you to try to answer this question. Here it is. So, which leader since World War II?
Would you like to answer the question I just asked first?
So, don't derail this. I want you to answer this question real quick, and I will answer. And
sir,
this question is kind of answering your question
first,
well.
Sir.
You were like, okay, go ahead. What was your question? I want to answer it the same way I wanted to, but quicker.
What evidence do you have?
This is the evidence. Yes, that's what we're getting at. All right.
Okay.
Here's the evidence, the historical evidence. So, since World War II, tell me one leader that the United States has taken out of power that you stood in full support of. That's the question nobody on your side can answer. And I think if people are really listening and people are being totally intellectually honest right now, they will understand what I'm saying. But you're very good at disguising, small problems to cover up big problems. And the big problem is the Democrats do not take action. They do not take action on fraud. They do not take action on building stuff efficiently. They take action on lining each other's pockets with money, which we've seen. Nancy Pelosi is the biggest moneymaker right now, by far. I study all these stocks going on right now. I know who's making the money, and it's Nancy Pelosi. It's people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, people that are just kind of like you. They're able to advertise their brand so well that people are brainwashed into just trying to be on the side of Glinda from Wicked. And really, the people that look ugly in your eyes are the people that are really making a difference here. They're taking kings out of power, just like you guys protested for. They're doing so much for the world that you don't see, that you try to look at with the lack of a better phrase, but for TikTok purposes, Trump derangement syndrome. That's why I support Trump, because I feel like the people that are really blinded, the people that are really brainwashed, are the people that are grasping onto anything, whether it's true or false. And I see this all the time with Democrats and the Republicans, but I would say more so with the Democrats right now, is they cling onto these so-called truths so hard because they're so against anything good Donald Trump can do. What would you call that other than Trump derangement syndrome? Go ahead.
So I'm going to restate the question I asked because I never got a response to it. What evidence do you have that the Republican Party has more
That is the evidence, Parker. Parker, think for a little bit. I tried to explain that in very...
You just said that I have TDS. I'm asking you for the evidence. Sir, I'm asking you for the evidence that there's more ideological diversity in the Republican Party than the Democratic Party. And all you did was say that I have TDS. That's not an argument. That's not evidence.
Why you have 38,000 guests, and whenever I go on, I have 2 guests. I mean, this just doesn't make sense to me. I'm older than you, sure. Yeah, I'm older than you, sure. I've been on this earth a little longer. I was 7 years as a Navy SEAL, 7 years an airline pilot, and now I'm a business owner that's helping people that have like TikTok derangement syndrome. Right now, I have a girl. If anybody
Hey,
knows
dude,
her,
can you
she
answer my
runs the
question?
controversial corner. She
Hey,
went through
dude.
a mental breakdown,
Hey,
and
dude.
I'm helping her right now.
Hey,
How
dude.
are you helping people,
Do you,
Parker?
do you want a cookie? Okay, I'm asking you, what evidence do you
This
have
is
that
no
there's more ideological
this is the
diversity within the
answer. This
Republican
is the
Party?
evidence.
What evidence?
The fact that I'm willing to help someone and you're not willing to help someone. That's the evidence. The
Okay,
evidence is I
do
have a
you want
girl
like
right
a
now
medal or
that
a
got so
trophy
messed
for the
up on
fact that you helped
TikTok.
someone in your
Listen, no,
life?
no. This is the
And
evidence.
you need like
You're asking
validation
for
from other
evidence.
people that
I'm
you're
answering
doing
your
that?
question and you're straw manning. You are so afraid, Parker. What are you afraid of?
I'm
You're
not. I'm
afraid that if you
asking you a
change your
simple
mind on
question.
anything, that no. You're simple minded then. Don't ask me a simple question. Let's ask a question that's complex, a question that requires like more more
I
more
don't
than
think that
surface
you
level
will
thought, because that's
intellectually
what
be
you're
able to
doing.
engage with
You're
that question.
capturing people. You're saying, are you like reading off a chat GPT script? Are
No,
you
I
even
was
real right
looking
now?
at the facts that
I mean, think about this,
I got a
Parker.
flag, a
I feel
visibility
like I'm not
restriction
talking to
for
a
no
real
reason.
person. And the fact that you have this many people following you,
Okay,
you got it
and
because you're
I asked
spewing.
you
The
for
people are waking up right now.
it's
The new
ridiculous. You
woke is
can't
the
do
people
it.
that wake up to what you're
He's
doing.
hey dude, I understand that you don't like me right now. We can have a
You,
conversation about all the
oh,
reasons
you
you don't
can't
like
do it.
me.
You can't
I don't
do
have
it.
an
Come
issue
on.
with that.
Okay.
Can you give
Yeah,
me
we're
any
having a
evidence that there is
conversation.
more
All right.
ideological diversity on behalf of the Republican Party than the Democratic Party? I just asked you for evidence for that, and you're like crashing out right now.
Okay. Fair enough. Here we go. So how about, I think the What is the Woman movement was really important. Like they want us to believe that people are different genders than what they were assigned at birth. And they're trying to ignore. I mean, this goes back to the nurture versus nature argument. What do you think about nature versus nurture?
Okay, you're just pivoting. I'm asking you, what evidence do you have that there's more ideological diversity on behalf of the Republican Party than the
Oh
Democratic
my
Party?
gosh.
If you'd like to have a conversation about any other topic, I'll have a conversation with you about that in a quick second.
Can
Let's
you
just
dig a
answer
little
this
deeper?
question
Dig a
first.
little deeper into
Do
your
you have
mind
any
right now.
evidence? Do you have any
I feel like
evidence?
I think I've explained it to you very in depth, and it goes over your
No, you
head. And you
haven't.
say, "What is your evidence? What is your evidence?" And you're like, "It feels like you need complex thought." Okay, so try to put yourself in my shoes, and I can put myself in your shoes, and I can argue every point you have probably better than you can. So why don't
I
you put
bet
yourself
so.
in my shoes and show me how you would explain the
So now he's
question that you just
asking me to
asked? Because
make
I
the
can explain
argument
every
for
question
him?
you've asked me.
He's telling me to make the
This is
argument
no.
for
I just
him.
want to see. I want to see how your mind
I
works.
can't even
I'll do it
fathom.
for you. Hey, how about we role reversal?
Literally, this is
How
like
about
the
we role
easiest
reversal?
question
How about I
ever,
tell
dude.
you your debate points?
I wasn't trying to trip you up in
And
like some
I've
crazy way.
displayed
I just
evidence.
asked you for evidence that there's more ideological diversity, and one
And I
question
explain
broke
evidence.
your entire worldview. You can't even respond to this.
I feel like you just know how to try to make it appear that you're winning debate without actually getting any surface level. Because
Tina,
once you
thank you
dig a
for the
little
Viking
deeper,
hammer.
Parker, you're gonna have a greater understanding
Are
of
you
like
rage baiting? Are you like
not
trolling me right now?
just
Like, dude,
these
there's
big
no way. I'm
things.
asking
Like
you for evidence, and you
I've
can't
heard
do
you for
it.
so long.
I broke your brain with one question, and
Is
you
that
can't
all you
even
got, man?
engage.
I mean, this is not really. Oh wow, wow! These are like your highlight points in your like highlight reel. You can't answer one simple question because you're gonna cut out the part where I explained it in very acute depth, and you're just like, I'm a
I'm
freaking
live
tart. I'm
streaming right
sorry.
now. How am I going
I'm
to cut it out? I'm
willfully
live
ignorant.
streaming.
You are will. You're. I see.
Sir,
I'm
I'm
getting
live
gifts. See,
streaming
I'm
this
getting
right
gifts
now.
right now,
How would
Parker.
I cut it
Hey, thank
out?
you for the gifts. Let me look up the people that are giving me
Sir,
gifts.
how am
You're
I
gonna.
going to
I
cut it
mean,
out?
yeah.
You
I
literally
hope people.
are on a live stream.
I hope people that are listening right
It's
now with
not
a brain
cut.
go back and heard how I explained the evidence. I have
You
explained
didn't.
this
What was the
evidence, and I'll
evidence?
explain more.
Go ahead.
So we
Explain
talked
it
about
again.
LGBTQ. They want us to believe that men are women right now. What is a woman,
I'm
Parker?
sorry.
This is
I'm
a tough
sorry.
question for you to answer.
Wait, hold up.
And I want to hear what
Pause.
the latest
I can
geniuses
answer
on your
this
side are
question in a
saying about
second,
what is a
but
woman.
saying that you disagree with positions on gender that liberals might typically have doesn't mean that all liberals have that perspective or that there's more ideological diversity on behalf of the Republican Party. That's not evidence. What are you talking about, dude? You're not thinking properly.
I mean,
here.
if you try to dig a little deeper than the grass level, you're going to see there's like a lot more depth to this argument. And I feel like, I mean, you guys are capable of thinking deeper. The fact that
I don't
I
think
feel
you
like you're
are.
refusing to think deeper. No, you're not getting into any depth on these arguments. So here's the thing.
You're the one not
You know,
able to
when
answer the question. What's the evidence?
I'm trying to go down a rabbit hole to try to give you some understanding, give your viewers some understanding.
Okay,
I
okay.
feel like you're just
I'll let you
speaking
do it,
to
and let's see
the
how long it
set of
takes for you to
parameters.
figure this one out. Go for
I
it.
feel like you're on training wheels right now.
Yeah, that's
All
definitely
right,
me.
what do you want me to explain here? You want me to explain it again? Let's move on to a different topic. I feel like we can move on to a different topic
Different
and
topic.
still
So you see how he has to
we'll
pivot
arrive at the
instead
same
of answering
crossroad.
my question?
I'm not trying to pivot. We're at a crossroads. You
You
ever
are.
heard
You
of
said let's
stalemate?
talk
You ever
about a
play
different
chess?
topic. That's a pivot.
Parker, I challenge you to a chess match right now. I'm not very good.
No.
Maybe you are.
No. Answer
Because
the
you don't make money
question.
winning chess. You're not a really in-depth thinker like a chess.
Okay. Dude, I don't even think this guy can actually legitimately engage. Like, I don't know why he can't do this.
You can't
I like
legitimately
literally
understand like
one
well-validated
question.
points.
One question. Like
How
you
about we
can't
open up?
even
How about you open up a Chat
can you just
GPT window? I'll
how
open
about
up a
this?
Chat
How about this?
GPT window, and we'll
Sir,
have this
sir,
debate on Chat GPT,
sir.
and it'll
How
be
about
very
this?
easy to bury you in like logic.
Can you just admit you don't know how to answer the question or something?
No, I've answered this question multiple times, and I hope when you keep on putting this on your live stream, this guy won't answer a question, this guy won't, and you'll go back to all the clips where I explained it. Let me explain another way. I would say, down the abortion route, pro-life, pro-choice. When is it okay to abort a life? I feel like that's something like these are the excuses where we vote for comfort like your side does versus voting for courage like I feel like every American should. Because I feel like there's a lot of people living in this country that have no sort of happiness about being patriotic. My grandmother who's doesn't have many years left, I talked to her about the people I talk to here on TikTok. I'm like, what is the problem in the world? It's like people don't know how to be patriotic anymore. And how are you teaching people to be patriotic? All you teach is like kind of like what people should be mad about. If you look for the good in the world, like this Harvard study did, where people were looking for good in this magazine, the people who were looking for bad, they found all 42 problems. The people that were looking for good, they saw on the second page, it said, close the book, the test is over. Because we know when we look for good in life, we find good. When we look for bad, we find bad. And I feel like that's the message you're preaching right now. Let's look for the bad in the world. Let's just be mad about Trump being in office. But I don't want to beat you up too much. I appreciate you having me up here.
Don't run
And
away.
I'd appreciate
Don't
you
run
if you had
away.
me up again.
Don't run away. Don't do that. We haven't even had a
What do you want to
conversation.
talk about?
We
I'll
weren't
talk
even
about
able to
any
talk about
topic.
anything yet. Okay? I don't know why you're already running away. What are you talking about, dude? That was the craziest thing ever. Trying to run
I'm
away
not running
after
away. I
that.
have the
Unbelievable.
opportunity to.
So let me respond to some of the things that you said. You still
Are you reading a script right now? Are
how am I
you? Oh
reading a
my God! Are
script?
your Discord people like running
I
chat?
don't have a
It just
Discord.
seems like you're just saying like robotic stuff. Oh, now you're running away. No, I'm trying to be kind to you because I beat you up a little bit. I feel like you're losing a little support with everything I say. I'll give you gifts, man. If money motivates you, here I'll give you a galaxy.
You see how he's not
Because
going to
what
let
you're
me
doing on here
respond and he's
is
just going
not
to do all
helping the
this
future of our country.
random weird stuff? You're not intellectually allowing me to engage
How
here.
about
You're just trying
okay?
to
How much to buy
wow,
you
you
out?
see? You
What's your
see?
price? What if I can convince? And this is if you're really thinking, guys. He's being paid. He won't go surface past the surface level on a lot of these debate points because he knows when he starts to like think about deep logic, like what is going to happen to the world if we all agree to all these norms that don't produce more humans. And that is the reality that we're going through right now. I'm not like saying I'm all on this side of this, but it's kind of a reality going on. I love diversity. I love intellectual
You
diversity.
love hearing
I
yourself
love
talk.
diversity of all types.
You love hearing yourself talk.
And
But
I would love it. Here's what I would really love, Parker. I would love
you see
if
how he just
you
doesn't
or
shut up?
Dean would have
He
a more
this
formal
guy is
debate
a
with me. No, a more
certified
formal
yapper.
debate with me.
I'm not going to have a formal debate with you. You can't
Go
even
ahead.
engage in a
Say
conversation
something
with me right
intelligent.
now. Say something
Say
intelligent?
something intelligent. Say
Yeah,
something that
I
people
got you.
really want to hear that you haven't said like 1,000 times already. All right, yeah, get that Chat GPT rolling up. I'm doing this freestyle. If I was on Chat GPT, I could bury you right now. And I just like I buried most people. Most people won't let me in their channel anymore because I'm bad for their viewership. I mean, I'm just a 42-year-old guy that has lived running businesses, understanding
Let me know when
people,
you're done
understanding
yapping.
what good leadership is and what bad leadership is. Let me know when you're ready to understand this. What did I just say? I feel like you're not listening to anything. You're just like, oh, cut everything he said and like refer back to point number one that he still answered, but I'm going to say he doesn't answer because you got nothing better than that, Parker. All right. You done yet? You want to let me bow out so you could have your viewers back?
Okay, am I able to speak now?
I mean, say
are you
something
done
intelligent.
yapping?
Say something that's worth debating. I'm waiting for you to say something intelligent, Parker. This shouldn't be hard for you. The amount of viewers you have, I mean, if I was on this program earlier than you
He
probably
doesn't
wouldn't even
stop.
be a thing right now.
Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to stop you from talking. I'm just going to mute you. You can't let someone else speak. I'm going to have to mute you when I speak because apparently you can't stop talking. All you do is yap. So I'm going to say something intelligent for you real quick, and hopefully you can engage with it, okay? I need evidence, substantial evidence, that there's more ideological diversity within the Republican Party than there is in the Democratic Party. You failed to provide any evidence, okay? You didn't demonstrate how we specifically are just voting for
You're
comfort
just
over
going to delete
courage.
everything I've said? You just keep
Am
saying
I
the
able
same
to speak
thing. Are
without
you even like
interruption?
getting past the next chat
Am I
GPT line?
able to speak without interruption? Okay. You didn't demonstrate how we specifically were voting for comfort over courage. What we're voting for specifically takes a lot of courage because we're the one fighting against the system, advocating for things like
All
expanding
right.
access to health
Look me
care,
in my eyes,
child
dude.
care.
You're
Can
clearly
you
reading,
stop? Can you stop cutting me
off
off?
a...
Can you stop cutting me off? We're advocating for expanding access to childcare, housing affordability, childcare, basic things that people need. And it takes a lot of courage to stand up against people undermining our systems, right? Undermining our democracy while simultaneously trying to literally limit people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability with billions of dollars of spending money with corporate backing, right? That type of stuff limits us. So it takes a lot of courage and care and love for our country to get people to band together to sort of support policies that go against individuals like that. So that's the type of courage that it takes on our side. You don't think that's courage because you only see all of the negative aspects of our party instead of the things that we see that are positive. So in the way that you tried to say that all I look at is negative and all you guys look at are positive, it's kind of absurd. I'm able to acknowledge when things are positive and I'm able to acknowledge when things are negative, depending on the evidence, the facts, and the reasonability. Watch him not engage with a single point that I just made. You have to unmute yourself because I had to mute you.
Yeah, hey, no problem. Thanks for having me up again. Yeah, you made some great points there. I agree that takes some sort of courage to be able to help somebody else and finding the right way to help somebody else. Sometimes I feel like we're willing to help too many people to the fact that we're not helping our own people. And that's where I think the line is drawn between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Republicans are willing to help in some ways when I feel like when we're paying all these extreme taxes for people that are spending the tax money pretty recklessly, like we saw with Minnesota and we're seeing with California, I think we're seeing in a lot of blue states. Because when this SAVE Act passes, which I believe it will, it's going to be a red run for a while. And I hope you guys are ready for it. The Democratic Party could get 30% of the vote next election cycle because I feel like the stuff that's happening that is good, that's going to go down in the history books as good, just like George Washington colonizing the United States was a good thing, which you guys have all
No, it wasn't.
benefited from
No, it's
greatly.
not. That's disgusting. Don't do that.
So
Don't sit there.
where are you living right now,
Pause.
Parker?
Pause. Don't sit there and argue that because of the history of this country is literally genocide, is literally stealing the land of the people that live here, that then means it's justified. Because we live here today does not mean everything that came prior to us was justified. That literally makes an argument. By the way, I can't hear you right now because you're muted. Secondly, right, you didn't acknowledge that the helping people, right, isn't helping too much. The policies we're advocating for would add less to the debt. The policies we're advocating for would be more fiscally responsible because we would be willing to increase taxes on the very richest Americans, to give tax breaks to working class people, and to give more support to people in need. right? So I don't think this whole idea of we're going to get the SAFE Act passed, it's going to be a red run is going to happen. I think that the majority of the American people are blaming Trump for the war that he started with Iran that's caused gas prices to go up, caused the economy to be worse off, has us spending a bunch of money around the entire world and not spending money here at home. Trump's literally got us continually involved in the forever wars that have existed, historically speaking, on behalf of the state of Israel, right, in fighting foreign wars for them and not for our country and for our people here at home.
I hear that. And those are all excellent points. I've heard you make those points before. I heard many voices just like yours make those points before. And I think if you dig a little deeper, yeah, we are starting conflicts. We're taking kings out of power. Do you side with the Iranian regime that was taken out of power? Do you sign with Maduro that was taken out of power? Do you do you align with any king that Trump has taken out of power, or a king that he helped negotiate a peace deal? Whether you believe he helped negotiate 10 peace deals or not, I feel like is irrelevant. The fact that he had anything to do, the fact that he controlled the most powerful military in the world, and people came to peace because we are the number one peace bringers in the world. You could try to make that sound bad, but when you served in the military, when you sacrificed for our country and realize all the people that have sacrificed for our country, I feel like you have a little bit more patriotism, Parker.
So you say number one peace bringers, but actively we started the war with Iran. No, I don't stand with the IRGC or with Maduro. I think that they're both horrible, but I can acknowledge that U.S. military intervention, historically speaking, especially in the Middle East, has been horribly destabilizing for the countries in the Middle East, has led to us spending trillions of dollars in the Middle East, and it's led to U.S. service members dying, innocent civilians dying in the region, our reputation destabilized on the entirety of the world stage, right? And us not having money to spend on infrastructure, healthcare policy, childcare, housing affordability, and things here at home. The majority of the American people are not in support of the war with Iran, right? And this whole argument that you have that we're quote unquote bringing peace is ridiculous when, especially with Venezuela, for example, we just took out Maduro, kept the same regime in office, and then literally just stole oil from them. And then with Iran, we haven't even gotten the IRGC out. We're threatening to put boots on the ground. We might end up doing that. Trump's going back and forth of whether or not we're in the war in the first place. We have a person on his administration that literally said there was no U.S. intelligence that they were going to strike the United States, and that he can't morally and conscionably support the war, and that's why Joe Kent literally resigned, because of the fact that that was true, because we went into a war in it on behalf of the state of Israel. Again, not on behalf of our interests. Right, on behalf of the defense contractors, the oil companies, and the state of Israel.
All right. I mean, you're clearly reading off a script. I appreciate that. And I've heard these points. I've thought through these points. And I feel like this is one of those
sir,
moments
why
where
do you think I'm
I
reading
can
off
beat
a
a
script?
machine, Parker. Because look at me, I'm out here riding a bike. You're not looking into your camera. You're not looking into the camera that you're recording on. If you're looking into the camera, you'd be talking to me. You're talking to a computer screen because you can't afford to lose any viewers.
Explain to you?
So how about I offer you this, Parker?
Hey, bud, listen.
Let me explain
this
something.
Is where
to you.
I can see myself.
Can I please finish?
The screen where I'm talking to you on TikTok, where I can see where you are, is right here. That's where my monitor is. The camera. You want me to look at the camera lens the entire time I'm talking to you? That makes no fucking sense.
I mean,
I'm looking at your face in the bottom right of the screen.
It feels like a script of all the headlights.
How does it feel like a script? Because I succinctly spoke what I said?
I stare at this beautiful thing.
Wait, how is it a script? Because I succinctly
like
spoke about what I said.
Listen to me, Parker. I use ChatGPT maybe even more than you. And I know what ChatGPT
I don't use ChatGPT.
Looks like. Maybe you're using another. Which AI do you use? And if you say you don't have any
search
I feel like
engine
you're
open.
being disingenuous.
I don't have any search engine open right now.
Okay, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust you, Parker. But I feel like the ChatGPT stuff that gets spat out to me, because I can make counterpoints. I put in the ChatGPT, give me the pros and cons of each argument that Parker brings up.
Hey, buddy,
I could dissect
you would see
each
me
one
typing,
of your arguments.
Okay,
and
I have to move forward to type. You could see me typing if I was doing that.
You're totally ignoring what I just said. You're totally changing the subject and ignoring what I just said because you're afraid to admit it to your fans here. I mean, I know ChatGPT when someone does
I'm not using ChatGPT.
Sometimes people that older than you understand what you're doing. I mean, it just feels like you are.
You don't understand what I'm doing. You're just trying to say I'm using a script because I'm succinct and I do this as my work, as my job, and I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like, what do you? You're just mad and coping
that
I know what I'm talking about, and you're saying I'm using a script.
I'm not. No.
Yeah, you are. You're not even
Okay, let's
engaging.
talk. Let's break down each and every issue.
Yeah, instead of actually
No,
intellectually
I'm trying to
engaging with
break
any of
down
the
each and
points
every
that I
issue
brought up,
because when you
all you
dig
did
deep,
was actually just say that I'm using a script when I'm literally just talking to you. I'm just saying what I think, and I'm talking to you with no fucking
all right.
Google open, no search engine open. The only thing I have open is a set of notes I have specifically so I can type down the things that you have said in the conversation so I don't have to cut you off.
I mean, I
That's
knew
it.
if you were looking dead into the camera, like I'm looking into the camera right now, if you were looking dead into
You're
the
on a
camera,
phone,
I would know
bro.
you're
I'm
not
on a
doing that because I feel like
PC.
this is not coming off.
Hey, genius. You're on a
Why
phone.
don't you look into
The
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 camera?
camera, listen, on your
All right.
phone, the screen and the camera
Do
are in
you
the
ever look
same
into the
area.
camera?
The camera is a camera.
Can
I have
you
an
show me how you
actual
can? There it is.
listen.
Talk to me like that. Talk to me like
You
that.
want me
Just
to
for a
you want me to
second.
you want me
Can you
to
talk to
not
me for
look at
five
you?
seconds like that?
So by the way, hold up. I can't
Hey,
look
the
at my
magic lies in
screen.
the magic
Stop
lies in the
talking.
work you're not doing.
Stop
I would
talking.
appreciate that because I'm.
Stop talking. Listen. Use your listening. Use your listening abilities. Listen, okay? This is my camera. That's an actual camera. I'm looking at TikTok so I see myself and I see. Stop talking. Why are you moving your mouth? Why can't he just listen? Why are you acting like this? Just listen. No one can hear you. You're muted. Sir, you're literally muted. Why are you speaking? What is wrong with this guy? This is a camera.
Oh, you're
This is
losing viewers every minute I'm up here. How are your viewers been?
yeah, because you're not productively engaging. Okay? By the way, just started the stream. I've gained viewers since you got on the stream because I started the stream. What are you talking about? Secondly, right, again, he's literally he can't stop speaking. I can't hear you. No one can hear you. So this is a camera. This is TikTok. I am looking at the screen that has me on TikTok and I can see you. Okay? I'm not looking at the camera lens the entire time I'm talking to you. Why would I look at a camera lens? That makes no fucking sense. I would look at literally the screen where it's you and me. Okay, I will unmute you now. I couldn't hear you the whole time. I don't know why you're speaking if no one can hear you. What is wrong with you?
Hey, I'm out here riding a bike with one hand. When you're ready to do that and talk to me, I feel like you're going to gain a lot more viewers because you'll have more credibility. But right now, yeah, maybe you're not reading the script. I mean, I can look directly in the camera while riding a bike, and you seem to not be able to look directly in the camera because I feel like that is the number one sign in psychology of not being genuine, not being able to look people in the eyes when you're talking to them, and clearly reading some sort of script. You may be right. I really don't think so. I use ChatGPT so much, and that sounds like a picture perfect ChatGPT response. I mean, why don't you
Wow.
just tell me what
I should take that as a
what do you use
compliment.
ChatGPT for? Go ahead. I mean, yeah, what do you use ChatGPT for? Because if you don't use it for anything, I feel like you're going to fall behind. Tony Robbins' most recent AI summit talked about you're not going to lose your jobs to AI. You're going to lose your jobs to someone that knows AI better than you. I mean, the fact that I've studied AI so long, I feel like I can topple most arguments I run into here on TikTok. And that's coming from a 41-year-old entrepreneur, Navy SEAL. I mean, I'm accomplishing things. I fly airplanes, and I'm trying to help the youth right now because I feel like that's the most important thing. But I'll hang out as long as I can,
Okay.
Parker, and I appreciate if you have me up
Can
again.
you
But
name
I'm going to
two
move on.
policies? Can you name two policies that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I would say the policy on tariffs, it's deep thinking, which I know you guys try to stay away from. But the deep thinking of tariffs is it's better for the reason I'm out here right now is I'm promoting how bad the water situation has got out here. And I feel like we need money, we need resources to fix this water situation. I mean, there's multiple reasons I'm down this path right now. But when this water dries up out here in Colorado and Lake Powell, it's going to dry up in Vegas. And then we're going to be glad we're in the hands of Donald Trump that can make stuff happen because yeah, we may have to suck water out of the Columbia River up in Oregon, which might disturb the salmon pop.
Okay, hey dude, you're not answering the question. I just muted you again. You're not answering the question. I asked you for two policies Trump influenced to get passed that you like. Can you name the two policies? You said tariffs. What's the other one?
Tariffs. All right, the other policy, I would say immigration.
What specific immigration
Tariffs
policy?
and immigration. It's pretty simple stuff, and that's like me shooting off the hip.
What
Specific immigration policy, I think Tom Homan assisted with it. And I trust Tom Homan when he says Donald Trump was the best on immigration. I mean, that's the person that does it every day. What if we asked
dude,
the cops
what immigration
they needed
policy?
instead of criticizing the cops?
What immigration policy?
I mean, I could look it up on ChatGPT. I mean, the policy that made the numbers go down. How about that?
That's not a policy. You also don't know anything in specific that led to this. So you
Well, what did he
say
do?
like
What
you
do
have
you
all
think
this
he did? I mean,
intelligence,
think
that
a
you
little
have all
deeper.
this
Think a
knowledge,
little
that you know what
deeper.
you're talking
What do
about.
you think he
But I
did to
think
make the
clearly
numbers go
based upon
down?
this conversation, you have no clue about what you're talking about. You don't know any of the policies you're mentioning, right? You can only generally vaguely reference things. You don't have any evidence. You don't have critical thinking skills. Every single time I've criticized any single one of your positions, you've completely pivoted, ignored what I've brought up, acted like what I brought up is not meaningful to talk about, or literally said something completely irrelevant.
Uh,
And or cut me off the entire time insofar as that you didn't listen to anything I'm saying. Now you're
dude,
lagging out right now, and you can't
I'm
even
bored.
engage with a single thing that I said because
I'm
the
bored,
fact
and you
that.
looked at your script the whole time. I'm lagging. I have 1% battery.
So again,
I
you just said that
wasted
I
all
have a
my
script because you don't want to actually engage with any of the points that I brought up. You think that something is a script if literally I'm able to
I'm gonna try to
succinctly
plug in.
describe something. Okay? You're embarrassing, dude. You can't engage with anything I'm saying. What script? What script? Who made the script? Can you tell me? And how is the script going to respond to everything you're fucking saying? That makes no sense. I love using the Parker script, everyone. POT, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Tracy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Tracy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the kind words. Thank you so much, Tracy. Good to see you. Fossey, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is breaking news. Recently, Houston, Texas got an explosion in the refineries belonged to Valero, containing resulting 400,000 barrels of shutdown. Gas prices will be much higher. I blame Trump. That's absolutely crazy. I'll have to look into that. That's insane. Lydia, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jamie, thank you for the dollar as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely atrocious. Fozzie, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I just saw that. Thank you so much. Cody as well. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Maria, thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate it, by the way. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. W. Parker script in the comment section. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. He just left because he literally lagged out. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. That person was so insufferable. You know what You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up, how old are you?
Hello? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do. But why didn't you want to just look straight into the camera to prove him wrong? You kept trying to look at your phone, so it seems like you do have a script.
You're a troll. I already had them on the live. I explained that so many times. I don't know why that's so complicated. Screen where TikTok is, where I can see myself. Camera. Why would I stare at a camera lens? It's not a phone. It's not like the camera is where your screen is. You're not staring at the camera lens when you talk to people. You're looking at the screen, right? That's the most fucking ridiculous thing ever, dude. I can't believe that guy was saying that. That's actually so absurd. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Are you driving?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. Honk. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here, everybody. Lydia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
And why do you support Trump?
Do you mind actually making eye contact with me?
Why do you... You're trolling. You're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just a warning, fish girl will join.
Of course. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You saved my life, dude.
Appreciate you very much. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? W's for them. Let's go on the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Only send a guest request.
Hello?
Yeah, hi. How are you? I'm from Australia.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates with people who meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Dude, just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
Okay, and what was your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I think that some of his policies are really good. At least like the ones in favor of reducing the number of elective abortions.
Okay, and why do you like that?
Because I value life. I think that a fetus would just be like a necessary precondition for like potential future life, and I think that we value that. And we give it like intuitive value as human beings because they have like some sort of like trajectory towards higher rationale, the same way that me and you would likely be alive 9 months from now, but we would have to exist now in order to be existing 9 months from now. And the same would just apply to a fetus.
Okay. So you're saying if something has a trajectory towards having a higher
So
rationale,
being like a rational, yeah, towards being like a
or
rational age.
yeah, if there's a state of conditions that is going or ordered towards a higher rationale, you're saying it's valuable. Is that your view?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So to clarify, if something is going to be sentient but it will never be rational, would you say it's valuable?
If it's not going to be sentient,
No, if it's
no, under
going
the
to be
world,
sentient but it's
it's
not
going to be
going to be
sentient.
rational, is it
Well,
valuable?
it would have to like, yeah, I mean, it would have to satisfy like some sort of conjunct. In this case, it would just be that it must be a human, because I would intuitively value human life as opposed to like animals, or if that's what you were going to bring up.
That's
if you were gonna
not
bring up, like,
that's not
sentient
what
life.
I'm trying to run you into.
All right. Well, yeah, I would say that it has to be a human, right? And I think that's just going to be a property that's going to be true of, at least a majority of fetuses. I do give like a grape exception and a medical health exception. But
Okay, so let's just say within this
I'm talking
condition,
about like the 99%.
within this condition, there's human cellular life and it's ordered towards a subjective experience. The condition. Would you say that it's valuable?
If it's human life and it's ordered towards a subjective experience,
Yeah.
yeah, I would give it that intuitive value.
Okay. So, do you think that sperm is living?
Do I think that sperm is living?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that sperm is living the same way. By the way, I do find like there's obviously gonna be a distinction between like I wouldn't give the exact same amount of like moral relevance to like say a human being and a fetus, right? Obviously, I value a human a lot more than I value a fetus, but I give enough like moral value to a fetus in order to
Well, I
grant
thought
it,
you said a
like,
fetus was human.
a fetus. Yeah, by definition, a fetus is human, but it's not gonna be like a sentient living person, right? Like me and you.
Okay,
But
so you
obviously, I
value
don't give it.
sentience to a greater degree.
I do value sentience to a greater degree, yeah,
So
but I give
why do
enough.
you value sentient pregnant individuals' choices, determinations over their body, and risks that could be applicable to them more than you'd value the non-sentient embryo?
Because I could just take like a utilitarian account of it and there's going to be like
if you take a utilitarian account, then you're going to value the sentient subjective experience of the pregnant individual
no, that's
over
not
the
true.
non-sentient life
No,
of the cellular
no.
embryo.
No, because we'd be judging it by the outcome. The outcome is going to be that the fetus is going to be born, right? It's going to be alive as well. Now we have two individuals that are going to be alive.
But
so I would value that.
No, you compare with what would an abortion would occur versus no abortion. If the abortion occurs, there would never be a subjective experience. So how is there even a negative impact on well-being?
If the yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The abortion should not occur.
If the abortion does occur, there's no negative impact on well-being. Whereas if the abortion is allowed to occur or isn't allowed to occur, then there would be a negative impact on well-being.
That's completely false, right? Because if we say that, if we value Asians, right? If we value human life, do you think that? Would you agree that we should?
What is the
value
negative
human
impact on well-being if someone
like
gets an
prima facie?
abortion prior to sentience?
Prior to sentience, like what's the impact of a woman getting abortion?
Yeah, what is the negative impact on well-being?
Well, it could also like not only could it negatively impact like the individual who's getting the abortion, but it also like impact people like outside of it, like say
but it lesser than if you force them to do something against their will, right? So like let's just clarify.
Would it be less than if I forced them?
We're talking
no,
about
it wouldn't. I don't think that would. I don't think that follows.
Oh my god, this guy's just so ridiculous. It's like I ask a question and you try your hardest to politician and evade around answering the question.
No, I just don't think what you're saying follows, right? I mean, it seems like you're strawmanning my position. I said that we prima facie intuitively value human life, and I said that this fetus has some sort of telic trajectory towards higher rationale, and that's something that we intuitively value as humans. Would you like the argument for why we value human life? Or would you also just grant that prima facie? Because I can give you an argument for why we value human life.
Are you going to engage with what I have to say, or are you just going to bring up
some
irrelevant point? You just brought up another irrelevant point. I didn't ask you for an argument about human life. What question did I ask you?
Can you calm down? Can you please relax?
What question did I ask you? I'm completely calm. I asked you what question did I ask you?
What's like the last question you asked me?
Yes.
What question did I ask you would be the last question that you asked me?
Okay, I'm gonna kick you. You're being a dick.
Oh, of course
fuck
you
you.
Of course
Go fuck yourself.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Wait, do you not realize that's not what the question I was asking? I was not asking you to restate that question. Obviously, that's not the question I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why are you being purposefully pedantic like that? Like, do you think that makes you likable? Like, it just makes you unlikable. Like, genuinely. Like, you're just annoying for no reason. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. Do you want to have a debate? Do you want to actually intellectually engage? Or what did you come up here for? What's your goal?
No, it's fine. You can repeat your question. I'll answer it to the best of my ability.
Do you remember the question at all?
No, I don't remember the question. So if you can restate it, then I can.
Okay. So we were having a question about trajectory towards a higher rationale, and I was asking you, within a certain condition, if it's in a certain condition and there's human cellular life and it's targeted towards a future subjective experience, would you still consider it valuable? But then you brought up like, I don't value a human embryo the same as I value like a person, right? Or a human, right? You tried to make a distinction between those two. So then I ask you, okay, what do you mean by saying that it's not as valuable as a human? You say, okay, well, I'm a utilitarian. I view it based upon impacts in terms of well-being. I say, okay, what is the negative impact in terms of well-being that results from an individual that gets an abortion, right? Like I'm talking on the individual that's the fetus in the scenario or the embryo that's non-sentient. Is there a negative impact on well-being?
Are you okay with me giving you like the positive impact of not getting it? Would that also like satisfy your question?
I'm asking you a specific question. That's
no,
not
I understand
the question
that,
I asked you. We could clarify that after. But could you answer the specific question?
It will just be like the opposite. So the answer I was going to give you, now I'm going to give you, I guess, like the opposite of the answer I was going to give you under my question. But yeah, sure. It lowers the probability of like things getting solved, things that we value solving as humans, right? Like let's say the cure to cancer, right? So if we get abortions, then there's going to be less humans that are born, which lowers the probability of humans solving cancer. Do you agree or disagree?
Okay, so I think this is a bad argument because I don't think that someone should have to be forced to go through a pregnancy.
Is it wrong?
Listen, I think that I don't think someone should be forced to go through a pregnancy because you want more humans to exist. I think it should be up to the individual to choose whether or not they want to go through the context of a pregnancy. If the only value that you're referencing there that could be negatively impacted is that less humans are born, I'm totally okay with that. No one has an obligation to bring a baby into existence. The same thing is also met by specifically people using contraceptives. Would you argue to ban contraceptives? Because if you do not ban contraceptives, then less humans will be born.
I don't think that's analogous to what I propose.
How so? The only thing you brought up as a negative impact in terms of well-being is that there would be less humans that are born, right? And I said, okay, so then would you have an issue with contraceptives? Would you want to ban contraceptives because of the fact that this is true?
Well, no. I also value human life, right? That's also the first thing that I brought up for you, right? So if we have a rational agent that's being born, I think it's pretty intuitive to say that an agent would rather not die, right, as opposed to die, right? I mean, if history has taught us anything, that would necessarily follow, because if we take all the humans that ever have been born, let's just say 100 billion rough estimate, and less than 1% of them committed suicide, regardless of outside factors that cause them to commit suicide, we can come to some sort of correlation. I mean, some sort of conclusion that it raises the probability that that the proposition humans value their lives to be true. Wouldn't you agree with that? And I think this would be also true of fetus, because it's going to be some sort of trajectory towards higher rationale. You would not be having a conversation.
You have an issue here.
Right now. Okay, would me and you be having this conversation right now if we didn't exist 9 months ago?
No, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation if we didn't exist.
Exactly, because
ago.
It's going to be that's obviously going to just be a necessary precondition in order to follow.
But not all necessary preconditions are valuable to our existence. Like, for example, it's a necessary.
In this case, it is.
It's a necessary precondition. Okay, so you're saying in this case it is, but you're making the argument that this is why it's valuable, not the argument that it's valuable and then this is something that derives from that. So I would ask you, I want you to clarify this quick. Can you tell me what a well-being is?
Well-being?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just in the case of just an individual who is at a state of comfort.
A state of comfort, is that an experience?
Well, I would say it's more so. Yeah, a state of comfort would be an experience. I would just say it's more
so there is no well-being prior to subjective experience then?
It's on the trajectory towards well-being.
Okay, but there is no well-being that exists yet.
Why is that necessary? Why doesn't there be a
okay,
well-being?
so then what you're saying is, so if you're utilitarian,
no, because it's going to be the precondition
and what you
for the
care
following
about is
conditions.
the effect. If you care about utilitarianism and you care about the effect on well-being, there's a greater negative impact on well-being if you do not allow them to.
Right?
Please let me speak.
It followed by a consequent.
Let me know when I can speak without interruption.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you do not allow for the abortion, there's a greater negative impact on well-being, right? If you do not allow for the abortion comparative to if you allow for the abortion. Because if you allow for the abortion...
I disagree with that.
Please let me finish. You allow for the abortion occurs. There is no negative impact in terms of the well-being of the non-sentient individual because there is no well-being yet. But if you specifically restrict access to abortion, there is a negative impact in terms of the well-being of the pregnant individual. So if you compare the two scenarios, clearly you get more utility out of the scenario where there isn't a negative... Okay. Let me please finish. Shut the fuck up. Right? You clearly get more utility out of the scenario where there's not a negative impact in terms of the well-being, right, on any of the individuals in the scenario comparative to one in which there is a negative impact on the well-being.
Did you forget now there's also going to be an extra agent? Can you put your thinking cap on?
Yeah, but there's no impact on well-being. What you care about is well-being.
No, but there's an extra agent, right?
Yeah, but you care about well-being.
In this scenario, there will be an additional agent.
You said you're utilitarian. You don't understand your own moral framework.
Right? Because yeah, of course, right? So
your moral framework is based on well-being, not based upon duties and rights.
Listen, of course, yeah. Obviously, if there's another agent, and this agent is also agent who satisfies well-being, then, and even if it is the case that the mother doesn't, it automatically entails that, okay, it exceeds 0.5 credence, given that one individual is at a state of well-being, while the other one is not fully at a state of non-well-being, but, at least to some degree they are. Right?
There is no well-being that exists.
The probability space.
There is no well-being that exists.
Why? What's the argument for that?
Yeah, we already went through this. You defined well-being as Yeah, we did. You defined well-being as an individual state of comfort. I asked you, is that an experience? You said yes. Prior to a subjective experience, there is no experience. That's the argument.
Yeah, and I told you explicitly, right, that it's on a trajectory towards towards an agent having a subjective experience, right?
Yeah,
so now
but
we have two agents with
that is
subjective
not an
experiences.
impact on well-being.
No, of course it is, because now that
No,
there's
it's
two,
not.
now that there's two, of course there is. Wait, don't you think
Wait,
that
you
there's
defined
gonna be-
well-being as an experience, okay? If they
Okay.
don't have an experience, there is no
Do you
well-being.
think poor mental health like decreases well-being?
Yes.
Okay, well, do you think that individuals outside of like this lady, let's say that this lady has 10 friends who are pro-life and all that stuff, right? And she gets an abortion. Don't you think it's going to affect them? Wouldn't that decrease their well-being? Oh, I see you're laughing. The nervous laughter is not going to save you, buddy. Yep, the nervous laughter is getting to him, guys.
No, this is just a funny
4.7
argument. Watch
thousand
this.
people?
Watch this. Watch
4.7
how
thousand people
quickly
over
this.
here watching you
Watch
get
how
absolutely
quickly this
slain.
goes down. So in consequentialism, you're looking at the net overall impact. Okay, if you're judging
Yeah.
the impact based upon
In this case, the overall impact is, referencing.
if you're judging the impact based upon the overall ideological impact, okay, more people in our country are pro-choice comparative to pro-life. Meaning, if you institute pro-life policy, there's literally going to be more of a negative impact on people's well-being because there are more pro-choicers in our
babies being-
country.
wait.
Your argument.
Wait, hold up,
The
hold up.
reason
No,
why I
oh
was
my-
laughing at you is because your own
Yeah, that's why-
argument
okay,
debunks yourself, and you didn't even realize it. I realized it immediately when you said it.
Okay,
You didn't
can you calm
realize
down?
it. So please let me finish what I'm saying. Dude, you're the one freaking out right now. Please let me finish what I'm saying. So
I grant you
again,
believe that.
can you then concede that there is going to be a
No,
more
I'm not going to concede
an
because
overall,
I'm going to debunk
You
your
see how he's not
proposition.
letting me finish because he knows he's wrong.
You're asking
Do
me to
you
concede.
realize
I'm
how,
not wrong.
let me please finish.
Can we talk about the number of abortions?
I know that you won't let me finish because you know that you're wrong.
Pregnancy? Wait,
Hey, dude, why are you cutting me
about
off
the number
right
of
now?
people that had
Why are
sustained
you doing this? Do you think
Why
this
are you
makes
doing
you
this
look
yourself?
better in the debate?
Oh my goodness. Look,
Do you want me to finish this point or no? Because I'll mute you until we do that.
go ahead.
Can you concede that there's more of a decrease in the overall well-being of individuals if there is pro-life policy instituted than pro-choice policy instituted because there are more pro-choice individuals and more pro-choice individuals will be let down if pro-life policy was put in place? And you said a negative impact in terms of people's mental health.
No. You want to know why? Because if we take the number of abortions that happen as opposed to the number of females who had to, number of women that had to sustain pregnancy, the number of people that had abortions is vastly larger than the number of women that had to sustain pregnancy and were forced to have that baby.
Well,
Wouldn't you
I'm
agree with
confused
that?
what you mean. What?
The number
all the people
of-
who
yeah,
were
the
getting
number of women
abortions
that-
would be
okay, the
forced.
number-
Wait, listen. All
The number of
peop-
abortions that
all the
happen is
people who-
vastly larger than the number of people. Oh my goodness! Wow, this guy cannot track. Can you concede that you lost now? Look at you.
Would you like to make your point? I didn't hear you because I was trying to.
Yeah, I said
clarify.
that the number of abortions that actually happen is vastly larger than the number of women who had to be forced to sustain pregnancy. So if we're just taking by
Can I
if we were
explain
just
this to you?
measuring by utility, oh, now look at him. He's lost.
No, can I
That's why
explain
you
this to
have
you?
dark under eyes.
Can I explain?
my
it?
God.
That's genetic. So
Yeah.
let me explain this
Go
to you.
ahead.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, so people specifically who were getting abortions prior would be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy if you had pro-life policy instituted. So the way you make this comparison is based upon the fact that if there were pro-life policy instituted versus pro-choice policy instituted, and you make the comparison based upon that. I think you're the
No,
one
but
that's
I'm
not
also
tracking.
but I'm also referencing what's happening in the United States, right? I'm not necessarily running like some sort of like moral claim in a sense, right? We're also just applying what's happening actually in the United States as well. And it is the case that you can concede, right, that there's vastly large greater number of abortions than the number of women who had to that were forced to sustain pregnancy. So if we're just judging by utility, then yeah,
He's just not listening. Okay.
the credence is
you
lent towards my
understand that
position.
under pro-life policy, the amount of people that are forced to sustain a pregnancy will increase to match the amount of people specifically that were getting abortions prior that were not able to get an abortion
Would you like me?
otherwise.
Yeah, would you like me to do the math for you? I can do the math for you if you'd like.
I don't
and I
think
can
you'd be
prove
able
why.
to do that math for us.
You don't think I'll be able to do that math?
No, I don't think you understand how much that would take. You'd have to run a statistical study for that one.
Well, I can just like judge it based off of like statistical studies that already have been ran, or just like use some sort of sample
Then tell me
size.
what study.
Why do I need a study? I just said I can use one.
You
I never
just said
that
you
I'm
can
using
use
study.
studies, so I was just asking you.
Yes,
what
I
study.
said I can use study. I don't have one off the top of my head, but obviously
I'm not saying you
I've
have to have
read-
one off the top of your head. Do you want to go look for it? It's fine.
I'd rather not.
Okay, so you're just lazy?
Now wait. Now, can I judge your position?
Are you just lazy?
Well, I mean, you just measured my. I mean, you just judged my position, right? You tried to measure.
You're
the
not
internal
even
validity of
engaging
my-
with the points that I've brought up.
Well, no, actually, you just.
We
wait, what
still didn't even.
inconsistency did
We
you
still
find in
didn't
my
even
position?
fully go through the point. The fact that that you conceded on the point saying that an individual's
concede?
state of comfort is well-being, which is an experience, which means that they don't
Yeah,
have well-being.
I s- by
prior
the way,
to
I'm
the
not
point
even.
of
I'm not
subjective
even necessarily. I'm not even necessarily utilitarian. I'm not even a utilitarian by necessity, right?
So you
I was
said that
only-
earlier. Now you've got backtracked on that. Also,
No, I said I'll use utility. I'll take a.
don't
Oh
do
my
that
goodness!
on my
I
stream.
said.
So here, I'm going to tell you how my stream works. You don't just like use things you don't believe. If you do that, one more time, I'll just kick you because I debate people who have certain positions, not people who are going to devil's advocate certain positions. Okay, that's a bit ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Then would you like to hear the argument for God? Is that what you wanted? Because I doubt you'd want that.
If you want to, go for it. I don't see if that's the reason why you support Trump.
Well, no. If we're talking like about abortions, right? I was trying to give you a secular argument because I know you don't like getting into theology.
Well,
So
I mean,
I said I'm going to take a
position-
utilitarian account just for this. Obviously, I don't hold
Listen,
to utilitarianism.
Is your
utilitarian.
position predicated off of your religious view?
Yeah, it would be predicated
Okay.
off God existing, and
Okay.
you know.
All right, we'll have this conversation. Let me thank some people first, and then we'll have that conversation real quick. Just give me
And then
one quick
after
second.
that, can I? Sorry,
Adrian, thank
Just
you
like
so
one
much. I
thing
really
can I
appreciate the
mention before you
$2.
start
Thank you so
thanking
much.
people?
Good
You think I
W's
can
for
also
Adrian.
get into your position?
Adrian, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Good some W's for Adrian in the comment section right now. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. CO, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see that. That there was a Democrat that won, right, in the seat that specifically overlooks Mar-a-Lago. Really funny. Really, really funny. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stefani, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Stefani. Can we get some W's for Stefani in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you very much. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. DS, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mats, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much for the script. RC, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Heavensley, thank you so much for the $2 or for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madden, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Madden. I really appreciate it. Thank you. C-Bar, thank you so much for the $10. Always good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's actually really funny. Someone sent you a t-shirt that says Parker by day, Dean by night. That's really funny. Mariner, thank you so much for the $2. Bridget, thank you for the $10. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Accidental, thank you for the $7. House Pacifist, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I think I'm fully caught up there on YouTube. Joanna, thank you so much for the $3.33. Emily, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Danny, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up. And Feisty, by the way, thank you for the $10. Again, thank you. Alrighty, go into explaining your argument for God, because you said that was the basis for your view.
Yeah. So it's just going to be that the Big Bang happened 13.8 billion years ago, but there's an infinite amount of time prior to that expansion, which the universe had a potentiality of expanding. Therefore, the universe should have expanded eternally prior. The universe did not expand eternally prior, meaning it was generated in ex nihilo. And if it is generated in ex nihilo, then it necessarily follows that God is going to be the cause.
No, I don't accept that. So I think the argument you're really trying to argue is that, like, for example, either you're trying to run a contingency argument or a cosmological argument, the cosmological argument.
It's like slightly piggybacking off that, but it's not necessarily that argument.
Okay, I don't know what argument you're making then, because you just make it up yourself or something.
Well, this is my personal argument. No one's been able to debunk it yet.
Okay, so really all you're saying is that you think something has to exist that causes this, because you think there couldn't possibly be something that specifically had an infinite amount of events prior to it coming into existence. Is that what you're arguing?
No, that's not what I said. I said that.
Do you want to repeat it?
Big Bang. Yeah, I said that the Big Bang was a rapid expansion of space and time. It was a rapid expansion of space. 13.8 billion years ago was like the origin of it, right? But prior to that, there was an infinite amount of time, which the potentiality, that means it always existed. And under mathematics, there's a classical law called the second Borel cantillo lemmas, which just means that if anything has a non-zero probability, then its possibility is 100% given an infinite amount of time, right? Or an infinite amount of possibilities, which it infinitely had. And in that case, yeah, it would be the case that it would have to have been expanding like eternally prior. And since it didn't, that means it was generated in ex nihilo. Ex nihilo just means a state of matter coming posterior to a state of no matter. By the way, this argument isn't like formalized or anything like that. I don't have like.
Yeah, no. I do have an issue with this. It wasn't expanding prior to the Big Bang. That's not what was happening. The Big Bang, the beginning of that, is the beginning of the expansion. So it wasn't expanding eternally prior.
I know. No, I never said that. I said it should have been expanding eternally prior because there was an infinite amount of. Yeah, there was an infinite amount of time prior to it.
I don't accept that even. Right there, that's not even necessarily the case.
Why is that not the case?
What tells you that there was an infinite amount of time prior to the Big Bang?
Oh, yeah. It's just going to be that singularities are something that have been proven false in physics. Since singularities are not real, then contained within the set of the universe of the early universe was space. If space existed, then entropy existed. If entropy existed, time existed. Given that time is biconditionally relation with entropy.
But that doesn't follow that it existed
How does that not follow?
Prior.
No, I said that time is going to be eternal prior to that. And time can just be like arbitrary in the sense that it doesn't necessarily have to follow second by second.
So by eternal for time, you just mean time always existed. But yeah, sure, I think that's trivial. No, but I don't think that means that there was something in existence prior. Also, I have a question. Do you think that there's a beginning of time?
Do I think that there's a beginning of time? I mean, I would hold that there's a beginning of time, but right now I'm accepting like a nomological position just to debunk the nomological position.
Okay. I think we can respond this way. So typically what I say in this situation is that there can be, if you say that there needs to be some sort of eternal existence that causes our existence, in which is not eternal, from existing, then that means that specifically it could be anything, whether it be a god with personal properties or something without personal properties and something natural. There's nothing about that entails the Christian notion of God, nothing about that entails any certain notion or prescriptive qualities about that particular God, or of the set of existence that led to us. So I don't see how any of this entails Christianity or entails like a prior cause.
Are you accepting that God exists now?
No.
Well, you just said that it doesn't entail that any specific religion is necessarily true, right?
Yeah.
But are you accepting that God exists
even if you do
by
accept
definition?
it? No, I'm not.
Okay, so what don't you agree with? So wouldn't you agree that if I were to just continue consecutively just keep flipping a coin, that after a certain amount of times it will probably land on heads, regardless of it landing on tails like a.
I understand the point that you're saying is if there's a non-zero probability
eventually it's
of it
going to land on
occurring,
heads, correct?
that specifically if there's an infinite amount of time that it will occur is your argument. Now,
and there's an infinite amount of time, therefore it should have happened. The possibility would be infinitely often as one.
I just didn't accept.
That's a mathematical theorem.
Do you think,
that's proven mathematical theorem in all possible worlds.
I think you're misunderstanding me in what I'm.
You can't not accept that. It's like you're just rejecting that 1 + 1 is equal to 2.
You're misunderstanding me. Okay, I'm specifically disputing the idea that there was eternity prior to that point. That's not been established, and even so, I don't think that this holds. Now, listen here. Watch this. Do you believe that God is eternal?
I believe that God is eternal. Yes.
Do you think there's a non-zero probability, right, of a unicorn existing?
Is there a non-zero? Yeah, I believe that there's a non-zero probability of a unicorn existing.
That means a unicorn has existed. Because God's
okay,
eternal.
Sure, but God is also okay. God's conscious, so God can like reject creating that ever.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that there could be some sort of properties that selects one thing over another, even if there is an eternal state of affairs or an infinite state of affairs. So you've just
Because in this case,
conceded
it would
on
be,
your own
yeah.
argument.
And
that
no,
you
I
made.
didn't. Because in this case, there's no rule maker, right? So everything happens accidentally. So if it's happening
No,
accidentally,
wait, hold
then
up.
yes, it'll be bound to happen.
You don't need a conscious entity in order for there to be rules, right?
No, you would need a conscious entity in order for there to be rules.
Okay. Do you think God created logic?
Do I think God created logic? No, I don't believe that God created logic.
Do you
Okay,
think
fine. Yeah,
logic
I meant like
existed
nomological
independently
rules.
of God?
Yeah, logic.
So there
exists
are
independently of
rules
God, but I'm
that
meaning
have been
nomological.
that are
Okay,
true.
nomological. Yeah.
So there are rules
Because when you're
true
referencing, okay, fine.
there are
Oh my
rules
goodness,
true
wow, you got
independent
me.
of God.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you really got me there. All right, wow.
I did.
Okay,
There
well, I
are
was talking
rules
about
true
nomological
independent of God. Do you
principles. Yeah.
agree?
I was talking about, okay, fine, because when you're referencing the unicorn, all I was thinking in my head was nomological principles that, God can have, like, God's consciousness can prevent X thing from ever happening. And it depends, like, on what you mean by unicorn, right? Like, if we're taking, like, a notion of unicorn, then yeah, it probably is the case. Maybe it is the case that God created a unicorn. I don't see any, like, reason why that's a contradiction.
No, but it doesn't need to be the case that God has created a unicorn, right? If it is
Let's
the
say,
case
wait,
that
let's
God is
let's grant
eternal.
it for the sake of
Okay,
the
I'm just.
argument.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, if you can't have a conversation with me without cutting me off every single time I speak, I'm just gonna stop having this
Go ahead.
conversation.
Sorry about that.
We're
Sorry about
already
that. Go
not
ahead.
even having a productive dialogue right now, and you're making it horrible. Okay, you are honestly an insufferable person to talk to.
All right, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. I mean, I don't genuinely see the benefit of engaging with you at this point. Is there anything you want to specifically say?
Well, I was trying to make an internal critique on your position of being a pro-choice advocate. So, I guess you said, I mean, you did make the claim that, yeah, I can do that after you establish my position. And now it seems like you don't want to get into my position because you seem to be a low tier and not be able to engage with my position because you don't know any of the things. You don't even know half the things that I know. So now I would like to make an internal critique on your position, if that's
I don't
okay
know
with you, which you
half
said
the
it was
things
okay.
that you know. So,
Yeah,
by
you
the
don't
way,
know half the
let me
things
just
I know.
clarify. You just called me low tier and said I didn't know half the things you know because you brought up irrelevant points. You're speaking
How is that
specifically
irrelevant?
about things.
Wait, what was irrelevant?
Let me explain. Because the argument you're providing, even if we were to concede the argument, by the way, does not entail the Christian notion of God, does not entail the Muslims' notion
never
of
said
God,
it
does not
has to.
entail the Jewish
I never
notion of
said it
God,
has
does not
to.
understand any particular denomination of God, right, of Christianity, of any religious perspective. All it would entail, specifically, even from your perspective, would be at the very minimum, a deist notion of God. A personal being that led to the universe, which, by the
And are
way,
you conceding on
doesn't
that?
even establish a personal being. I put pushback on that. You had no clue how to respond to that.
Are you conceding on that position now? Are you a deist now?
No. I already told you. I gave you pushback on that, indicating that you don't
Okay.
need that in order to have the properties that order
Well,
it towards that.
yeah. Okay, since you don't want to engage within my position, I think it's fair for me to make an internal critique on your position, which you already said that it was okay prior to us getting into this discussion. So I would like that if that's okay
Can I
with you.
clarify real quick, though? So the reason why it
Mhm.
doesn't necessitate that every single possible thing existed is because there's a necessary set of characteristics that selected the type of world that we exist in, or the reality that we're in, okay? Necessary set of preconditions that led to the world that we're in. So if that is true, and that is the case, I just genuinely don't understand what you're confused with in terms of us seeing our existence without seeing some of those things. Because again, there doesn't necessarily have to be every property in existence just because there was an eternal
necessitarian?
being that led to this existence.
Are you a necessitarian?
No.
Okay, so why'd you bring up that point?
I
You said
can-
necessary state of preconditions that follow some sort of consequent, like using postulates P and Q. Q would just be the consequence of P being the antecedent.
No, so typically the argument is essentially saying that you need a necessary being, something that's true in all possible worlds, to explain the world that we are in right now, right? Something that has the ability, or is independent, explains itself, that can then explain all other things in existence.
Yeah, I would say that that's a pretty correct notion of God.
Okay? That necessary existence does not have to be a personal being with a consciousness. It can have all the characteristics that order it towards producing the world that exists right now without having a personal being, consciousness, or any type of experience like that.
Wait, can I prove why it does require consciousness?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it would require consciousness because if it does not require consciousness, then everything that which it creates, let's say it's generating things in ex nihilo, it's some sort of infinite energy source that creates things in ex nihilo. then it wouldn't have like any order in which it creates. So we can just apply the second the exact
I don't accept
mathematical
that.
theorem. You don't accept the mathematical theorem?
No,
You don't
no,
accept
no,
the
no,
world
no,
can't tell
no,
you
no,
lemmas?
no, no, no. I don't accept that it wouldn't have order if there is no consciousness. I don't accept that consciousness is the only way to achieve order.
Fine. Let's say it does have order, but we can say that it would always be creating, right? Would you agree with that? Because if it has the potentiality
That's not
to
a
create
necessary
ex nihilo,
property.
yes, of course it is. Of course
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Yes, that's true under the second world can't tell you lemmas, which is a proven mathematical theorem. If we take the sum
I
of n
don't
is equal
think
to 1
the
to infinity for the
necessary thing
probability
that
of
led
A
to our
as an apprentice
existence
subscript n.
logically has to always be creating.
Yeah,
And even
it
if
does
that
have
was
to,
true,
because it would
that
be true under
doesn't
the
contradict
mathematical
with our
theorem.
world.
Yeah, should I tell you the P not P? The proposition and its negation. Well, the proposition would be that it will create, and the negation would be that it won't create.
That's not the position. No one claimed that
The
it will always create.
The P would always be true.
No. No one
Yeah,
claimed
because the
it.
second world can't tell you.
When did I make the claim that that the necessary precondition will always create?
Well, no, it by necessity would always create because the mathematical theorem has
You're
proved
just
it.
stating that. You're just making that claim.
I'm stating the mathematical
This is such a
theorem
stupid
is
conversation to have.
no. The theorem is not arbitrary. It's not only a reference to an analogical world that we live in. It would be true in all possible worlds.
Isn't it
relative to that
ironic
possible
that
world.
like he calls me low tier debater, but like this is such a wipeout argument?
It's not a wipeout argument. I mean, you're not
It
letting me
is.
explain myself because you don't understand basic math. Do you think you look good right now? Do you think like you're cooking me?
I just think
Like,
you're
I
an idiot
understand-
and can't explain your
I
position.
mean, I'm sorry to embarrass you. I'm sorry to embarrass you. in
You
front
aren't
of your
embarrassing me right now. You're
4,700
embarrassing
friends.
yourself.
Yeah, I bet you. I grant you believe that. Okay. Anyways, now do you think I can make an internal critique on your position, on your pro-choice position? Since
Go
it
ahead.
seems
If
like
that
you can't
makes you
engage-
feel better.
Yeah, absolutely. So I saw a video where you said that you can like wipe out like 1 trillion zygotes and it'll be completely okay. You still agree with that position that you held?
Mhm.
Yeah. So using just like proper intuition, I could come to the conclusion come to some sort of conclusion in which you do not give any inherent value to a fetus. Do you agree? You give no moral value to a fetus.
I do grant
Because you
value
said
to
it's okay.
fetuses.
Oh, now you grant that. Wait. So but it's still okay to like kill 1,000 kill 1 trillion of them.
Do you think there's a difference between a zygote and a fetus?
Oh, find a zygote. Let's take a zygote in this case.
You didn't know that there was a difference biologically speaking between a zygote and a fetus? That's pretty crazy. Wow, he's
Okay,
really
well,
debunking
zygote-
me
wait.
here. He's
Yeah.
really embarrassing me
Okay.
here. Do you think you look good right now? Do you think you're like owning me right now,
Wait,
bro?
it's fine.
Like,
It's
do you
fine. The
think you look
zygote
good
still
right
follows. Oh my goodness, the zygote argument still follows. All right, so you're okay with the zygotes? You don't give any inherent value to a zygote, correct? Okay, since it is the case that you give no inherent value to a zygote, it would be completely. Well, do you give any inherent value to an individual's, say, toenail? Yes, I'm going to make like an analogy between the two things.
No.
So, okay, so you do not give any inherent value to a zygote, nor do you give any inherent value to a toenail.
Like,
So,
in
do you
of
think that
itself.
I should? Do you think I should be in prison? Say, if someone is like sleeping and I just cut their toenails, do you think I should be in prison for that?
I think you should definitely get fined for that, yeah.
Okay, but like, do you think I should be in
You should
prison for that?
definitely I mean, I don't know if I'd put you
Like
in-
just like one toenail.
If you broke into someone's house and you like cut off
No,
their
I didn't break
toenail?
into anyone's house. I didn't break into anyone's house. Like, let's say I had like a claim to be in that house, right?
Like,
and I just like
you
cut one
were
of their
you're at one
toenails.
of your friend's house and you like clipped
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
their toenails.
I'm at like one of my friend's house. Yep, and I just cut one of their toenails. You think I should just be? I
If
should
you
go to
didn't
prison for that?
harm them, I don't know if you. I don't think you'd go to prison if
Yeah,
someone
I
wanted
didn't
to
harm
press
them.
charges.
No. Yeah, I
that
didn't.
Maybe they would
yeah,
be able
no
to.
harm. Yeah, no harm on them. All right. So it's completely okay, right? I shouldn't be in prison for that. You agree with that?
I mean, if they want to press charges, they can.
Yeah, but like, let's say like you were like the rule maker and like they wanted to press charges. Would you say like, all right, well, we can give you like a fine or whatever,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
maybe like $10? Yeah, but like I shouldn't be in prison for that, right? It would be completely. It would be absurd if I were to go to prison for just like cutting someone's toenail. You can agree with that, right?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, yeah, wonderful.
Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Okay,
don't know. I
yeah.
I wouldn't have an issue with some circumstances, I guess.
hmm Okay, well, it's great that you give no moral value to the toenail or the zygote. So now suppose that there is a woman.
I would give
who
give moral
is
value
expecting-
to. Let me clarify. I give
Oh,
moral
look at him!
value.
Look at him! Now he's trying to switch his position. He knows where it's going.
What? I
Go
give
ahead.
moral value to the person themselves and their consent over the things on their specific body. I don't think a zygote
Okay.
has a subjective experience, the capacity to establish those types of
Okay.
things or anything like that.
Yeah. But obviously, like the toenail is going to be something that contained with this person, right?
How about
Obviously,
this?
it's wrong for me to cut
if
their
there's
toenail.
like, if you're saying if like
Obviously,
there's
it's
just
wrong
like
for
a spawned-in toenail, it's no specific person's toenail, just on the
no.
ground.
It's a specific person's toenail. Like obviously, it's still wrong that I did it, right? But I don't think I should be in prison
What is
for
this
it.
argument, man? Oh my god.
Yeah. So okay. So suppose that a woman is expecting a child, right? It's like they just got pregnant. They found out they got pregnant or whatever. Like say it's a zygote or whatever. It's like after conception, and I slip some sort of like well, I'm not gonna say drug because then you're gonna be like, oh, well, you're drugging them. So let's just say that it was salt that terminated the pregnancy, right? And I intentionally did this, right? I intentionally terminated something that you gave absolutely zero moral value to. You think I should be in prison for this, even though this woman wanted this child? According to you, it shouldn't be. So you have to be logically consistent.
So I would value some person's prescriptions
Oh my
and
goodness!
desires in that
This
scenario.
is not. Oh really?
I would, if someone specifically wants that zygote, like for example, they're going through like an IVF process and they've created a bunch of zygotes and embryos, I don't think it should be legal for someone to just go and destroy their zygotes and embryos without that person's consent.
You gave no moral. Wait, you didn't give any moral value to the toenail or the zygote. No, so it doesn't make sense. It's completely analogous. So you'd have to be logically consistent
I already
and say
explained
that
that
it's completely okay.
I already clarified that I specifically placed the value on the individual's consent, right, over how this is going to be
I understand
treated.
that. Yeah, you made that very clear. But you said
I
that
did.
I shouldn't go to prison for I shouldn't go in prison for that case of like cutting someone's toenail. But clearly I should go to prison for, terminating someone's pregnancy.
I think you'd be fined in that scenario and you could potentially go to prison. I think that we treat property differently depending on the scenario.
Can we not?
I think we do.
not
I
give,
think
like,
we
a
treat.
descriptive
I think we
argument?
treat. I think we treat property differently depending on the scenario, right? Like for example, if one of my friends like stole one of my flossers, right, from my house without my
You're
consent.
saying that these things are property? Do you think that people
can you please
have a
stop
property,
talking?
a moral claim to their
Can
own
you please
bodies?
stop talking? If one of my friends stole one of my flossers when they were staying at my house, right, and used it, right, specifically like the like all the different like little flossers, so not like they took the same floss that I was using or something, right? They used my floss when they were here, essentially, and we wouldn't treat that the same way that we would treat like someone if they were to like steal like money from you, or they would steal like a zygote and kill the zygote. Like I think we just treat property differently depending on the scenario. And
Wait. So
I do think
now
that
you're
the
making a
zygotes
claim.
are the property of the individual.
Okay, and do you, the property? Oh, sorry. Do you think that an individual's body is also their property of the individual? So, like their toenails are the property of the individual. Their body is their arm, their leg. Is that also the property of an individual? And anything that they choose to remove or take
Depending
out
on how
from
you
that
define
is
the term.
completely okay. Yeah, like something you have a legal claim to. So, do you think someone has a legal claim to their body as much as they have a legal claim to their, say, car or house or just something that they own, their phone, their iPad, their computer?
Well, I think that there's going to be a distinction in the manner in which they...
What's going to be the distinction between the two things? I mean,
Yeah, I
you
think
just made the
that-
claim that, we
Yeah, I
treat
think that-
property
I
differently.
think that the
I mean, you
I think we
kind of posits the claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
think that we're going to treat things differently depending on the scenario, right? Like for example, if someone wants to like destroy something small that they have access to in terms of their property, they can. But if someone wanted to like harm themselves, unalive themselves, it could be indicative of a certain mental state that they couldn't consent to this. So there might not be reason
Do you
to
think-
allow for it in this scenario,
Okay.
like, for example.
Do you think like if a stranger just like broke into my house that I can obviously just like remove them from my property, right? Would you say that's analogous to like a female removing a zygote from her body?
I think that there's some comparison, not 100% totally analogous. Depends on what you're comparing.
It's going to be like, what's going to be the symmetry breaker between the two state of affairs?
Whether or not they're like using internal bodily resources
Well, no, all they're doing is
or
simply
attached
just
to you,
removing.
like biologically.
It's basically just like evicting, we can say, right?
Okay, so if you're comparing on the basis of that you're removing someone from your property, it can be compared on that sole basis alone.
Yeah, so it's like me removing an individual, a stranger that broke into my house from my property. Would that be analogous to a woman removing a zygote or a fetus or whatever from her body?
Only within the one respect that we just mentioned.
Okay. So an individual does have a right to their property, and that which they choose to remove from their property, they have the right to do so, correct?
Yeah, and typical.
Okay, wonderful. So if I own a private jet and I'm in the middle of a sky and find a baby in it, I have the right to remove them?
Nope.
Oh my goodness. Wow, this guy's so logically inconsistent.
Did I say
Look at him.
typically? I think I said
Yeah,
typically,
you got
right?
baked. It's over for you. Look at you.
I don't
It's over for you.
think pilots should just be able to kick people out of the plane mid-flight.
No, not pilots.
What
It's like,
type of
suppose
leap
that
was
I'm
that?
just like some rich guy.
And by the way, is this like
Suppose I'm
somehow
like some rich-
criticizing my abortion view? Like,
Yeah, I mean, you just said that. Yeah, it's going to be analogous, the two scenarios. So if the two
said within
scenarios are
that one
analogous, I just bought a
specific-
third scenario
I
that
said
doesn't have
within that
any
one
sort of.
specific scenario, within that one specific respect, you're misunderstanding. Do you really think you look good right now? You're not understanding.
Oh
You're
my
not
goodness! Wow,
tracking.
that is. Oh my god! All this copium. What brand copium do you take?
Do you think that was funny? Like, do you think this is like an own right now?
I
Like,
don't
we're
know.
not
Man,
even
you're just
having
really
a
good at coping.
conversation right now, bro.
Actually, you're pretty bad at coping.
Okay. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. This is a waste of time.
Yeah, I bet you are. It was great speaking to you.
It was
Anyways.
not good speaking to you. You're a waste of time. Genuinely, dude. I don't think that we made a productive point that entire time. That was his best shot at trying to criticize my worldview. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, man, come down to Vegas. Come get this haircut, bro.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Anthony, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you, Anthony. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok, everyone. We got a visibility restriction a bit back. I think that's just going to be the best thing to do. I have some people to thank, but let's make sure to do that here real quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Just give me a quick second. Click the profile picture in the top left, or you can just go to YouTube and you don't have to deal with all the restarts. I'll be right back, everyone, here on TikTok. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, that'll be... Well, I need to stop muscle memorying, bro. That's crazy. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen up. Get it out to more people. As always, everyone. Some people to thank real quick. Sarah Ann, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said some people have literally been arrested for cutting someone's hair without consent, which is actually analogous to the toenail thing. Yeah, definitely true. So as Rami, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. Climate is going to start cooling. Is going to cool down. Science just doesn't know it yet. What does science know anyway? All right, it's ridiculous. Lydia, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Aaron, thank you for the $40.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Parker is, no cap, logic maxing, philosophy maxing, physics maxing. Oh my gosh. And debate maxing. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm a millennial, but I hope this makes sense. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ross, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Natalia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It was ridiculous. Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Madeline, thank you for the $10. Joanna, thank you for the $3. Thank you Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's go on to this next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Has anyone ever told you that you and Dean look exactly like Shane and Ilya from Heated Rivalry?
No, never heard that one before. I do think that they're not a Trump supporter. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. You know what? I'm just going to go, and I'm just going to block the people in the guest box that I always see there. I'm just sick of seeing the same accounts, and it's just like they always hop back in, so might as well make it a little bit of a smaller box. They left immediately. Not trolling. I said that, and all of them left immediately. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Absolutely fucking hilarious. They joined right back. Yeah, I am gonna block you. I'm going through right now. You're getting blocked. Oh. Blocked. Blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you
I
support
got
Trump?
a question. No, but I just
I don't have to block you, but do not send a guest request again. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I do have my retainers on, so I do have a lisp a little.
It's
if
okay.
that's
Do you
okay.
support Trump?
I do.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005, I'm 20. I was born in September.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I don't support... Okay, can you tell your supporters to stop attacking me? Because they're literally commenting on my video right now.
Okay, I'll just disconnect you. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. It's like no way that happened that early. I just want to clarify. Bullshit. I don't believe that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, why are you on your period tonight?
Oh. Make another one. You can make another account, can't you? Just letting you know, Chad. By the way, I am blocking people right now. I'm actually gonna do that right now. I don't want to have to deal with the trolls right now. I'd rather not. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes,
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. And what month were you born?
June.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Okay, I support Trump for three main reasons. One being the stock market and the economy. Two being foreign policy. And three, immigration.
Okay. Stock market, economy, and foreign policy. Okay. So stock market has had worse growth in 2025 as compared to 2026, or in 2024. We also saw basically every metric of the economy become worse. Real GDP growth was worse in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth was lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration, and we saw real business investment decline as well. So what about the economy is better off?
Okay, so I voted for Trump basically on the economy being better, not for me personally. I think we could both agree that Trump is not a good person. Would you agree with that?
Not a good person, absolutely.
Okay, I would agree with the same. The main reason why I voted for Trump was, sorry, I'm a little nervous, but the main reason why I voted for Trump is mostly because on policy, not person. I think it's pretty obvious that he's not a great person from so many things I know that you've talked about a lot. That's pretty obvious. But mostly on policy, especially his tax policies, what Kamala Harris was proposing was very detrimental to me personally. So that is one of the main reasons why I didn't vote for her.
How is it detrimental to you?
she wanted to raise capital gains tax to 40%, and she wanted to
Wrong.
raise taxes, and she wanted to raise taxes substantially on the top 1%.
So she did not want to raise capital gains to 40%. I don't know where you got that number from. She wanted to raise capital gains on income over $1 million in a year to 28%, which is well below income tax rates. Plus, the income tax increase that she wanted to do was only on income over $400,000 a year. And she wanted to give a massive tax break to working class people by expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Right, those are examples of tax policies that she wanted to engage in to reduce the taxes of Americans. Plus, she didn't want to impose the tariffs, and she wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable in the TCJA, applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year.
But she was going to get rid of the 2017 tax cut that Trump put into a state in his first term.
If you just listen to what I said, she was going to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Yeah, that's exactly why I voted for Trump.
You make income over 400K?
Yes, my family and myself once I graduate college.
So you don't currently make over 400K?
Yeah, but that heavily impacts my family, which is why I would vote for that.
Okay, heavily impacts your family. Your family's going to be fine either way.
Well, also another thing is...
What do you mean, like, you're going to be okay either way? You make over 400 grand, and you're mad about the slight 3% increase on the income over 400 grand. So you guys will be fine.
But it's not just 3%. It's significantly more than that. It's significantly more than that just because you know how it would affect also other things, including the stock market.
I'm sorry, what are you getting your degree in?
Math.
What do you want to do?
I'm accepted an offer to work in quantitative trading.
Okay, and you think you're going to be making over 400 grand a year?
Yes, pretty sure on that.
Right out of school?
Yes. You can search it up right now.
Okay, what is the job?
Quantitative trading.
Okay, quantitative trading. And for what company?
Obviously, I'm not going to list that right now because, don't want to get doxxed.
That's fine. Quantitative trading, average salary.
You could search up any sort of tier 1, tier 2 firm, and you'd be able to see
$198,000 a year. That's the average, and you wouldn't even make average.
I don't know where you got that number. Probably off Google, but if you go on any salaries, if you go on any salaries, FYI, anything like that, you can see intern pay is like
Indeed.
$30K a month. You can go on salaries, FYI, and see that any intern pay is $30K a month.
Okay, and $30K a month has you at what level of income? Less than 400K.
Yeah, so you're expecting 0 bonus. That's $30K base pay.
Okay, and so what's your bonus going to be?
Like 70 to 80%.
70 to 80%. So you think you're going to get paid $800,000?
That's not how math works, but that's like
what is 70% of 400K?
280,000 plus 400, 680,000. But that's only for
280 plus 400. What is that? About 700.
Yes, that's 680. Only for very top firms, around like 500. Is what I would estimate my income to be.
Okay, so you're gonna pay only 3% more on $100,000.
Yeah, so that's still a significant amount of money.
So, by the way, you're willing to cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill, so that you can save 3% on 100K.
No, okay, yes. I obviously you vote for what helps you the most, would you not?
You're literally selling out the country for $3 grand.
Okay, that's one point of why I voted for Trump. Let me go to my next 2 points.
You think that you're America first and you're selling out the country for $3 grand a year?
Well, it's not only $3 grand a year.
$3 grand a year.
It's
Which,
not
by
only
the way,
$3 grand a year.
You could get more of if you do the child tax credit increase and you were going to have kids. You would get more than that from a child tax credit increase if you have kids or if you're going to have kids.
Yeah, I'm not planning to have kids anytime soon.
Okay. Do you want to buy a house?
Yeah, no, I agree
so you'd
that the
save
child
more
tax.
money if you did the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes.
No, I agree. That was a good policy that she was going to introduce.
That would have given you
say
a
there are any
bigger
good-
tax break than the entirety of Trump doing that. You know that, right?
But it's yes. It's not only tax breaks. It's also things like capital gains tax, things like estate tax, all sorts of things that the Democrats have tried to instate. Like even I live in a pretty democratic
said,
city.
oh my God, my inheritance is going to be, it's going to be $9 million instead of 9.1 million. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you agree with Mayor Mamdani instituting a estate tax of $750K? Would that be something that you think is good?
An estate tax of $750K on how much?
No. He's lowering the bar for an estate to be taxed once it reaches $750K.
Oh, but like how much is it taxed by?
I don't know. I think it's like 22% is the, or 22% is the federal. I don't know exactly what the state tax is, whatever that is. But I'm saying that he's instituting a. Do you think that is right to institute an estate tax at $750,000?
I'd probably want to instate it a little bit higher than that, but this is anything over $750K, so it's not that big a deal
so
if it's a low percent.
Yeah, but don't you think $750K is outrageous?
No, not really.
You don't think $750,000 estate tax is outrageous?
Nope.
Do you think $750,000 is a lot of money to get to an estate?
Yeah, I do think $750,000 is a lot of money to inherit.
To be taxed on, do you know what the average? You know how many millionaires there are in New York? What are you saying?
Are you acting like $750,000 isn't a lot of money?
For an estate, yeah, that's nothing.
Okay. If you're personally getting $750,000, you can pay a small percent on that. That's okay.
No. For an estate, $750,000. Do you know what the federal estate tax limit is under Trump?
Tell me.
22 million. Do you know what it was under Obama?
What?
And I don't know what it was under. I think it was the same under Biden. I'm not sure, so I'll just say Obama. It was like 5 to 6 million under Obama. So 5 million to 22 million, and Mamdani is asking for something at 750,000. So even other Democrats don't even think that's
Would you like to show me the source on that?
750,000?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I read that off CNBC, so you could search it up.
Yeah. What's the title?
I mean, I don't have the exact title on me. Like,
do you want me to give you time to look it up?
Yeah. Do you want me to search it up?
Yeah, go ahead. For on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Raul, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Ashlyn, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, it might make sense to do. Purple, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, thank you so much, Purple. I appreciate it. As well as Aware, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, to give it a quick second, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people as always.
I did just search it up on Google, and it just is the first thing that came up through AI, through Fox News, Yahoo Finance.
Yeah, give me a title.
Okay. Mamdani estate tax plan could drive wealth out of state. New York City's Mayor Zohran Mamdani is backing a plan to cut the estate tax exemption from.
Wait, Mamdani estate tax plan what?
Sorry, my thing's cutting out. Yeah, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is backing a plan to.
You now have given me 2 different titles, so make up your mind. Can't hear you right now because you swiped out of the app.
Yes, it's the same title. Fox News title.
Mamdani estate tax plan what?
Give me 1 second. Not dodging, my computer just froze. Mamdani estate tax plan could drive wealth out of this. And the first thing of that article is that it's cutting from 7.35 million to 750,000.
Fox News. Here we go. Fox News. Let's see. In addition, Mamdani is proposing to triple the top estate tax rate, 16 to 15%, that could generate billions and billions in revenue. This plan would sharply reduce the how much of an estate can be passed on tax-free, cutting the household threshold from 7.35 million to 750,000 among the lowest in the country, meaning far more estates would be subject to taxation. Okay. But
Yeah,
like,
would you
what's
agree?
the level of tax rate?
That's besides the point. I don't know what it is exactly. I'm not gonna look for the exact thing right
and
now.
also,
But
what's your big issue? You brought this up as for what reason?
yeah, can we agree that 750,000 estate tax is ridiculous?
I mean, sure.
Okay, so that's one big reason I voted for Trump. Like I've said before,
That
I
makes
don't
no
think he's
sense because that had nothing to do with Harris.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that more Democrats being in power could estate similar things on a federal level. Would you agree with that?
Okay, and still similar things on a no.
You wouldn't agree that?
I don't think Kamala Harris is wanting to instill that on a federal level.
No, I'm not saying 750K, but would you agree that she would have definitely lowered the estate tax from 22 million to whatever, even under what Obama was?
No, she never even clarified a policy on that, so I don't know.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying for you to speculate.
I don't know.
Okay, but can we agree that it would definitely be near the Obama levels?
Not sure.
You don't think it would even be near the Obama levels?
I said I don't know. Do you want me to say it again for you? Do you want me to draw a picture? What do you want me to do? Want me to repeat it for the 8th time? How many more times do I need to say it for you to understand?
Okay, that's all I have to say.
You want to ask the question again? I don't think the people in the back heard that.
Okay, so my next part is for foreign policy. I would like to first say, before I go into foreign policy, I'm against the war in Iran. That is something that I only voted for Trump in before, obviously, anything like this happened, and when he ran on no new wars. Obviously, unlike some, I'm not going to make objective statements like that, but I'm not like most MAGA people, which will blindly support Trump. I am against the war in Iran, but I did vote for him originally because of that promise on no new wars. And if now I would, just to clarify, I would be heavily against the war in Iran. But I still think that him in a foreign policy, what he ran on was better than what Kamala Harris ran on.
But given what you hear now, Kamala, by the way, given what you hear now, you acknowledge that Trump is worse.
On a foreign policy basis, I would say that, yeah, probably.
Okay, so what is Trump better on? Because if it's not foreign policy, what is it?
Like I said, for foreign policy, I would admit we're going to see how he deals with the Iran war and everything like that. But if he does well, obviously there's still a lot of time left for him to improve on. I don't even know why they went to war exactly. It's obviously against that, but we'll see what happens with that. So I'm gonna move past that second policy. I just obviously when I was first saying, I only said why I did vote for him when I did vote for him. And then my third thing, which was immigration. Obviously, I'm someone extremely against illegal immigration, and Trump was obviously much better at stopping illegal immigration than Kamala Harris. Would you agree with that?
So what particular immigration policy of Trump's do you like?
So I like his fact that almost zero people have crossed the border illegally throughout his term. Would you agree that it is better for the American people to have less illegal immigration?
No, I don't think that's always the case. I think that the best way to address this specifically is to make the legal process go quicker. that would incentivize less people to come in the country undocumented. But the whole argument of like always decreasing undocumented immigration is going to be beneficial to the country is not true, because the resources necessary to reduce undocumented immigration at a certain point are too costly in order to justify doing so, right? That's why you want to provide a quick legal pathway to incentivize people to go through said legal process.
Yeah, no, I agree that the legal process should be expedited and made it easier, but that doesn't mean that you can break the law just because you want a quick pass. How is that fair?
Well, I think that although you could acknowledge that, we still want to make the legal process quicker, which includes giving undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. But Kamala Harris did still want to criminalize undocumented entry. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker.
But would you admit that in her role as border czar, she did a horrible job?
Border czar.
Okay. Would you agree that the Biden administration did a horrible job in addressing illegal immigration?
No.
So you think whatever 10 million crossings of illegal immigrants is good?
I think that they tried to address it. They tried to do bipartisan border legislation, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill because he didn't want Democrats to get a win on the border.
But do you understand why he was trying to do that?
Because of the fact that he wanted to win the election and he wanted to run on mass deportation being an issue to get him elected.
Well, also because the Democrats were trying to, if in your whole idea, if you get a bunch of illegal immigrants and you're doing your best to legalize them, they're obviously going to vote Democrat. Would you agree with that?
Democrats were not doing their best to legalize undocumented immigrants. I would prefer that policy. They weren't doing that. They still wanted to deport individuals who are in the country undocumented. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Yeah, but they did a horrible job in letting anyone in there. They were putting people in hotels, spending taxpayer money on that, $200 in Hilton hotels.
Those are asylum seekers, legal immigrants. People are coming to the country legally, and that's state funding, like not federal funding at all.
So zero federal funding went to any illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
You genuinely think that
the only funding that goes towards undocumented immigrants is, for example, emergency like hospitals, but that's for everyone, whether they're a citizen, a tourist, undocumented immigrant. Everyone is, regardless of their immigration status, is treated in the emergency room. That's a human right.
Yeah, I know, and you know what happens because of that, right?
I don't know what you're trying to get from that. Just tell me.
Yeah, so when that happens at a high rate, that increases premiums on other people's insurance and other people's, because the hospital has to make up for that money because they're defaulting on that, because the illegal immigrants usually are unable to pay.
So in this situation, if we're referencing emergency, we still are going to provide that regardless. You're not going to advocate that we should check people's immigration status before providing emergency care. Secondly,
No, I agree.
We should make the legal process quicker, which would disincentivize people to be in the country undocumented. So anyone in that circumstance would be in the country legally.
But that doesn't get past the point that just because the process is slow doesn't mean you can just break the law. Like, that's just
I'm not
unjust.
disputing you there, but what you're not understanding is that you voted for a convicted felon who literally didn't go to prison because you guys voted for him, who's undermining people's due process rights in this country, violating the law, not releasing all the Epstein files, and quite literally doesn't give a shit about the law or the Constitution, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So if you're going to sit here and virtue signal and parade as if you care about the law and following the law, I don't think you can do that while you simultaneously support Trump.
Well, like I said before, I don't think he's a great person, but also he was convicted in a civil court, not a criminal court. So obviously he would not be in jail.
Okay, so then would you say the same thing for every undocumented immigrant in the country who has been violating civil law, not criminal law, because they came in the country through a legal process and overstayed their visa? They're only violating civil law. You don't accept the determinations from civil courts.
No,
Therefore, 40%
I'm not
of
saying...
undocumented immigrants in the country can stay because they're not violating criminal law.
No. I understand that they're not committing a crime to be put in jail. I'm not saying they should be put in jail, but they should be deported back to their countries. It's a completely different scenario. Trump being put in jail and them being deported, how is that anywhere near the same?
So you said, how is it the same of Trump specifically doing that? Well, because in both scenarios, right, there are civil violations. In one scenario, you accept the determination from the civil court. In the other scenario, you don't accept the determination in the civil court. Why? Because you're politically biased. The 34 felonies is criminal, not civil.
It was, and also half of these or whatever, like all these, like I said, I don't think Trump is a good person, and whatever he's convicted of, it's all speculation on whatever side can say what happened, whatever. That's irrelevant to my argument. My argument is that if Trump, your whole thing is that my moral high ground is bad because I voted for someone, when I'm saying that I voted for their policy, not for them as a person, and I'm subjecting other
I'm saying
people
that you don't care about upholding the law, because not only does the guy you support personally violate the law himself, but also in his policy it violates the law.
What do you mean his policy?
Yeah, his policy violates people's due process rights. His policy is not releasing the Epstein files when legally obligated to do so.
Okay, but that's completely, you can't just say because one person did something bad, this person's doing something bad too. Like, this comparison game is meaningless. Would you agree?
I don't think it's meaningless to apply blame to Trump for the things that he's
No, like I said, everyone should be affected by their actions. And like I've continuously said again and again, I don't think he's a great person. But like I said, just because he is being put at a different standard doesn't mean I'm not going to hold every illegal immigrant to a similar standard in which that you broke the law, you should be going back to your country.
Listen, you said that like you specifically want to your candidate to uphold the law, okay? Then you just completely ignore it when Trump, through his policy, violates the law.
I'm confused what your argument is. Sorry.
I don't know what's so confusing about my argument. You want people to uphold the law when you're talking about specifically undocumented immigrants coming to the country, and you said you won't vote for Democrats because you think they didn't uphold the law in terms of immigration. But Trump, when he actively violates the law when enforcing immigration, right? Obviously, and when enforcing immigration law, obviously you just completely ignore that. I think Trump clearly is violating the law to a greater extent. What's up?
Sorry to cut you off. When did he break the law when enforcing immigration law?
I told you already, violating due process rights by allowing for ICE to search and seize without judicial warrants.
Okay, would you that's one point. I'll go to the next point. Would you agree that ICE is good as an agency in theory?
No.
You don't think ICE? I'm not saying like I've said, I don't justify.
Can I explain and then you can respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason why I don't think it's a good agency in theory is because of how it's structured within the federal government, which allows for the executive branch to engage in abuses of power, such as allowing for ICE to not use judicial warrants to search and seize, or to expand expedited removal to everyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 weeks, right? Or been in the country for less than 2 years, and with anywhere within jurisdiction of the country, whereas prior it was within the country for less than 2 weeks within 100 miles of the border. I think those are vastly different things that I don't think that, obviously the executive branch should be able to do. I think it should be up to the legislative branch to vote on policy. I think that's the best way to address it in terms of immigration. So I think the way that it's structured in the federal government. Plus, I would like for border enforcement to focus on those that have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and not people who are just coming here for a better life. Make the legal process go quicker, provide a quick legal process. That will ensure that people go through said legal process, and it will make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Obviously, everyone believes that there is a basis for restricting people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population from coming here and harming us, right? No one disputes that. Obviously, everyone wants to keep everyone safe. We just think the majority of people that the ICE is going after are individuals that are not a threat to our communities. 95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record. 73% of those detained by ICE have no prior criminal record at all. So I think it's very obvious that it's mainly because of who they're going after, what they're representing. They're going after U.S. citizens, detaining U.S. citizens without due process, just for having an accent and just for their race, which is absurd. And I think that's destroying their reputation as well, on top of all of the issues I just brought up.
No, well, after hearing the response, I think we just think about things fundamentally different. You think that it should be okay for someone to cross the border legally if trying to seek a better life just because as long as they're not committing a violent crime. That's just something I just don't believe in. Because my parents are immigrants and they waited 20, 25 years for visas and things and green cards and things like that. I think it's completely unjust for someone just because they're in a close proximity from Mexico or Guatemala that they can just come into the country easier. You know what I mean?
It's not their fault. It's not the person coming to the country and documented's fault why it took 20 years. It's the current legal process and how it's structured that makes it take so long. That is the fault in that scenario.
Well, my parents still waited for 20 years. I know so many other families that still waited for 20 years.
And that, like hearing that is really sad because like I don't think it should take that long. That's absurd. And I think you agree with me that it shouldn't take that long. Okay?
Yes, I agree.
Let me clarify too. I think you agree with Kamala Harris's position. She still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. What about that position do you personally disagree with?
I don't disagree with making it personally easier, but I do disagree with how she was enforcing it. I think that the Biden administration, personally from what I've seen, obviously we'll never know. People can only say certain policies and then do against it. Just like I'll give an example from my own side, Trump. He said no new wars and then he entered in a war in Iran for literally no reason. You know what I mean? So people can say whatever they want when they're running. Who knows if they're actually going to enforce that?
I already told you. I gave you specific policies. Like they tried to pass the bipartisan border bill. Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill. So actively they were trying to do things. They got limited by Trump because he cared more about getting elected than he cared about actually addressing the conditions of the border.
No, I understand that, Bill. I understand that. I'm saying that in that scenario, what I'm disagreeing with is that Kamala Harris is obviously going to care a lot about speeding up the border, speeding up the process. Everyone, you think the current administration doesn't care about speeding up the process at all?
No, they're not.
So
the Trump administration is not making it any quicker to get in the country legally. They are putting hundreds of billions of dollars into ICE, but they are not putting the adequate funding into making the legal process go quicker when they clearly can. They'll put money into wars in the Middle East, into forever wars with Iran, but they will not put money into making the legal process go quicker for immigration. They will not put money into the infrastructure of this country that people need access to. They will not put money into the average person's pocket, right, to a greater extent than they are the millionaires and the billionaires. If you were to cut out all of the tax cuts that go to the richest Americans, and you were to only advocate for tax cuts applicable to lower and middle income individuals, Democrats will agree with you. That's bipartisan legislation right there.
Yeah, but the thing with Democratic legislation is they care so much about taxing the upper 1%, not even the 1%, the top 0.1% that are not even getting salaries. Like the people that are hurt the most are the W-2 workers. Would you agree with that?
So I do think that there needs to be an increase in taxes for capital gains alongside the specific levels of income, but I still do think you can tax individual income tax over $400,000 here. I see no issue with that. But I do agree that capital gains tax rates need to go up, which is what they wanted to do as well. Increase to 28% over $1 million.
Yeah, so the whole thing in increasing taxes on the top 1% and top 5% and things like that, it hurts the W-2 workers that are making, like you said, over 400,000, which is something that I don't believe in personally. I think that people making 400,000 to even any W-2 workers are working so hard and they don't deserve to be taxed 60% of their income and things like that. It's just ridiculous.
We're not asking for 60%.
I'm saying it comes out to totals in 60% if you live in states like New York City and things like that. It comes 55, 53%.
New York City, okay, that's a different point. So 39% was the top marginal tax rate under Harris's plan.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I'm including everything, obviously. I'm saying in general terms, if I'm making $1 million and I'm paying 53% of that, don't you think that's ridiculous?
I think that getting over 50% at that point is a bit much, but I think the point is that I would still value people getting access to bare things that they need over the small few percentage points at that point. I could understand that over 50% at that much doesn't make sense, and we need to increase the taxes for the higher income earners well above that. But still, that's not much of a issue for a person who's in that circumstance above 50%. That's not that much of a distinction.
And even recently, there were some Democrats in the Senate pushing for a policy to tax upwards of like a total tax if you lived in New York City of 73 or 75% if you made over, I think, $4 million.
No, there's no evidence of that.
I literally read it on CNBC maybe one day ago.
If
show
you'd like to
you
send
the
this to me,
article.
I'd love to see. Because I mean,
Yeah.
like I agree with that level of taxation for like the highest levels of wealth. I don't think that makes sense for even in the big cities, like that level of income on a yearly basis. Even so, like I still want a high tax rate for that level of income. I'm good with 50%, but like I do think that like 70% at that level would be ridiculous.
It was. I'm pretty sure there was. I read it on CNBC, so I'll find the article.
Yeah,
I think it was 75%.
That's not what I'm advocating for. Now, in terms of a top marginal tax rate, which might be something that they were talking about in that scenario, that could be effective for wage growth, and it won't necessarily increase the effective tax rate to that level. Does it make sense?
Yes, I understand. But I just think that a lot of those things are a little ridiculous. But we're going away from what I was talking about in immigration. The whole thing in what I believe in immigration is that if you are an illegal immigrant, I just personally, obviously, it just hurts me personally because I know how long and how much it hurt my parents waiting for so long, and to see other people coming into the country illegally and having basically no consequence just because they're closer is just unfair, in my opinion. And obviously, you'll always make this argument saying, "Oh, you're setting this standard here, but Trump has 34 felonies." I mean, that's what you and Dina are going to be talking about every single time anyone makes that point. But just because you're not committing a violent felony doesn't mean that violent crime doesn't mean that you didn't commit a crime. You know what I mean?
Same thing with Trump.
Yeah, like I said, you're going to keep bringing that up, but okay.
I mean, because that's applicable.
No, yes, I understand it's applicable, but wouldn't you want to hold both people accountable, not only one?
Yeah.
So why can't
so that
you
means
say
not voting for Trump?
So why can't you say, okay, let's say Trump is fully accountable for all the things that has happened to him. Would you then say we should fully deport all illegal immigrants, or try to?
No. That's not my position that every undocumented immigrant should be deported. I still believe in my process. But I'm saying if your view is that you want to always enforce the law in every single scenario, that means that you will apply it to both of them, meaning you wouldn't have voted for Trump.
I didn't vote for Trump because he's a good person. I voted for his policy.
I know, but if you want the law to be enforced in every single scenario, and it's a principle you hold to, that means that you would say that you wouldn't support Trump in this scenario, because if you hold to it as a principle, that means that you principally could not support Trump.
How could I principally not support Trump? He's been convicted of his 34 felonies, but he paid fines on those things and stuff like that.
Because you voting for him ensured that he wasn't sent to prison for his felonies. It was literally in this sentencing.
But he couldn't be sent to prison because they were civil cases past the statute of limitations on, I'm pretty sure, like
you are mixing up the cases between the civil case about sexual abuse and the criminal case about the 34 felonies, the falsification of business records. You have a bit of an echo, man, by the way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what did you say?
The civil case is the sexual abuse case. The criminal case is the 34 felonies, falsification of business records case. You're mixing up the two cases.
Yes. I understand that there are two different things like that, but I'm saying that if just because he was voted doesn't mean that it's taking away from what he's done. It's still there that he committed 34 felonies. How does that take away from the fact that I'm setting the same standard on both people? I'm confused. Just because he committed the felonies, he still took the blame for those felonies. It's not like it's just magically gone.
I'm going to repeat this one more time. Okay? I don't want to have to repeat this again. If you didn't vote for him, he wouldn't have gone to be elected, right? If people didn't vote for him, and he would have gone to prison. He didn't go to prison because you guys voted for him.
Yes, I understand that.
Given that you understand that, you are not holding people accountable in all scenarios if you specifically vote for the person that was not held accountable because of you voting for him.
Okay, I'm a little confused, so I'm just gonna talk about something else, I guess. Also,
Just
that's
tell me
another
what's
reason.
confusing. Just tell me what's confusing.
No, I just want to say one last thing. Wouldn't you agree that it's very bad? I know this is a completely different topic, but wouldn't you agree that it's very bad that
Can we
no?
please get through this point first? Because genuinely, I don't think that if you can understand this point, that there's any reason to talk to you.
Okay, sure.
Can you please engage with the point?
Yeah. So just because I voted for him doesn't yes, I understand that made sure that he didn't go to prison. That's not I didn't vote for him just to avoid him from going to prison. I voted for him because he was
I know
the
that
correct
wasn't
choice.
your intention, but that's an inevitable consequence from voting for him. So if you principally in every single scenario are for holding individuals accountable for violating the law, that means you would not support Trump because you did not hold him accountable when you voted for him. And if you principally hold to that, you would have to oppose voting for him in that scenario based upon that fact because it's principled. You hold it in every single possible scenario.
But he's already been held accountable.
No,
He's been
he
held
hasn't.
accountable. I'm confused.
He wasn't held accountable because he wasn't sent to prison. Does that make sense?
Yes,
He literally
I understand
was.
that.
It is on his record, but he wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him, which means he wasn't held accountable.
Yeah, but I'm still going to be holding him accountable, and I'm holding because he committed those crimes. There's nobody that's going to say that even if those crimes are true, whatever. I know there's so many speculations on whether or not things have happened or not. Would you agree with that? I'm saying that we're still holding both people accountable. I'm holding the illegal immigrants accountable, and I'm holding him accountable. I don't know why you can't understand that it shouldn't be right for anybody to break the law.
You're not holding him accountable because he literally doesn't go to prison because you didn't because you voted for him. Okay? Why does that not make sense in your head?
No, you're just repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
But you can't understand that I'm holding.
Why does that not make sense in your head?
It does make sense in my head. I voted for him because I wanted him as the president.
But you just acknowledged that he wasn't held accountable because you guys voted for him.
Yes, that was a cause of him being elected. An effect of him being elected. So there's still, I don't know why you're deflecting so much and just say clearly that it's both people should be held accountable. Illegal immigrants should be held accountable and Trump should be held accountable. Not just because Trump didn't, the illegal immigrants shouldn't as well. That's just such a bad argument.
I talk to genuinely the dumbest people on the planet. It's ridiculous. It's like it's like trying to explain shapes. I'm like, a circle doesn't have corners, and you're like, the one with 3 corners is the circle. The one with 2 corners is the circle. The one with 5 corners is the circle. And I keep repeating to you, the one
how am I stupid?
that is a circle has 0 corners. And I just keep repeating it to you, and you just don't understand. You're like, well, I think that they have corners. I think circles have corners. That's like the conversation we're having right now.
No, because you're thinking about things in a fundamentally different way than I am.
Yeah,
you're not thinking with objective
I think
facts.
circles don't have corners, and you think circles do have corners, essentially.
What? Is this how you debate people? You just say the same statements over and over until they agree to jump to your side?
No, I've explained it to you. I've fully explained it to you, and you're not understanding a very basic statement.
No, I am understanding a basic statement. Just because we voted for him, he avoided going to jail. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to hold illegal immigrants accountable for them crossing the border.
Here, what is a principle means you apply it in every single circumstance. If you want to principally hold people accountable for the crimes they commit, that means you hold them accountable in every scenario. You've already conceded he's not held accountable when he's not sent to prison. He wasn't sent to prison because you guys voted for him, meaning you voted for him to not be held accountable in consequence.
But your whole your whole argument on that is saying that we did that just so he would avoid prison. It's a fact. I don't
I'm
know
not
how many
necessarily
times until
saying
this
that
gets
that
in your
was your
brain.
intention.
Are you confused or something?
I'm not necessarily saying that that was your intention. I'm saying that this is in effect due to the fact that you're voting for Trump, right? And due to the fact that he would be elected. And I'm saying that you could have prevented that if you and others didn't vote for him. And that would have ensured that he was held accountable rather than not held accountable.
Okay, so let's say I voted for Kamala. Then the same thing, Kamala, the same thing would have been there. And she still wouldn't have been sending all illegal immigrants, deporting them. So I don't understand your argument makes no sense.
She was arguing to deport. She was arguing to criminalize undocumented entry and deport those that have come to the country undocumented. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. The bipartisan border bill would secure the border and would make the legal process go quicker. That would have been brought back.
But how did she allow 10 million people under the Biden administration if she was so great at
She didn't
getting
have all
people?
authority, one. Two, they tried to do a bipartisan border bill, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill. That was what they were trying to do to address the conditions at the border. Okay?
So the same thing would have been happening because the Republicans are have a majority in the Senate.
Now, for example, if Harris got into office, Trump wouldn't be running anymore, therefore wouldn't have the same sort of conditions to specifically literally be running for president of the United States off of the fact that he's trying to run on mass deportations. Therefore, Kamala Harris could bring back the bipartisan border bill, get negotiations done in Congress, and they would pass that bill because it would have passed otherwise.
So your whole argument is that if Trump, just because Trump wasn't going to be running later on, then she would magically have been able to do these things?
That she would have been able to do these things because what was impeding or preventing the Biden-Harris administration from doing this was Donald Trump, because of the fact that he wanted to get elected on mass deportation being an issue, on immigration being an issue that's happening at the moment, and blaming the Biden administration for it.
So clearly other senators agreed with him in order to block
they felt the
bad
pressure
bills
and blocked the bill because of the fact that they felt the pressure.
So
from
wouldn't they
Trump.
be doing the same things because they believe those things? Do you think Trump is like
No,
some
they were
sort of
willing
god
to-
and he's just commanding
listen,
them?
Sir, listen, they were willing specifically to pass the bill, and Donald Trump called them so that they wouldn't support the bill because he has a lot of pressure within the Republican Party because 90% of Republicans support him. Also, again, please fix your feedback. It is actually very annoying. I'm not going to lie. I've been trying to keep it in. It's like horrible.
What do you mean feedback?
I hear feedback. I hear myself in your microphone when I speak.
Okay, is it better?
No.
Okay, I don't really know how to fix this. Sorry.
Turn down your volume.
Okay. Your whole argument makes absolutely no sense. You're just saying just like Trump intimidated people. Well, I think that they would have stayed the exact same way even if he wasn't running, and she still wasn't able to do nothing. If the Biden administration was so great at this, they would have at least ran on the premise of trying to fix the problem. They just tried to ignore it.
The bipartisan border bill was addressing it.
You're just repeating the same thing over and over.
Because
Are you like
it
a child?
It's like you're incapable of seeing what's happening in the conversation. What I'm bringing up, the reason why I keep repeating this, is because it explains the issue that you just brought up. You said, "Oh, they would have ran on this as a problem. They would have had a proposal to address this." I tell you the proposal they had to address it. Well, they would have had a proposal if they cared about it. You just keep doing that, and I have already addressed it. So I'm being nice to you, and I'm repeating it back to you. From now on, I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm going to tell you to your face, you're being a dumbass. And I can't believe I have to keep restating this. I am being way too nice to you. It is ridiculous. Do I have to speak like this for you to understand? Genuinely, seriously, actually, when I speak like that with people, it's like they don't understand. It's like I have to do this to get you to understand. Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you just think? Why can't you use your damn brain? It's annoying.
I don't know why you can't.
It's so frustrating that you can't just think for a damn second. Dude, it's like your brain doesn't fucking function properly. In utilizing logic whenever we're talking about you not supporting Trump here. It's like whenever you have to critically think about something, you can't fucking do it.
You can't critically
It
think
is
either.
really annoying.
You're repeating the same thing over and over whenever
Because
you're
it
hit at a-
addresses
at
the
a
point that
hurdle.
you just brought up. I just explained it, and you didn't listen again.
Okay. Anyways,
Repeat what I just said. Repeat to me what I just said. What did I just explain?
You explained that there was a bipartisan bill, and Trump basically was telling people to vote no because he was running on the premise, so they felt
Yeah,
the
so
pressure.
why do you
and they were
keep
getting
repeating, well, they didn't run on a proposed policy for the border. They didn't care about it. Why do you keep repeating that? Why do you keep saying that?
No, I'm saying that it didn't matter even if Trump wasn't elected, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything because the same Republicans would have voted the same way over and over.
Dude, I've already told you the only reason they voted that way is because Donald Trump was trying to use this to get elected. So he called them
Yes,
and
and I
pressured them to
disagree
do
with
that.
that statement.
So you think he didn't? He
Because
said
that's not
blame
an
it.
objective fact.
Trump said blame it on me if the border bill fails. He acknowledges it himself. Okay, so why don't you just tell me that that's the fact that you were disputing instead of just repeating the same point?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I disagree with that fact.
Okay,
because that's
why?
not an objective
Trump
fact.
said blame it on me if the border bill fails.
But your whole idea is that that still would have been there no matter what. Like no matter what, if once
We would have
he's
got
gone,
that because the only thing preventing it was this. Do I need to repeat it again? Do I need to fucking get... Should I call up Miss Rachel, right, so that she can explain it to you in fucking elementary terms?
Do you think
Holy
senators
shit,
have
dude.
no brain?
I can't even fathom that I have to keep doing this, dude. It's fucking so
Do you think
annoying,
senators have no
dude.
do you think senators have no brains of their own and they're
You don't
just
have a
fucking being
brain.
controlled by somebody?
You don't have a brain. They are
I don't have a brain?
pressured to do these things based upon the support within the Republican Party. If 90%
Yes,
of the
and
Republican
the
Party
party would
supports
be the
Trump,
same way no matter
Trump
what.
can put the pressure on him. Well, if Trump's not running for re-election again, that pressure doesn't exist. Different environment. Is that a complicated thing to understand?
Yes, I understand. I understand how basic policy works. I'm not a clown like you.
Well, I've had to
Okay?
repeat it over and over again, and clearly you are a clown.
Okay. Anyways, we have fundamentally different views on this entire idea. So I don't. I
Yeah,
don't think
you're
this
an
is going-
idiot, and you aren't willing to acknowledge facts of reality. And whenever I
No,
explain it to you, you're not willing to understand.
No, you're unable to speculate about anything. You just think that no matter something,
I can speculate.
Anytime you're unable to, you just magically think something's going to happen just because Trump is not in the picture anymore, which is something that we're going to.
I did not say So when did I say magical? That's called a straw man. Because I never once said magically this is going to happen, given that this is the case. So, like, did I say that?
You said once Trump's
hey,
gone.
Chad, did I ever say magically this is going to happen? Was that my argument? You know what? I should just start saying that to these people. I should start running that. Yeah, just magically. That's the case. Just magically.
You said once Trump gone, policy goes through because Republicans not under pressure. Is that not magic?
Yeah, why was that's not magic, because why were they under pressure from Trump? Because Trump was running for re-election. If Trump ceases to be running for re-election, that pressure doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, so when
that's not magic.
So when Trump is no longer there, their morals magically switch like that, like a switch of a flick. Sorry.
They were willing to vote for this prior. They stopped voting for it because of the pressure from Trump. The pressure from Trump goes away. Their moral convictions were the case that they were going to vote for it. It's like I've already said this to him like 8 times. I genuinely, at this point, either you're stupid or trolling. Like, there's no in between. And I genuinely don't see why I would continue to engage in this conversation beyond this point if you can't engage with this point. I really wish I could just emotionally respond the way I want to right now. Because realistically speaking, like, I don't think you'd get it any other way. Please engage with the point. Please. This is really frustrating to deal with. You're not engaging with the point.
Yes, I understand your point. Okay, I agree with you completely.
No. Then explain back to me, what was my point?
Your point was that once Trump is gone, they would have voted yes, and Kamala would have Kamala would have gotten the policy through.
Why? How would she have got it through?
Because the Republicans would have voted the way they were going to vote already before Trump gave pressure.
Why?
Because that is what they believed internally, because, they were just so with her. And once he said the other ways.
No, so there was compromise in the bill. It's a conservative-leaning bill. They compromised on both sides to get it passed. This guy's like the least charitable person ever. Like, again, like, dude, are you actually being serious right now? Or like, are you serious, dude? Or are you trolling? Can you just admit that, like, you're trolling?
I'm not trolling. I'm seriously thinking these things.
You've got to be. Like, I don't believe that a person would act this way, like, legitimately.
Okay. So you think it's right for...
Like, I heard you, like, kind of laughing. Like, can you just acknowledge it?
I acknowledged it. Acknowledge what? Sorry.
That you're trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm being serious.
You've got to be. Because no genuine person would act this way.
No, I'm being serious. I'm genuine.
I don't believe you. No matter how many times you keep repeating that, I'm not going to believe you. Can you admit that you were trolling and rage baiting me?
No, I'm not rage baiting.
Yeah, you are.
What do you mean? Not rage baiting.
Okay, I'm just going to go on to the next person. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, logic is magic to idiots. Ronald, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Tanisha, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. These people are testing my limits. Milo, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's try to get this next person up here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I mean, the administration, yeah.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Knowing what I know now?
Yeah.
Probably Harris, bro.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It's Nathan. No, I have a question.
Do you still support Trump, Nathan?
Yeah, I do. No, I just had a question, yes.
I have a question. Nathan. Didn't you tell me that
JD
if you went to war that you would stop supporting him?
I mean, that was like long ago. But JD or
Wait, but Nathan, I'm sorry though. But like you said, if you went to war that you would stop voting for him. He literally
Yeah, I
has
lied.
taken us to war, and therefore now you'd stop supporting him, right?
Yeah. JD or Kamala for
Kamala.
president. But if they go and if they ever pick a woman president, we're screwed because no woman president is going to win. It's probably going to be JD or they have to get Biden.
I have a
again.
question. Would you rather Joe Biden, or would you rather Nikki Haley?
Nikki Haley has like no chance.
Well, who would you rather?
You should know. Say again.
Who would you rather win the election? Joe Biden or Nikki Haley?
It's probably going to be Joe Biden.
You'd rather Joe Biden?
Dude, there's no woman president.
If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, would you rather vote for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, or Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body?
There's never going to be a woman president, Parker.
Okay, I think you're joking with me now, Nathan. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
98.
Okay, 1 month?
October.
Okay. Already have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me 1 quick second, real quick. I do have a few people to thank. Feisty, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Adrian, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Anchorage, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brand, thank you for the $5. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look. Make sure to let me know your name. As well as Laughing Leslie, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Dua, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That'd be so funny. I bet they are. As well as Nia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Me Talk, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, well, I'll have to see. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lonks, thank you so much for the $5. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Heavensley, thank you for the $5. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. Jay with the $5. Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's base. Thank you. Nia, thank you for the $5. Clarissa, thank you so much for the $4. Danielle, thank you for the $10. Anthony, thank you for the $10. thank you so much for the $60. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. They said the state threshold was $10 million for a married couple under Obama because he passed the American Tax Relief Act of 2012. As well as they said the estate threshold was $10 million for Obama. Well, that's the same thing. Index for inflation, and he allowed it to be indexed for inflation. That makes sense. As well as thank you for the $20. Said the state threshold was $26 million for a married couple in 2025, but Trump let it sunset down to $14 million. If he would have left Obama's 2012 tax act in place, it would be higher today. He doubled it for 1 year for the rich to gift. Wow, that's actually a really good point. Well, thank you so much. As well as thank you also for the $20 for they file IRS Form 709 and gifted massive amounts in 2025 with no gift tax. Well, thank you so much. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually ridiculous, right? Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for he's not being held accountable because you let him be president instead of him being punished. I know, right? As well as Nia, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Pauline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. They are very hard. Devonshire, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Sherry, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. As well as Scramble, thank you so much for the $5. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, Republican did write the bill, literally. As well as Candace, I just see that very now. Thank you. As well as Milo, thank you so much for the $1. And Ronald, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, I can answer that first, but after that, can we do this debate a little bit differently than your normal tactics?
Okay. You said what? Say that one more time.
Yeah, I'll answer that for you, but after that, do you want to do this debate a little bit differently? We'll set some guidelines, we'll set some rules, I'll make a claim.
You'll just tell me why you support Trump. I don't know what guidelines and rules you want.
Well, we can talk about all that, but so yeah, why I support Trump is what he's doing with immigration, what he's planning on doing with immigration, what he's planning on doing with deporting illegal immigrants, putting them at the polls, with putting them at the airports, putting ICE, that is, at the polls, at the airports, and really trying to secure the border. We can start with that.
Okay, so you said ICE at airports and secure the border. What benefit will ICE at airports be for our country?
Yeah, I mean, you know what happened, 9/11.
Okay, but how does ICE at airports help us or prevent that from happening? Because I think that TSA is the reason why we'd be able to prevent that, not ICE. I don't see how ICE would help us prevent that.
Right. I mean, TSA does play a big factor, and I'm very appreciative of TSA as well as I am all of our blue flag supporters and people who work in all law enforcement. Do you agree that ICE is law enforcement, that they do uphold immigration law?
I think they violate immigration law. They're supposed to be upholding immigration law, but they don't.
What percentage
have
of
violated due process rights, and they violated people's core fundamental rights, such as not using judicial warrants to search and seize?
what percentage of people under the last 3 presidents got deported without due process?
I don't know the nominal
Each.
percentage overall.
No, each.
I don't know the percentage.
Right. So underneath the Obama administration, there was a huge number of violent criminal illegal immigrants in our country that were deported. You do agree with that?
Disproportionately, they went after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, yeah.
Right. So it's 3.1 million people deported underneath the Obama administration. Do you agree with that number?
Yeah.
Okay. And about almost 20% of those were violent criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So over 500,000 violent criminals were inside of our country, you divide that between 50 states. What does that give you? 10,000 per state. 10,000 plus. Well, you live in California, right? So probably
Over 8
even more.
years.
Yeah, over 8 years. Yeah, 500,000 violent criminals, half a million
Over 8
violent
years.
criminals inside of our country. Then we had 10,000. Would you agree with 10,000 people came into our country underneath the Biden administration?
Would I agree that 10,000 people came into
Or
our
10
country?
million, 10 million.
No.
How
The
many?
undocumented
7?
immigrant population increased by less than 4 million.
No.
According to Pew Research. Yeah.
There's no way.
That's a fact. I know that hurts your feelings, but that's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, what other sources have you looked at? Well, what is like the average agreed upon number? Somewhere
Pew
between like
Research is a
7 and
reliable
11.
number.
Okay, so you agree with Pew Research on a lot of things, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of Pew Research stats that I can bring up later on, but let's just keep on topic.
Would you like to do so?
Well, let's keep on topic.
I'm
So,
waiting.
how many people were deported underneath the Obama administration without due justice?
I already told you I don't know.
You have a computer sitting in front of you. You want me to go look it up?
If you want to, go for it. I don't know why you keep asking me that question. Would you like to tell me why you support Trump instead of asking me something that's fucking irrelevant that I've already told you I don't know the answer to?
How is it irrelevant? We're talking about immigration as a whole. Like, you just want to talk about Trump, and I get that. What are you going to talk about after Trump's not in the presidency? What are you going to talk about after Trump's gone?
I told you certain policies Trump influenced to get passed that led to a limitation of due process rights. What am I going to talk about when Trump's not in office? Literally the next Republican nominee for president.
Oh, really? So you're just going to shit on Republicans? It's not a Trump problem for you.
I debate the Republican nominees. Yes, I debate people who support them. Yeah.
Which ones?
I just fucking told you. The Republican nominee for president. I debate people who support them. Does that make sense?
Oh, really? So it's not just that Trump's a bad guy. You'll just use anything against any Republican.
I'll debate against the Republicans in general. Trump is uniquely bad.
Yeah, I mean, which Republicans other than Trump don't you like currently that are in Congress or in Senate? Or
Rubio, Vance. I dislike them.
What about Brandon Gill, Josh Hawley?
Don't like
John
Josh
Kennedy,
Hawley.
Tim Burchett. What do you think about Tim Burchett?
Person. Don't know them.
Wow. So you really just know a lot about Trump and Vance and
yeah,
Rubio.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do some research, man. I mean, when you get caught up on all your political stuff and we debate the next guy, hopefully.
Can you tell me one issue you have with Ro Khanna?
No.
No, so then you need to go get educated. So are you just really gonna bring up some random fucking Republican to say that I'm uneducated because I don't know about that one fucking random person? That's stupid as fuck to say, especially when Ro Khanna is a leading fucking nominee within our party and has been in Congress for a long time and is very reputable within the release of the Epstein files, working with Thomas Massie to do so. Embarrassing that you just tried to act like I don't fucking know what I'm talking about, or I need to do more research because I didn't know some random Republican's name.
You do this for a living. Man. I do this as a pastime. So there's a big difference there.
Do you want a cookie?
You should probably know things.
I do know things. I don't know some random Republican. What's your criticism?
You don't know who Tim Burchett is.
I don't know. I appreciate it. Thank you for the blooming heart.
But you know who John Kennedy is. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about him?
Well, I disagree with his policy. He tries to be funny though. Sometimes he's kind of funny, but I think he's wrong on practically every policy he supports, and he's MAGA.
You seen that new Josh Hawley policy? Did you say you didn't know Josh Hawley?
I know Josh. I've seen Josh Hawley. I don't know everything about him, but I've seen him.
Yeah, he just implemented a potential policy for healthcare. It's a pretty good policy, honestly.
Okay, what does it do? Name one provision.
Yeah, so what it does is actually makes it so that way they can't, how do I say it, monopolize in the healthcare industry where CVS can send you to, well, the people who own CVS can't send you to a CVS pharmacy and then like inflate your price on your insurance, things like that. You know, it's pretty much the monopolization of the healthcare industry. They're trying to crack down
Yeah,
on
but how does it prevent you from doing that? Like, what provision?
by dismantling them. So like I don't know
By
exactly the
dismantling? How so?
provisions, but like you can look into it now.
How does
Like
it
I
dismantle
could.
it? You're the one who said that this is a policy that's so mighty fantastic. I'm just asking you what the policy
This
is.
is pretty fantastic. Do you see? Are you looking at it right now? Do you know who he's actually going in on it with?
No, I'm asking you what specific policy, right, provision do you like?
Yeah,
Do
I'm
you even know?
dismantling. Yeah, well, I agree with dismantling the monopolization of our healthcare. That's pretty much what it's all
Okay.
about.
But like, how does it do that?
Yeah, I mean, I've read all into it, but I just asked you if you knew about it.
No, I don't know about this, but that's why I'm asking you what a provision is that you like about it, and you can't mention one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot that I know about it, but I just asking you if you knew about it at all and if you know who he was going on with, which actually shows that these Republicans are working with Democrats.
Well, I do think that there was bipartisanship to a greater extent under Biden's administration. There was the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act. There was the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. We can mention plenty of the things that happened under the Biden administration that relied upon people working together within Congress to pass something like that. Under Trump's administration, Trump's saying he's not willing to pass anything until they do the SAVE Act, which it doesn't have enough support anyway. I can't hear you because you swiped out of the app, just letting you know.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the bill right now.
Okay. Well, again, I already told you Trump isn't, passing anything until the SAVE Act is passed, which
right. What do you feel about the
doesn't have
SAVE
enough
Act?
support and
Let's
isn't going to
move
get
on to
passed.
that then.
Let's
move on to the SAVE Act then.
It's not. Well, you don't have to move on. You could still try to justify your point, but in terms of the SAVE Act, there's no justification or use for it at all. Our elections are already safe and secure. It does not secure the integrity of our elections at all. It's just a mechanism for voter suppression.
You're familiar with the dog that voted in 2022, 2021 and 2022 in California, correct?
Would you like to provide a source?
Yeah, I can give you a source. It's very easy to Google. That was all over.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide me the source. And also, not enough to overturn an election, even if it were true. I don't think Dog with a Blog voted, though. Give them a second, everyone. They're going to try to find that the dog in California voted, which, by the way, wouldn't have changed the election results at all because California is already blue.
It actually voted red. But so, like, what kind of source do you want? You want like a DAC?
It voted red. So you gave an
It did
example of voter suppression. I mean, voter fraud on the right.
No, well, the reason why she did it was to prove that there was a flaw in the system. She turned herself in. It's the only reason why she got caught. The
So by
dog's
the
vote
way,
was counted in one election.
That's like murdering someone to say, "Oh, there was a flaw in the system. Someone could get murdered."
Sure.
Yeah, you can commit voter fraud. It's a crime,
And the only
people
reason
go
why
after
she
you for
got
committing
caught-
voter fraud.
No, the only reason why she got caught is because she turned herself in the next year. By the way.
And what's the source?
Yeah, so like that's what I came up and asked you for. So first I said that it was she voted red, and then I asked you what kind of source you wanted. Obviously, there's not a .gov on this, but
Can you
there's
give
a
me a
lot
media
of
source?
news articles.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of news. ABC.
Title right now.
Yeah, dog voted. Like
That's not a title, genius.
yeah, woman posted picture of a dog with an "I voted" sticker. Prosecuted.
Okay, that's the title?
ABC. Yeah.
Okay, woman, say it again.
Woman posted picture with dog of an "I voted" sticker. With an "I voted" sticker.
Of dog with "I voted" sticker prosecuted.
Yes.
Okay. California woman is facing 6 years in prison for allegedly registering her dog to vote and casting mail-in ballots in 2 elections, one of which was counted. The Orange County District Office announced, by the way, Republican area. I just want to clarify, this is a Republican in a Republican area. and Costa Mesa was charged with 5 felonies, including perjury, procuring or offering a false or forged document to be filed, casting a ballot when a non-entitled to vote, and registering non-existent person to vote. The dog's vote was successfully counted in the 2021 Gooper National Recall election, but was rejected in 2022 primary, according to officials. In 2024, Urex told the Orange County Registrar of Voters that she had registered her dogs, Maya Jean Urex, to vote, and the Registrar of Voters contacted the District Attorney's Office on her social media. According to the District Attorney, they posted a picture of an I voted sticker, and another post from 2024 indicated that. So, yeah. Okay, so this person just forged documents, and they committed identity theft to then use their dog to cast votes for the Republican Party.
Yeah, to show that the system's fucked. And then turned herself in. And that's the only reason why she got caught.
By the way, did this
She
for
didn't get caught
years.
because of the picture.
So by the way, let me clarify. She did this for years, and it was just to show this. So why didn't she do that right after she registered then? Why would she cast multiple votes?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, but she wasn't caught the first time. Actually counted.
Okay.
Oh, it just goes to show that there's a problem with the system.
Okay, but like it's not enough to be able to affect the election results meaningfully, and that's again due to the fact that there was going to be a crime committed. That's why these laws are on the books, to literally hold her accountable.
Did they find her? Or did she turn herself in?
I don't see any evidence that she turned herself in.
Maybe not in that
They
article.
found, based upon evidence that was posted online and whatnot, that this was applicable. But also, like, again, she's been charged with 5 felonies, including literally procuring, offering a false or forged document to be filed. So she literally forged documents to register
which
a
happens every
non-existent
election.
person to vote. So, by the way, let me clarify. That's her committing a crime, not an issue with our systems. If anything, this demonstrates that there's not an issue with our systems because she was literally held accountable.
No, she turned herself in.
I don't see that. Where does it say that? It doesn't say that in your AP News article.
There's a ton of. I said ABC news. I don't know where you're getting your AP news article.
I'm
ABC.
on ABC. I'm on ABC News. That's what I just said.
You just said AP.
I tried to say ABC. I'm pretty sure I said that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take that. You concede. So.
I concede?
I'm just fucking with you. So now listen. We can see easily by her first vote getting counted, there's a problem with the system. Why should a dog ever vote? Explain that.
The point that this demonstrates is that some people can literally falsify documents, and that will catch them when they falsify their documents to vote. This doesn't provide evidence that the election results are going to be, not good, right? This isn't evidence that we need, the SAVE Act. This isn't evidence that the SAVE Act would have prevented this.
Yes, the SAVE Act would have most definitely prevented this. How would the SAVE Act not have prevented this? Explain that.
Actually, you're the one who has to provide how it would have prevented it.
Right. Documentation.
Requiring
more documentation to register.
Didn't they falsify or forge documentation? So how would
Did it say
requiring
that?
How would requiring documentation prevent people from forging said documentation?
Right. So under what you read to me, the only thing that I heard was that a non-human was registered to vote.
They're literally charged with 5 felonies, including procuring or offering a false or forged document to be filed.
Right.
Yeah, so including perjury, procuring a false procuring or offering a false or forged document to be filed, casting a ballot when not entitled to vote, and registering non-existent person to vote.
What all do you need in the SAVE Act to vote?
What's up?
What all do you need in the SAVE Act to vote?
I'd have to look up every aspect of the
Proof of
conditions.
citizenship, 2 forms, plus the reasoning behind your name changing if your name is changed.
Could you forge all
which
those
isn't
documents?
in theory, but
So
it'd
then
be a lot harder.
So then this person still would have been able to do that. So the SAVE Act doesn't prevent this from happening. Thank you for the concession.
It prevents a lot more people from having accessibility.
No, not at all. It
to
wouldn't have
vote.
prevented this dog from voting. So
Yeah, it would have.
no, it wouldn't have. You have no good reason to say that. You're just saying that because you feel like it.
You have no good reason to say that it wouldn't have prevented it. Explain this.
You're the one that has to justify that it would prevent it. You're the one making.
You're the one who has to
positive
justify
claims.
that it wouldn't have.
That's not how it works. You have to. You're the one that's claiming that this does prevent it. That's a positive assertion. You have to justify that with evidence.
It's very obvious.
Well,
Like how many forms? So people can forge every single document. They can forge a birth certificate. You can forge a driver's license.
Yeah, so that's exactly.
It's all
so
true.
this crime still would have been able to. So again, this wouldn't have prevented this from happening, because again, they would have been able to forge those documents anyway. So the point is that there are laws in the books that are going after people who have done these types of things, and you actually gave an example that justified that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there are people who do and have done these types of things, including
Who
illegal
are
immigrants that haven't gotten
Republicans, by
caught,
the
and
way.
their votes have counted.
By the way, he
towards-
gave an example of a Republican doing it. Just want to clarify.
I don't care who did it. It's wrong.
Okay.
Is it not?
Okay, but like you're not giving an argument at all to justify that we have not secure elections.
Yes, that's a very good reason to show
No,
that
it's
we do
not.
not have a secure election.
Wrong.
How?
Because I just demonstrated that, one, the system worked in holding them accountable. Two, there are laws in the books preventing this in the first place. Three, the SAVE Act wouldn't have prevented this from happening, the individual circumstance that you're bringing up. Four, right, doesn't affect the outcome of the election, even if we're true in this individual circumstance.
You haven't substantiated your claim that she would have been caught if it wasn't for her turning herself in. You didn't even read the fact that she had to turn herself in.
You didn't see anywhere within the statement that it says that she had to turn herself in.
That exact article.
No, it doesn't. Where?
Like I said, not in that exact article. You didn't do any research.
Where? What article then? I didn't.
What
do
I
research.
just
You're
told
the one
you.
who, so tell me the article that it said it in. Oh, he's swiping out to go look it up. Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Triana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for them in the comment section right now. I know, right? Condemns mail-in voting, but votes mail-in. That's Trump for you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. And make sure to put some baby bottles in the comment section for the guests that they're crying and crashing out when I'm proving them wrong. Kylie, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Christopher, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, W's for them in the comment section. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Thom with the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Joe, yes, there's only 10 undocumented immigrants voting in the last 40 years. Very true. So it's Mark, thank you for the $2, and John, thank you for the $5. I think I'm fully caught up.
Orange County District Attorney Office.org. OrangeCountyDA.org.
Okay, what's the title? Alrighty, give him a second.
Women
everyone.
charged with 5 felonies for registering her dog to vote.
Okay, woman charged with 5 felonies after what?
Registering her dog to vote.
Okay, and what title is it from? You said Orange County District Attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, and where does it say it?
It's right in the beginning there. It's not very long at all. It simply just says what happened.
Yeah, it doesn't say that she... I don't see where it says that she brought herself in. Oh, here. Okay, I do see this. I do see on October 2024 about a resident who self-reported that she had registered her dog to vote and in fact casted it in. According to the California Elections Code, in order for a person to vote, they need to fill it out legitimately. Following an investigation, sufficient evidence was discovered to file criminal charges against them for illegally registering the dog. Okay. So, here's I think what this guy's argument would then fall to is that because in some circumstances we can't determine that people have murdered someone and that they've had to, in order for us to determine that they've been a murderer, that they had to self-report against themselves, that then means that we need another law making it illegal to murder.
No, but if you want to talk about that, then how many people, how many murders are unsolved? How many potential voter fraud is unsolved? This is where I would go with that conversation.
Not related to undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't voting. Okay, only 10 cases over the past 40 years.
No, the people that commit voter fraud aren't just undocumented immigrants. I can prove it with that. I can also prove it with people with certain felonies that prohibit
I
them
understand,
from
but
voting.
this is only to address undocumented immigrant fraud, not to address any other type of fraud.
No, this is to make sure that everybody's who's voting is a citizen, not just a citizen, but fully eligible and capable of
But
voting.
it doesn't verify that any more than any other system that exists right now. Justina, again, thank you for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, well, that makes sense. Well, thank you so much. Does that make sense?
Are you done?
What do you mean, am I done?
Well, normally you address the person who's up on the panel after you get done thanking your supporters for sending you money.
I did. I was still talking to you.
Right. So
Are
like,
you mad that
what do you?
someone just sent me money? Is that what it is?
No, I honestly don't care. But
Okay.
so let's get back to the point. So, how many people? Obviously, your argument's going to be that we've caught every single person who's ever committed voter fraud. My argument
No,
is
that's
she
not
would
my
never
argument.
been caught.
Never said that. That's called a straw man that you just engaged in.
Right. So, what do you think?
About what?
You think that a lot of people commit voter fraud?
I think that there is some voter fraud, but not enough to overturn the elections. And I also don't think that there's anything that we would benefit from in terms of the Save America Act, that would lead to less voter fraud, enough to meaningfully affect any election outcome. So I think this is unnecessary. I think it's a waste of time. I genuinely don't see the benefit at all. And I think that Trump is just doing this for voter suppression.
How is this going to suppress anybody?
Because it will restrict people from voting based upon the fact that people will have to get even more documents in order to be able to vote than the ones that they already have.
Who?
You said who? So it could depend on the individual. Some individuals specifically would have issues in terms of some of the documents they have. They might not have the specific papers. It could be their parents that have them. It could be other individuals, and they would have to go and then pay for more on top of what already existed. Those that have had change to names, individuals like J.D. Vance. You swiped out of the app. Can't hear you, man. Alexis, thank you for the $15 for Dems just flipped the State House District in Florida where Mar-a-Lago is located. Yes, I saw that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because the W's for them in the comment section right now, and for that, that's amazing to hear. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. For the SAFE Act will require 2 forms of ID other than your license, passport and birth certificate. Most Americans don't have a passport, and if women change their last name for marriage, they won't be eligible to vote due to the different name on the birth certificate. Well, that's very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Stephanie. Can we have some W's for them in the comment section? Serena, thank you so much for the $10 for first time donating, and I appreciate all the amazing things you're doing. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about Marcus Morton and how he won an election because of one singular vote in 1839.
Bro reached back before the Civil War for that one. Jesus fucking Christ. You
No, the
reached
fact is
back
that it's happened.
before the Civil War for that one. Holy fuck, dude. 1839? That's almost 200 fucking years ago, dude. Holy shit, man.
Well, it happened.
Dude. Oh my god, bro. Your name is the turning point, bro. Is that because you turn away from logic and reason, bro?
Are you telling me that it never happened and that it's not
You
possible?
turn
and it
away
hasn't
from
happened in other
reason and
countries?
logic? Is that
Has
what
it
it
happened
is?
in other countries? You tell
You
me
turn
that
away
that
from
dog,
reason and logic. There's no risk of voter fraud happening in our country to overturn the elections. That's not happening in any area that you're referencing. You reached back to literally fucking 1839 for that one. That was fucking ridiculous,
yeah,
bro.
and that dog could have
Holy
thrown that
shit.
election.
Holy shit, dude. That was crazy. Again, you are turning away from reason and logic, man.
Dude, what are you talking about? There's other countries that this is happening too. This is just one of the biggest cases that it's happened in American history. I can go talk about other countries, but I figured you want to talk about America. One
Yeah.
singular vote determined
Yeah,
an
one
election
example,
here on
200
American
fucking
soil.
years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, where
and
there was
that's
a
a long
one
time to you?
difference in one vote. So yeah, if that happens again, I think maybe we'll then look at the election to see if there were voter fraud in the specific elections to ensure any greater levels of integrity. I think audits, court cases would be very relevant in demonstrating that.
Absolutely.
Given that that's not happening, that's not a legitimate concern for our elections today.
I'm sure there
And if it's
was
not a
court
legitimate
cases
concern for our elections today, not a reason to pass this fucking policy to be able to address it. Literally irrelevant.
Irrelevant because recently in
It is
recent
irrelevant.
past.
Yeah. Like
in
think about it this
recent
way.
past, that's
Hey, we need to
recent to
pass.
me.
We need to pass even more standards for roller coasters. Everybody, actually, more standards for roller coasters because someone died on a roller coaster in 1839. Actually, everybody, someone died in 1839. We need more standards, more regulations. Limit the 1839 individuals from dying.
100%. 100%. You got it. That's actually not that long ago, Parker. If you think 200 years is a long time, then you got a lot of learning to do. History rhymes. It'll happen again. Next time it'll be a dog or an immigrant that throws the vote.
Chat. It's like if God exists, he purposefully sends the stupidest people to my live stream. You got a misinformation flag. Surprising, right? Like straight up purposefully is like, you know what? This person's really stupid. Let's send him to Parker. Parker's live, actually. When making the people coming onto my live stream, poured all of the water into lack of intelligence and lack of critical thought, Let's go on the next individual. Mel, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Unbelievable, chat.
Yo,
How old are you?
What's going on, brother?
How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, bro.
Okay.
I just said Trump.
Okay, man, chill. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's not scared to say what's on his mind to diplomatic leaders such as the Japan leaders.
You were up yesterday. Didn't you crash out?
Yeah, but we didn't even debate, bro, because remember, I got a flag. I'd like to actually do a debate with you, bro, because I know I can crash you.
Okay. Go ahead and try, bud.
Yeah, I actually really want to make you look dumb in front of your followers. It would make my year, man, because it's been a stressful year for me because I actually work every day for a living. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I support Trump, dude, is because he's not scared to say what.
Steven, what do you do for work?
I'm a factory worker.
Okay. Do you think only people have real jobs if they work in a factory?
No, not necessarily a factor. I think people have real jobs when they're using their hands to make a company money.
Okay. Do you think Charlie Kirk had a real job?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was doing a lot more than you, bud.
What is the relevant difference between what Charlie Kirk did and what I'm doing right now? That
Dude,
means that Charlie Kirk, he had a job, but I do not have a job.
Parker, you're trying to distract me from what I was saying about Trump because you know I was on a good point there. You see what you're doing?
No, you made this point, so I decided to engage with it. I mean, if you didn't want me to engage with it, you shouldn't have brought it up. Engage with this point.
Okay, I'll engage with this point, but after this, can we go back to why I like Trump?
Yeah, after we fully finish this point.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, so you said what's the relevant difference between you and Charlie Kirk?
That means that what he was doing was a job, and what I'm doing right now is not a real job.
Well, he was actually conversating with actual diplomatic leaders like President Trump and other Republicans. And he's a big reason I believe that Trump actually got elected. You obviously
let
failed.
Let me clarify. You're saying because he talked to people who are in government. So do you think Dean, because he's had people on who are in government, has a real job?
No, Dean doesn't have a real job, dude.
So it's obviously not about having elected officials on or things like that, right?
Well, on the daily, bro, Dean's doing what you're doing, which is getting on lives like this, and you guys are declaring that this is a real job. Obviously, you're insecure about it, Parker, dude, because you always go to this, bro. Like you're asking.
I mean, you brought it up. You brought it up first. I didn't bring it up first. You brought it up first.
How did I bring it up first?
You brought it up first. You literally were trying to say that I don't have a real job because you were trying to say that you actually have a job. I mean, you're the one who decided to bring it up.
I was just saying that it would make my year to make you look dumb in front of your followers, bro, because I'm tired of you spewing bull crap.
And you said you were tired because you actually have a job. That's obviously implying that you think I don't have a job. So you decided to bring it up.
Why are you pressed, bro? Why are you pressed?
I'm not mad right now. I'm literally just disputing the point you brought up. Is disputing the point you brought up getting quote unquote pressed?
It is a little bit, because if you weren't mad, you would just let it slide.
Are you pressed right now?
No, I'm not pressed.
So then why did you feel the need to bring it up in the first place? Because you were pressed?
No, the reason I'm pressed is because you're
so you are pressed. Okay.
No.
Thank you for the concession that you're pressed.
Hold on, Parker. Not for the reason that you're thinking. I'm pressed because you're spewing bullshit and poison to people that go on your lives every day and listen to your stupid crap that comes out of your mouth. That's why I'm pressed.
What bullshit and poison, buddy?
The bullshit and poison, bro. Like you saying like libs are good, bro. Like you're spewing hatred on Donald Trump every day, bro. Like you hate that man so much for no good reason, bro. He's actually for the working class.
He's a rapist. He's undermined our democracy, called for the termination of the Constitution. He's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I mean, this guy is absolutely given us good reason to hate him. Plus, he said that he hates us, so...
When did he say he hates you?
At the Charlie Kirk memorial. Well, it wasn't really like a memorial, more like a celebration.
That he hates liberals?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, unlike
why wouldn't they? They stole the election from him in 2020.
Forgave Tyler Robinson.
Why wouldn't he, dude? They stole the election from him in 2020.
What evidence do you have of that?
They were counting dead people's votes.
Okay. What court case indicated that there was sufficient?
Dude, I'm gonna get a misinformation flag, bro. Let me just.
What evidence? What court case indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Can I tell you why I like Trump, man?
Answer the question. What evidence was there in any of the court cases that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
What evidence were there? Can you repeat that, bro?
What evidence is there in any of the court cases that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
I guess there wasn't any, man. But I remember.
You just say that based upon what? A trust me, bro?
No, it's not a trust me, bro. I literally saw stuff that they were counting dead people's votes, man.
You said no sufficient evidence, though. You saw no sufficient evidence, so it's like...
And I know you're going with this. You're going to ask me if I condone the January 6th. No, I don't condone that, actually.
No, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to call you a certified yapper because you believe things with no evidence, and you say, trust me, bro.
Yeah, so let's go back. You said Donald Trump's a grapist.
Don't pivot. You just had no evidence, and you just said, "Trust me, bro," for the stolen election claim. Okay. So do you
Dude,
concede that you have no basis to say that's true?
no, I don't concede.
Critique
I'll tell you
Well,
why, bro. Why
so
don't you
you
use
don't
some
think you
common
don't think
sense for
lacking evidence
once?
means that you have
Use
no
common
basis?
sense, bro. You don't need evidence for every little thing. This is why you don't believe in God,
What
bro.
do you
Have
mean
some
by common
faith and
sense?
common sense,
So
bro.
what do you mean by common sense if it's not reason, evidence, or facts that demonstrate
Yeah,
what you
I'll tell
believe to
you
be
why
true?
this is common sense, because Biden is an idiot, dude. He's 84 years old. He doesn't even remember his own name, bro. And you really think the people of America are that stupid to elect him? And then we go to 2024, bro, where Trump beats Kamala Harris by a landslide, bro. Like, it's no coincidence that
Why was Joe
Biden won legitly. Huh?
Why was Joe Biden able to say no to Israel when they said that Hezbollah was going to attack the United States and that we should preemptively strike them, but Trump was not able to say no to Israel when attacking Iran? Was he that sleepy?
No, because are you like speaking of who's more coherent? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, Trump's not coherent. You just got a harassment and bullying flag. I don't know why you got it was harassment and bullying and not misinformation, to be honest. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen.
Yo, fuck Donald Trump. Word of my death.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25, about to be 26 Friday.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll go with the Don.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
He just seems cooler.
But why?
Couldn't give you a reason.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you stop grifting, please? Please
Nope.
stop.
Nope. Can't stop, won't stop. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 65. How you doing, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you got. No, you and Dean actually got me to change over to Democrat. But I have a quick question.
I am sorry. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that we did. Thank you very much. I am just looking for debates right now. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he actually gets stuff done.
Such as?
He secured the border like he said he would. There was no overtime on taxes. I'm not gonna lie, I don't follow the news all that much, but he's done the few things that I've heard that he said he was gonna do. He did end up doing.
So, like, no new wars, repeal or replace the ACA, build the wall, make Mexico pay for it, release the Epstein files, lower grocery prices, lower gas prices, lower housing prices.
He did say that Mexico would pay for the wall in his first term, which did not happen. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think he's perfect. I don't, but I do think that he's gotten a lot more done than Biden did. And Biden was pretty terrible, in my opinion. It's to me, that's not really a Republican versus Democrat thing. I just think
how is
was
Biden terrible?
I mean, it was embarrassing to watch him speak. It really was.
I think it's more embarrassing to watch Trump speak. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Biden. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice, even though he had protective glasses in his hands.
Yeah, I can't argue that. If you just spew information at me, I'm not going to be able to argue it. I'm not that educated, I guess. But just, and Trump does a lot of things that I don't agree with. The way he talks, I don't think he is a great person, but I do believe that he is a good president. The one thing I will say right now is gas prices are terrible. They are through the roof. See, I'm open-minded. I am Republican, and man, I don't know. When it comes down to it, I don't see how you all can vote, or I guess that doesn't really have to do with what you vote for, but liberals are, I mean, you got these furries that want litter boxes in bathrooms, and you got all these, and I know this is sort of a stereotype, but I mean, it's sort of a
Come on,
stereotype,
man. Come on,
it's
man.
sort of a
This is not
stereotype,
happening.
but
No, it's not. That's not happening. Not a thing.
you don't. What do you mean? It's true.
That is not a thing.
Okay, well, minus that one then. And again, this is a stereotype, but the purple and the blue and the yellow hair, the Republicans don't have that. They don't have it, and
There
I don't.
are,
I
there
think
are Republicans with blue, yellow, and purple hair.
I don't know about that, man.
They're definitely.
Hey,
are. And even so,
and
like,
I'm
who
not
cares
gonna-
what someone's hair color is?
I'm not going to be able to carry this conversation as long as all these other people, and I'm not going to throw bullshit at you because I am a little uneducated. But I do, before I get over here, want to say that I like you a lot more than Dean. You guys pop up on my lives all the time, and I appreciate you for being a lot more personable than Dean. And I've been on here for like an hour just listening to you because I like to hear other people's perspectives. And you're not going to get me to change. I can say I could get more educated. I should watch the news more. It
But
sucks.
why can't I change your mind is my question.
Because I can't verify everything you're saying, and that's how Republicans are the same way. You get your own version of the news, and it's not the same as the other person's version of the news.
One thing I actually recommend is that 'cause this is streaming on YouTube. You can go back onto my VOD later, and you can search up every single claim that I made, and you can fact check me by watching back this conversation later. And I promise you, every single thing that I say is something that you're going to be able to look up and find.
Okay, I believe you. What was I gonna say? I actually can't believe that I even got on here. I just requested like a minute ago, and I've never been on one of these before, so I didn't expect to get on here that quick. So I'm a little unprepared, but I didn't really come on here to debate you. I just kind of wanted to give you my point of view, and I really just wanted to tell you that I like you a lot more than Parker, and I appreciate you not being. He's a freaking weirdo, man. I can't stand watching his lives, but I know he's your buddy, so I won't sit here and bash him. But anyways, I'm gonna hop off here. You have a good night.
Okay. All right. So the next individual, only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. To go on the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. Speak, mute yourself, or leave the live.
Why? I'm
Good
trying
boy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump because I think that he's good for the economy, and I also don't support abortion, and he's against abortion.
Didn't I talk to you earlier?
No.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Like you've talked to me today.
I have not talked to you today. That is not true.
Yes, we did. We had this conversation earlier.
Ask the people in your.
He literally said the exact same thing earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
Thank you for the
hello.
corgi. How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Not at all, but I just want to say before.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everyone, do give it a quick second. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people, as always. Alrighty. Criteria is not there. I do apologize. Thank you for letting me know. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Security services. Now, your conversations with the police are not confidential, right? There's no law.
No, I didn't mean to
I clicked the
request.
wrong
Sorry.
button. You're good. Don't worry. I accidentally clicked expand instead of disconnect. Let's get this next person up here. You gonna crash out again?
No, like just concede, bro, and then I'll leave you alone. That's all. I just want you to concede.
I concede that you are an idiot.
Okay, dude, let's finish. Can I please see if I cannot get flagged, bro? Every time I've debated you, I've gotten flagged in 10 minutes. Why, bro? Why are they trying to censor? Because they're trying to censor the truth.
How about you stop being so rude, bro?
They're trying to censor the truth, man. That's what all liberals do, man. They try to censor the truth.
How about you? By the way, who runs this app right now? It's one of Trump's buddies. So when you say liberals try to censor the truth, TikTok is the one that flagged you, genius.
Because people are reporting me from your live.
Okay, but it still flagged you. People report me.
Can you tell your followers not to report me so we can finish the debate and you don't ever have to talk to me again?
People report me too, right?
All right, bro. Where were we at, man? We were at how Biden is 84 years old and like he would be less coherent than Donald Trump, bro. Like he didn't even know his own name, bro. He couldn't even wipe his own butt. Come on, man.
Did.
Like
he definitely does know his name. He definitely does do that. I don't know why.
But Parker, you really think the people of America are that stupid to vote in Joe Biden? And you're gonna tell me the election was fair?
Hey, Joe Biden was a better choice than Trump, so I definitely think that.
How is Joe Biden a better choice than Trump? Nothing got done under the Biden administration. Nothing.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill, or bipartisan Safer Communities Act, bipartisan Violence Against Women's Act.
They left millions of dollars of military equipment behind when we took our troops out of Afghanistan. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so we actually gave weapons to the Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban. Do you support us giving those weapons to the Afghan government to defend themselves? Because that's the only stuff that was left over that was US.
No. We left a lot of miscellaneous stuff as well, dude.
Wrong.
I was in the military when this happened.
Wrong.
No, I'm not. Dude.
Wrong. The military intelligence.
We left tanks and stuff. You really think Afghans know how to freaking drive tanks?
Yes, they do.
No, dude, we were down there.
Did you just say people from Afghanistan don't know how to drive tanks?
Hold on, Parker. Our mission.
Then how did the Taliban
Afghanistan
take over? If people from Afghanistan don't know how to drive tanks, then how did the Taliban take over the tanks?
Why were we in Afghanistan?
You are not
Parker?
smart.
Why were we in Afghanistan? I'm going to ask you this question. Why were we in Afghanistan? We were there to train the Afghan soldiers to defend themselves against the Taliban.
Change. Yeah, but so again, you would give them weapons to defend themselves, correct?
Yeah, but we left a lot of other stuff
by the
over
Taliban.
there.
Wrong. Give me a single source indicating that.
Yeah, 1 second. Can I look it up while you thank your donors?
Yep.
No, well, I'll find you a source. 1 second. I will find you a source.
And
Well,
thank
you
you for
concede. If
supporting
I
the
find
grift,
you
by
a
the way.
valid
Cosmic,
source,
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Can you thank Cosmic for the $10?
if I find you a valid source, will you concede on this point? Please, dude.
Give me a valid source.
in these
Elizabeth,
debates that
thank
I've
you for the
watched you in,
$2. Candace,
I've
thank you for the
never seen you
$5.
concede.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have
I'm
to
gonna
make sure to
find
look
the
back.
source
Thank
in
you very
1
much. And
second.
Eli, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Candace, thank you for the dollar. I do see your donation. Thank you very much. Alrighty, give them a second. Don't have any more people to catch up with. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. How many likes are we at on the YouTube stream? I'm assuming that we're at like 1.5 thousand, 1.6 thousand on the YouTube stream.
All right, you ready?
I'm assuming that's where we're at right now. Let me check. Oh, we're at 1.3 thousand. Even lower. Oh my gosh, my bad.
The cost of Biden's retreat from Afghanistan. That is the title.
Okay. The cost of Biden's retreat from Afghanistan.
House Committee.
Budget House Committee. You're talking about the Republicans. Budget House Committee, of course.
On the budget.gov. Yeah, look that up. Look at the source.
Yeah, this is just a Republican.
And just dude, so you're saying it's biased?
It doesn't.
Every claim you make has always been on the liberal side, dude.
Dude,
I can give you a Republican claim
from the Republican government, from the Republicans. Okay.
Well, read it, dude. It's truth.
So it doesn't say that it was specifically. By the way, it says supplied for the Afghan services, for the forces.
What are you talking about, bro?
Within the thing, it says for the Afghan forces.
It literally tells you how it's the biggest strategic failure the United States has ever had in the lifespan of the United States, dude.
Yeah, because of the fact that when we gave it to the Afghan government to defend themselves, they immediately lost it because they lost out. So
dude, that is our fault as well. We literally just left a bunch of untrained soldiers with a bunch of military equipment.
That would have happened regardless of whether or not Trump or Biden was in office. Trump set up.
Trump would have never done that, though. Is what I'm saying. Trump would have never done something that dumb.
Trump set up the agreement to leave
under the Biden-Harris administration, dude. Yes. This happened under the Biden-Harris administration. Yes, how does Trump have power under this?
Because the agreement was set up by Trump, and Trump set up the deadline under the Biden administration. It was extended under the Biden administration so that Biden
do you have a source
had more
for that?
time to leave. Yes, I do.
All right, I'd like to see this.
I got you. Do you want to bet on this, by the way?
Bro, are you a gambling addict, man? Like,
no, I just want your money, bro. That's all it is.
I mean, I already know you're wrong.
Factcheck.org. Timeline of U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Okay, read the source.
U.S. Taliban signed an agreement in February 29th, 2020. That's when Trump was in office.
What was the agreement?
That they leave by May 1st, 2021. They gave 5,000 members back to the Taliban.
Okay. Okay, hold on, dude. No, I'm not saying that Trump wanted our soldiers out of Afghanistan. It was pointless to have soldiers in Afghanistan and lose pointless American soldiers' lives. However, the way it was done was dumb, and I'm pretty sure the Biden-Harris administration did that on purpose, dude. Like, it messed our economy up as well, dude. All that money that was left in Afghanistan.
The Biden administration did it before they were even in office. What the fuck, Biden?
Oh my God.
Biden, you did it before you even became president. What the fuck? Joe, seriously, dude. How the hell? You did it before you even got into presidency. You're a fucking terrible president. How dare you?
Hold on.
Go back into time and pass it under Trump's administration. Biden, what the fuck? That's ridiculous.
No, Parker, when did we withdraw from Afghanistan? What was the date?
September. or
Da,
August.
da, 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 da. Come on, bro.
I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, August 2021.
Oh, August 2021 when Biden was the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So if Trump was the
when
president,
was the agreement set up?
yeah, the agreement was set up under Trump when Trump was president. However, the way we did it was not the right way. If Trump was president, he would have handled it in a correct manner. Do you understand what I'm
I have a
saying?
question.
To prevent from losing that military equipment and hurting. Huh?
Why didn't he do it then?
Why didn't he do it when he was president?
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, bro, I'm gonna say this, dude. I think it was to make like Biden look like an idiot because he knows Biden wouldn't be a good president.
So to clarify,
and
he knew that Biden would fuck it up and that service members would
Right.
die, and he chose to give it to Biden knowing that service members would die.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the way it was handled was not correct. He kind of knew Biden would mess it up.
So he knew that service members would die. He knew that the Taliban would become more powerful. So he knew that the Taliban would become more powerful and that service members would die if Biden did it. He decided to leave it up to Biden knowing that.
So are you admitting that Biden's an idiot and he couldn't handle the situation properly?
No, I'm just admitting that under your own reasoning that you think Trump was negligent.
No, Biden was negligent objectively.
No, not true. I
With
disagree with you.
with the situation, dude. How do you disagree with that?
What do you mean?
Like, I just don't understand how you don't disagree that that was a negligent decision by Biden.
What did Biden do? That was
Yeah, what did he do? He left all that equipment in there just so they could take
They
it, dude.
gave
He
the
should have
Afghan
taken all the
government
equipment,
stuff to defend themselves. That's totally okay.
bro. And dude? Oh my freaking goodness, man! I just don't understand your logic and
His
reasoning.
feelings
behind
are
this.
hurt. His feelings are hurt. That's what it is. Can we get
No,
some
my
baby
feelings
bottles
are
in the
hurt,
chat?
bro, because you won't admit that Biden is he just can't handle like matters like that. He can't handle foreign matters. He can't handle war.
He did. So
That's why
there
we
have
need
been-
Trump as president. That's
Do you
why I
agree-
love Trump as president.
Haven't more service members
Biden would have
died under
never-
Trump's war?
Biden would have never ever
Under Trump's
went
administration,
to
there
war
were
with
65
Iran.
service members that were died in conflict under Trump's first administration. Under Biden's administration, there were 16 that died. Okay? Trump, since he's got in office, has
Because
brought us back
Biden's
to
too
war.
scared to go to war, dude, and get shit
Trump has
done.
brought us to... Okay, so Biden was scared to go to... So Biden had less war. And Trump has more war.
The reason, dude, how many terrorist attacks were on American soil during the Biden-Harris administration? How much crime happened under the Biden-Harris administration? A lot more than Trump's. Because
I'm going to
Trump,
keep you out of wars. I kept you out of
because
wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have no more wars.
Parker,
I'm
do
gonna
you,
keep
do you,
you out of
under, do
wars.
you,
I kept
do you
you out of
understand
wars.
why
I'm
we're
not
going
gonna
to
start
war
a
with
war. I'm gonna
Iran?
stop wars.
It's
We
because
don't
they were
need the wars.
developing
I will end
missiles
the
that could
chaos in the
potentially
Middle
reach
East. I
the
will
United
prevent
States
World War III. We will
and
expel the
harm
warmongers from our
Americans.
government. I will
That's
restore
why we went
peace.
to war
Look
with
at his
Iran.
rhetoric. I said,
Because
no,
there
my
was
rhetoric's
intel.
going to
Dude,
keep
can you
us out
please
of
shut
wars.
that
We're
off
ending wars
so I
all
can
over
speak?
this planet. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from
Can
our
I give
government.
my reasoning real quick, dude, please?
Go ahead.
So do you
I will
understand the
restore
reason?
peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars.
Do you
We're
understand
ending
the
wars all
reason
over
we're
this
going to
planet.
war with
Under
Iran
Trump,
right now?
we will have
It's
no
a good
more
reason, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason
wars. I'm
is
going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
it's because Iran
We don't need the
is
wars.
Dude, come on,
I will
man.
end
Don't
the
be
chaos in
facetious,
the Middle
bro.
East.
You're
I
being
will prevent
facetious.
World War III. We will
You're being
expel the
facetious, bro.
warmongers from
Please,
our
dude,
government.
let's have a
I
debate.
will restore
You guys really want to
peace.
listen
Look
to
at his
this?
rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep
Or
us
you
out
guys
of war.
want to debate, bro?
Okay, go ahead.
Are you serious? Are you actually going to let me speak this time?
Go ahead.
So the reason
Ending
that
wars
Trump,
all over this planet.
Dude,
Under
are you
Trump,
like
we will have no
15?
more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars.
Let's act like grown men. All right, dude. So Iran was developing
wars. Well, I'm
missiles
not going to
that
start
could
a war. I'm going to
potentially
stop
reach.
wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III.
That could potentially reach U.S. soil. So we infiltrated Iran, dude. We attacked Iran to prevent those potential missiles from reaching U.S. soil. We saved a lot of American people in due process, and Trump. That's why Trump did it, bro. Biden would have never done it. And honestly, dude, we'd probably be in World War III right now if Kamala Harris was president. I'm gonna go ahead and say that.
So
Kamala Harris.
We
If
definitely
Kamala
would-
Harris was president, we'd be in World War III right now.
No, definitely not. So Kamala Harris.
What do you mean, definitely
So
not?
Can I explain it?
Iran would be, huh?
Can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So Kamala Harris definitely would not have brought us to World War II. She opposes the war
World
with
War
Iran.
II. You mean World War III?
I meant to say World War III. Yeah, I apologize. Wouldn't bring us to World War III. Obviously, like she's against the war with Iran. We're at war right now, and you're saying Kamala Harris.
She's
would
against
have
the war
brought
with
us to
Iran.
war.
Why do you think that is? Because she doesn't care about the American people's lives, dude. Iran is a threat, an imminent
Because
threat.
she does. It's because
to
she
American
does care.
people.
Wrong. It's because she does care about the American lives that are lost in this conflict. Trump doesn't. You're okay with them.
Obviously,
losing their lives,
he
by the
does,
way.
dude.
Along with
Dude,
the fact
that's a
that,
cost of
along
war.
with
I'm
the fact-
sorry you don't
okay,
understand
but
that.
you're okay with that cost because of the fact that you want the war to happen. Trump literally is not acknowledging that Joe Kent resigned because of this bullshit. Said that there was no U.S. intelligence that Iran was going to strike the United States. That there was no imminent threat. Tulsi Gabbard talked about how they were not even building nuclear weapons after it was destroyed about 6 months ago. Okay,
How do
weren't
they
even
know,
doing that
bro? They
again.
don't know, bro. They're just
That's
trying
what
to find
Tulsi
ways
Gabbard
so
said.
you
Tulsi
bash
Gabbard is on your
Trump.
administration, buddy. How does your own administration know that?
Bro,
Is that what you
because
said?
there's somebody under our administration that's a mole, bro. There's moles in every administration. Yeah,
Okay,
there's
so you got a
moles.
mole in
You
the
ever heard of
Trump
a mole?
administration. Yeah.
There probably is, dude. Trump would not just go to Iran for nothing. And literally, the cost of 6 American soldiers that died breaks my heart.
Yeah,
dude,
he's
'cause
doing
I
it for.
served it.
By the way, it's more than 6. It's last time I checked, it was above 13. So
Well, I served in the United States military, and it breaks my heart. But those 13 soldiers died for a cause, bro. If
for
we didn't go
literally
to war with
nothing.
Iran,
What have we benefited? What have the Iranian people benefited? Nothing. So no, it was
It's
not
what
for a
hasn't
cause.
happened.
It was
It's
for
what
Trump.
didn't happen.
It was for Trump and for Israel. It was for the defense contractors. It was for the oil companies. It was not for the American people. It was not for defense. It was not for our interests. It was not for this country. It was not for the preservation of our nation. It was literally for defense contractors, for the oil companies, for Israel, for a foreign nation, okay? What are you talking about? This is not for the American people. You have put many U.S. service members' lives on the fucking line. People have died for this shit, okay? Iranian civilians, American military service members. And you're willing to
prevent our
allow
own
that to happen. You're
civilians
willing to be
from
okay with
dying.
that because of what? We've gained fucking nothing from this. We've been negatively impacted around the entire world. Gas prices have gone up like fucking crazy. That's going to cause massive inflation.
That's a
Economically,
cost of war.
we're worse off because of the fact that this has happened. Donald Trump has literally costed hundreds of Iranian civilians' lives because of this. Literally, U.S. service members, over 13 so far, have lost their lives because of this. They're threatening to put
It could
U.S.
be
service
hundreds
members'
if we
boots
didn't
on the
attack.
grounds, and there will
It could be
likely be
hundreds.
thousands of deaths going into that, given that that's the case.
Let me ask
You're
you this,
totally
Parker.
okay with all of them losing their lives because of
No,
what?
I'm not okay with that.
Because
I'm
of
not
what?
okay
Tell
with
me,
that.
what are we
But
getting? Because of what?
I'm going to ask you this.
For what? Answer that question. For what?
Would you rather our service members die or our civilians die, bro? Because those service members
I would
signed
rather
a dotted
neither.
line
I would
contract.
rather neither, and Trump's putting both at risk. Trump said that there will be attack on U.S.
Those
soil
service
affecting
members know
civilians.
what they're signing up for, Parker. They know
What's
what
that?
I signed up for the military. I took that risk, dude.
Why don't you reenlist?
Why don't I reenlist? Because I'm on VA disability. I can't reenlist. However,
I'm sorry
if
to
I
hear that.
wasn't on VA disability, I would re-enlist and I would go fight overseas in Iran.
For what though?
Because
For what?
For what? To prevent Iran from attacking American soil, dude,
They
and
weren't
killing
going
civilians.
to.
That's
They weren't
the whole
going
point
to.
of the United States
Joe
military,
Kant literally
man.
said that was not going to happen.
Dude, over one word,
Kent.
bro.
Joe Kent said that was not going to happen. Why did I say Kant?
Yeah, what evidence and proof did he have that was not gonna occur, man?
What he said that there was no U.S. intelligence that they were going to strike the U.S. You'd have to provide the U.S. intelligence demonstrating that. And he's the person who works with counterterrorism. Like,
Iran has
specializes in
hated
that
Americans
for the Trump administration
over decades, dude.
By the
Iran
way,
has hated
he said-
Americans
by
for
the way,
over
let me clarify. He
Do
said
you remember
he-
9/11?
He said the last thing that Charlie Kirk told him was to prevent us from going to war with Iran. Did you know that?
Do what?
Did you know that the last thing that Charlie Kirk told him was that he should prevent us from going into a war with Iran?
Yeah, well, dude, if Iran wasn't building missiles and up to no good and being devious terrorists, we wouldn't have to go to war with Iran.
Wait, so
do you
then do
understand
you disagree
that?
with Charlie Kirk?
Do I disagree with Charlie Kirk about not going to war with Iran? In this particular circumstance, I do. Because Iran is a threat, dude. They're going
No
to, and
evidence.
this is why we need Trump as president, to
Nope.
prevent illegal immigrants. I say we put a whole secure
Illegal immigrants
on
have
the
nothing
border.
to do with this.
No,
You
I
said
say we
put what on the border?
There is. Yes, illegal immigrants do have something to do with this because if we let illegal immigrants in and terrorists in, there will be terrorist attacks like no other brother right now.
Undocumented immigrants
We're-
are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. Plus, if we are focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not those that are just coming here for a better life, then it would be easier for law enforcement to focus on the terrorists. Plus, Donald Trump's pardoned terrorists. He pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, considered a narco-terrorist by his own administration. Literally, they were convicted of doing this. So Donald Trump thinks if they are alleged of doing this, they deserve to be executed. But if they're convicted of it, they deserve to be pardoned. He also pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th, released them into our country. So you're totally okay with Donald Trump releasing terrorists into our country and releasing terrorists onto the streets. But then again, Democrats, you're saying if they disagree with Trump's immigration policy, that means they're allowing in terrorists? What?
Dude, this is what we need to do, man. I think we shouldn't let a soul into this country right now, man. This is a desperate time right now, dude. Iran hates us right now, dude. If we let anybody in this country, it could potentially be an Iranian or someone who supports that regime, and we are toast. So I think, no, the only people we should let into our country are people that are outside of the country right now that are American citizens trying to get back in the country. We should not let anybody from Mexico, from Canada, from anybody get into this country right now, dude. It
So
could
you
be a
want to ban
threat.
tourism right now?
Yes, I do. I absolutely do because America is in war right now, and terrorism is at an all-time high.
Would you want to prevent the elections too? Because we're at war?
Bro, elections and tourism do not go hand in hand, bro. That's a
I'm just
total
asking,
separate
do
thing.
you wanna-
because
do you wanna-
because elections are domestic, tourism is international. So I don't know what you're trying to get at right now.
Okay, but we do have to accept mail-in ballots from other nations. You know that, right? Because there are U.S. citizens in other nations that send mail-in ballots to the U.S. to vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're a U.S. citizen, you still obviously have the right to this country. But if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can't get in this country. You shouldn't have anything to do with this country.
So to
You should
clarify-
stay in your own country.
So to clarify real quick, you don't think people transporting goods to the U.S. should be allowed to do that if they're not a U.S. citizen?
Like, can you give me an example?
Yeah, like, for example, what about a pilot? Do you think a pilot from another country should be able to fly to our country to fly a plane here?
No. Dude, I don't know why that's funny, bro. Like you're okay with letting anything in right now, dude? Like that's a threat. You don't know, bro,
No,
what
it's
that
not.
pilot could be or do.
No, it's not, dude.
How is that not a threat, dude?
You know how many?
How are you not
planes-
worried right now? Do you understand?
You know how many
You're always
planes
talking
that
about,
are
oh, we're at
flying
war
into the
with
United
Iran,
States
bro.
right now?
We're at war with Iran. Oh my God. You know what I
there's-
mean? Trump's an evil monster.
Yeah, and you know there's TSA, right?
Someone said I'm a what?
You know there's TSA, right?
What do you mean?
Do you know what TSA is?
Yeah, can you elaborate on it?
Yeah. We have mechanisms to prevent people from harming individuals on
Oh,
planes
security?
and from bringing
Yeah,
stuff
look
like
look
that
at how
into our
that's going
country.
right now, dude. Aren't we in a government shutdown and we're not paying the securities?
Oh, and why are we in that shutdown?
Because of the war.
Who started the war?
Dude, you're saying Trump's at fault for everything, bro. No, he's not, man.
Well, you
We
just said it was
had to
because of
start
the
this
war that
war,
Trump
dude.
started. That's what you just said.
I'm justifying this war right now because Iran was a threat, man. We had to do this. Can you please admit we had to do this?
We did not.
What do you think would happen if Trump
Does that hurt your
didn't do
feelings?
this? No, I'm gonna ask you this. Do you support Israel?
No.
Why?
Because they constantly get us involved in forever wars in the Middle East for their interest to invoke greater Israel and not for American interests.
They're our allies.
They shouldn't be. They destroy our reputation around the entire world. They cause
Yeah, how
us to
so?
spend trillions of dollars on the Middle East and destabilizing the Middle East. Again, not to our benefit or for the benefit of the people living there.
Do you support the Middle East after everything they've done to the United States of America?
I don't support every country in the Middle East now, because that would include Israel, and I don't support Israel.
But you support like Iran and
Nope.
So you don't support Iran.
I do not support the IRGC. Definitely not.
You don't support like ISIS and all those organizations.
Definitely not.
Okay, then why are you mad that we went to war with them?
Because I don't think that U.S. military intervention has led to better conditions around the world in terms of the Middle East. I think that it's actually led to worse off conditions. So I don't see any reason why we should continue to involve ourselves in the Middle East when, historically speaking, it's destabilized the region. It's led to worse off conditions.
I'm gonna ask you this.
Led to
dude.
worse off conditions domestically in our country and limits
I'm
our
gonna
ability to
ask-
be able to help out American citizens.
I'm gonna ask you this, bro. What's more of a threat right now, man? Israel or Iran?
Israel.
You, dude. What? What? Did you just say Israel's more of a threat to the United States of America than Iran?
Yes.
Brother. Dude, dude, you've got to turn off that liberal news, man. No, they're not. Dude, Iran has a majority of terrorists in their organization in their country, bro. And you're saying Israel's how?
I mean, Israel's run by terrorists. Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal that's actively perpetuating a genocide in Gaza and trying to continue Greater Israel, has been saying that Iran's going to be developing a nuclear weapon in 2 weeks for the past fucking 30 years. He's constantly tried to involve us in war. He doesn't give a shit about the American people. He doesn't give a shit about the American veterans losing their lives. He's constantly wanting us to engage in war, specifically for his own interests in expanding Israel, in the ethno-state, in the apartheid. That's what he wants to do. So I do not support that fucking absolute satanic individual, disgusting individual that, realistically speaking, should be held accountable by the ICC and the ICJ, right? And we should actually abide by their arrest warrant.
Who's more likely to perpetrate a terrorist attack? Iran or Israel on American soil? Because this is about us. This is not about anybody else, dude. This is about our country. This is about defending our country. Who's more a threat to our country? Not other countries, not anybody else. Our country right now, Parker. Iran. Correct.
Because we started a war with Iran. Yeah.
They hated us before we started that war, dude.
I think
wouldn't just bomb them for no reason.
I think prior it was equivalent.
How is it equivalent?
Because
okay. Oh yeah, we'll go prior. Prior to us bombing
prior to
Iran,
us starting with
when
a
it was
war with Iran,
right.
It was
right.
equivalent
How
between
is it?
Israel
How
and
is it
Iran.
neutral? How?
Because there was no evidence that Iran was going to attack the United States.
Dude, I just don't understand. Like, Iran. Do you understand the Iranian regime hates America?
Yeah, because of our relationship with Israel and involvement in the Middle East, militarily speaking.
No, dude, they hated us. They hated us before that.
Okay, why?
I don't know why, bro. I think it's because we're. Hold on. I'll tell you what I think why. I'll tell you what, dude. It's because we're a Christian country. They're Muslims, bro.
That is not
yes,
the
it
reason.
is. It's because
By the
of
way,
religion.
we're a secular
yes,
country.
Is.
By the way, we're a secular country.
We're prominently Christian.
Yeah, there are a lot of Christians that live in our country, but our government is secular.
Okay, dude. They just hate Americans, bro.
Because of our relationship with Israel and military intervention in the Middle East. If we didn't do that in the Middle East,
you don't have any evidence
didn't
for
involve
that.
ourselves with Israel.
You have no evidence for that.
Yeah, I do. The coup in 1953, our U.S. intervention in the Middle East, Osama bin Laden's messages specifically, Iran, what they've literally themselves said about the region. We know very clearly the reasons why they have these views.
Okay,
It's because of our military involvement in the Middle East. It's because we've destabilized the region. It's because of our relationship with Israel. That's why. If we stop doing that, they would not say that. I'm genuinely serious. This is what I mean. Trump in his relationship with Israel will destabilize our relations all around the world and already have. Our relationship with Israel has destabilized our relationships all around the world and will only continue to do so now. The Democratic Party should absolutely reevaluate its relationship with the state of Israel. We should stop supporting the state of Israel. We should stop funding them for all of their military conquests. They are a rogue nation, a terrorist state, quite literally right now trying to continue to expand their borders by giving literally the ability to individuals within Israel to literally go into the West Bank and steal land from Palestinians by giving them arms to do so. I mean, why would we support such a state doing that? That's atrocious, okay? We already have a law in the books called the Leahy Law that prevents us from sending money to a state committing genocide. That's quite literally what Israel is doing. Not only that, but also trying to expand all around the world, even trying to take parts of Lebanon, right? That's not even being talked about much in the media because of everything that's going on right now. So Israel is a rogue state we should not be supporting, that is destabilizing our relationships all around the world, that limits our ability to help out American citizens in terms of infrastructure, healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic things they need. And I care more about America than I care about Israel. America first, not Israel first.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with America first before any foreign country. How do you feel about
Trump
the foreign
doesn't.
aid we sent?
Trump puts Israel before America.
Well, Biden put Ukraine before America. So
I don't think that's putting Ukraine before America.
Yeah, dude, sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine wasn't putting Ukraine before America.
One, because it's not a war of aggression.
Okay.
Two, because we had an agreement with them in terms of establishing this through the Budapest
It was
Memorandum.
indirectly fucking up our economy, but okay.
It wasn't. So again, if you wanna reference this,
yeah, dude, because money just comes off trees, right? Come on, bro. We printed all this money to send over to Ukraine. In due sight, we reallocated military
supplies that we already had. What are we going to provide people access to things they need with the supplies? No, you're being ridiculous.
No, bro, we were sending billions and billions of dollars. Also, the money that we
sent to them,
they spent on in his mansion, not doing anything.
All of that money went back to us, right?
Dude, so he could buy a mansion with it.
Hey, buddy, all of that money went back.
Bought a mansion with American dollars. How do you feel about that?
No source for that. All of the money went back. Most of the money went back to the U.S.
He's never got his hands dirty
because they had to spend the money in the U.S. on American companies.
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Yeah, that money went back to the U.S. because they had to spend the money in the U.S.
You're saying all the money that we sent to Ukraine came back to the United States. They didn't spend it. No, dude, they spent it on weaponry and we gave them
the weaponry
weapons.
that they had to buy. Where'd they buy it from?
Guessing you're saying the United States.
Yep, cooked. Thank you. Casey, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That doesn't give us all the money back.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, Casey. I really appreciate the $3. Madeline, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we throw W's from Madeline in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much. Can you thank Madeline for the $50?
Well, okay, I'll ask you this, dude. Would you ever go fight for the Foreign Legion?
Can you thank Madeline for the $50?
Dude, why?
Just because. That would be nice.
Why would I thank somebody for giving you $50 when you're wrong on literally every point that you've just made right now?
Because it would be nice. It's the right thing to do.
I think I deserve $50, man, because I'm at.
No, you don't, Cat. Thank you for the lion. Thank you so much, Cat. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section for the lion here on TikTok? Holy shit. Thank you so much. Can you thank Cat for the lion now? Holy shit. Thank you so much.
Did not just gift this guy a lion.
Sin, thank you for the paper crane. Can you thank Cat for the lion?
No.
Why not? That would be nice.
No, it wouldn't be. What would be nice is if you would admit that the war right now is for a good cause and not for some bullshit.
If you agree with me that we should not be supporting the war with Iran, type 3 in the comment section.
Obviously, all your followers are
the
gonna follow
American
you
citizens
and support
disagree with it. It's not just us. It's not just
bro.
us, by the way. It's the country overall. About 80% of Americans.
I'm not being rude at all. I think Parker's
actually
being rude to me.
Sorry, I apologize. About 75% of Americans do not support the war with Iran.
75% of Americans.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's because they're sitting at home getting welfare checks, not knowing what war means or what it's like, dude. Because
75% of Americans are not getting welfare checks.
Yeah,
I don't know
dude,
what you're talking about.
I guarantee most people.
So he's coping right now. Jay, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Jay as well, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions and the one myself as well. He said, "I'll give you 20 to call him stupid." You are stupid, buddy. You are stupid as fuck.
I guarantee most veterans do support the war because they know what it's like, dude. They know what war's like. They know that it's a cost.
Can you give me a poll that
life.
indicates that?
And
can you give me a poll?
I didn't say that it's true. I said I think it to be true. So I'm not personally sure.
I promise you that's not the case.
I mean,
Casey, thank you again. I appreciate the $3. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate Dylan. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's absolutely ridiculous. Yehosha was
honestly,
thank you for the $2. Thank you. I'm not quite sure. I think actually earlier tomorrow morning is when I plan to be live.
I wish
like
we
9
did
a.m.
live in a
Pacific
utopian
time.
society where war wasn't needed, but it is.
It's not needed. You're taking us to war, a war of aggression for no reason. This is not needed. You're supporting this not for our country, but for specifically Donald Trump and the state of Israel.
I'm supporting it to defend the civilians of the United States.
Yeah, you're licking the boots of Israel. You're licking the boots of Israel and billionaires. That's what you're doing. Jordan, thank you for the $50 for as a disabled veteran. We don't fuck with this guy. Israel not being a part of the NPT while having nukes is a legit threat. The Samson option is also scary as fuck. AIPAC has given approximately 65% of politicians money. Israel's 100% a threat to the U.S. Very true, Jordan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Can you thank Jordan for the $50?
No, bro.
EGC, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Said this is a little bit late, but I need to say it. Slava Ukraine, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because W's in the comment section.
Can you
Trey, thank you for the $5, and Liz, thank you for the $5. He said I work with a veteran. He does not support the war or Trump. And then Trey said I'm a vet and I do not support the war of aggression, which has taken 13 service members. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Trey. I really appreciate it.
Do you think the United States was well off under the Biden-Harris regime?
I think it was a lot better.
Do you think it was good inherently?
Yeah. Comparative to this administration, yeah.
No, not comparative. Inherently, do you think it was good?
I mean, I would say that there were plenty of things I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration on. Domestically speaking, I think
you don't think it was actually good. You just think it's better than the Trump administration.
I think domestically speaking, it was good. Foreign policy was not good.
Dude, okay. No, dude, domestically it was not good. The economy was dog shit. Gas was literally the same price as it is now.
But that wasn't because of Biden. That wasn't because of Biden.
What was it because of? COVID?
Yeah, it was because of supply chain issues.
Oh my gosh, dude. Dude,
I'm sorry that hurts your feelings. But
no,
Amusing Raven,
nice
thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Hey, can you thank Amusing Raven for the $50? Can you thank Amusing Raven?
It's nice to use COVID as an excuse
to justify the shittiness
of the
Hey, Seth, buddy.
time.
Hey, buddy. Amusing Raven, can you thank Amusing Raven for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat?
Can we debate, bro?
Yeah, I think Amusing Raven for the $50.
No, man.
Why not?
See, bro, if you weren't getting all this money, man, we probably would honestly have like a good debate, bro. You wouldn't be.
Seth, you're an idiot. Trent, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Trent. Give me some W's for Trent in the comment section right now. Grateful, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, at some point we will. By the way, you aren't having a productive dialogue, Seth. That's why I'm doing this to you.
Anyways, dude, I'm assuming you support abortion. Because
nice pivot.
okay, I'll pivot because dude, there's nothing else you can say.
You already got dog walked. Is that what it was?
No, I was just about to say, bro. I just dog walked you, bro. So there's really no
on what point?
other point.
Name one point you beat me on.
The point on why war with Iran is justified to defend the U.S. citizens. Oh wait,
it's
dude,
not
I'm sorry.
Justified.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't necessary to defend U.S. citizens. Joe
you
Kent
and other
literally said that there was no
liberals don't support
intelligence
US
indicating that it was.
citizens, so why would you?
There was
why
no
would you
intelligence
not?
that they were going to attack.
You don't care
the US.
about the U.S. people.
I do. You don't.
No, you do not, dude.
Well, it tells you I don't.
Otherwise, you wouldn't justify abortion. You wouldn't justify freaking transgender people. You wouldn't justify.
I wouldn't justify trans people.
Immigrants.
What?
You wouldn't justify all these illegal immigrants coming in. And
trans people are amazing. We love trans people here. Can we get some W's for trans people in the comment section right now? There's nothing wrong with trans people. You're just fear-mongering
Parker, I
trans
actually
people
wanted
for
to
no
say
reason. Loving this country also includes trans people. There are trans
you
people
think it's
within this
crazy
country.
to believe in God? You think it's crazy?
Hey, buddy, there are
But
trans
you don't
people.
think it's crazy to have a sex change?
There are trans people in this country that are American citizens. You love this country, which would include loving trans people.
You think it's crazy to believe in God, but you don't think it's crazy to have a sex change. Justify that.
I don't think it's crazy to believe in every depiction of God. And it's not crazy to have gender reassignment surgery.
You think
gender reassignment surgery has been determined to be effective for trans people, and that's determined specifically by doctors and by studies. And then for the belief in God, I think that logically speaking, you could disprove the Christian notion of God. But even so, like I like liberal Christians. I can disagree with like the
because they're
perspective and
liberal.
still like liberal Christians.
Because they're liberal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty shitty, by the way.
How?
Because I'm a Christian, but I'm a Republican, so you don't like me just because I'm a Republican. But we have the same beliefs, and
it's not just because you're a Republican; it's because you're a Trump supporter and you support a rapist and you want to undermine our country.
Bro. How do I want to undermine my country?
You support a guy that
served
undermined the
my
2020
country.
election. You support
Did
a
you
guy that
serve the
started war
country?
with Iran. You support a guy that
Did you serve the
literally
country?
is a rapist. You support a guy that didn't release the Epstein files when legally obligated to do so. And literally,
He did
an
release the
NPR
Epstein
investigation
files.
indicated that they were scrubbing allegations associated with the ones targeted against Trump.
Epstein files
from
were
a person
released.
that
Were
got a
they
settlement
not?
with the Epstein estate.
Were the Epstein files not released?
Not all of them, no. And they, again, an NPR investigation indicated
So
that they
what,
were purposefully
dude?
they were purposely scrubbing allegations against Trump. Emma, thank you for the $5 for God made
Yeah,
me
do you have
trans. Now
evidence
what?
of
Yes,
that?
thank you so
That's
much,
a
Emma. I
pretty-
really appreciate it. Thank you,
That's a
Johnson.
pretty
Thank you for the
strict
$5.
claim
Thank you so
right
much. I
there.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's
Can we get some
a
W's for
pretty
them in the
bold
comment section
claim.
right now. Dark Meridian, thank
They
you for
were
the $5. Thank you
purposely
very much.
scrubbing Trump out of the Epstein files. Yeah,
Yes.
do you have evidence for that?
Yes, an NPR investigation indicated that to be true.
Dude, that's not evidence.
An NPR investigation is absolutely evidence.
Can you pull it up and read it?
Yeah, I told you the title. Look up NPR investigation shows Trump scrubbed.
So see, you're at the burden of producing the evidence. I'm not. So can you look this up and read it? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Okay. The title is from NPR. Justice Department withheld and removed some Epstein files related to Trump. The Justice Department has withheld the Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor. An NPR investigation finds it also removed some documents from the public database where accusations against Jeffrey Epstein also mention Trump.
There's no way that the NPR can prove that.
They have an investigation that indicates that to be true, and you can click on.
They have an investigation that indicates that to be true.
Yes, and you can look at the investigation. I gave you the title to go look it up. Would you like to accept that, or do you just want to sit here and complain because you're a whiny baby that needs a baby bottle?
Oh shit! Anyways, I got you on that earlier, man. Dude, it's mind-blowing, man. I'll tell everybody this. It's crazy that liberals think that believing in God is crazy, but having a sex change of being
That's
a
not
different
what
gender
I said.
is normal.
I never said living or believing in God is always crazy. And I also never said, and also
Okay, the
specifically
Christian
for people
God.
who are getting a gender reassignment surgery, it's not crazy. I don't know why you keep trying to act like that is crazy. By the way, you think that people getting gender
That's
reassignment...
insane.
Watch this. You think people getting gender reassignment surgery is crazy, even though it's determined to be medically beneficial for trans people, but you don't think it's crazy that Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet, and that climate change is a hoax. You don't think it's crazy that Donald Trump looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice when he had protective glasses in his hands, that he said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, that he said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, that he said that we should nuke hurricanes, that he said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism, when a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked indicated no sufficient evidence, all right, and actually no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings, right? He also specifically, we can go into a million things about what he said. He also said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden in California. Okay? That,
Is
you
he
don't think
lying?
that all of those things are crazy, but you do think that it's crazy for some reason that, again, we think that gender reassignment surgery is beneficial because science indicates that to be true.
Dude, about Trump nuking hurricanes, man. Obviously, he was trolling and just making a joke.
No,
dude.
he was.
I
being
mean, are you
serious.
really gonna believe he was
literally
serious? Come on, dude.
Yes, he was literally. By the way, we got this information from people that were on his
You know how
administration.
choke jerks around, bro.
No, we got this from his administration that talked about how in private meetings he brought this up as something that we could legitimately try to do to try to prevent hurricanes. I'm not trolling. He brought this up in private meetings. And his own administration talked about the fact that this happened.
He was probably trying to provoke laughs out of his own administration, dude.
Not a single one of those people will tell you that that was what happened in that situation.
Brother, come on. Trump is a lot smarter than Joe Biden was.
You
in the
aren't.
head.
And neither is
I'm
Trump.
not.
Yeah, you guys are both dumber than Joe Biden. I
have
genuinely
a
do believe Joe
bachelor's in
Biden is way smarter
psychology.
than you. Joe Biden is way smarter than
Well,
Trump.
I'm
It's not
actually a
even close.
major in psychology, so I think I would know that he's joking.
I think Joe
because
Biden
no
literally
human
has
being-
at least 40 IQ points on you.
I have a major in psychology. But anyways.
Do you want a cookie? Is that supposed to mean something?
No, I know psychology, dude. I know the meaning behind like how people think. And I obviously know Donald Trump.
What is Freud's first name?
Sigmund.
Okay. What is he most known for?
Dreaming.
You don't know?
What do you mean I don't know? Dude, I went to college 10 years ago.
But that's like the number one thing you learn in psych classes. I mean, I took intro to psych. I learned about that.
I also took AP European history, dude. I don't remember like an inch of that stuff, dude. And I got a B and I got a 5 on the exam. So, I mean, I don't remember every little thing about Sigmund Freud.
I'm not
I
even saying
remember
I said the
I
main
aced-
thing that he's known for.
Hold on, let me think.
I said, what is the main thing that Sigmund Freud is known for? And you don't know as a psych major. And by the way, that's fair for a typical psych major. But you just tried to bring up your psych major as a reason as to why you know things and other people don't. Like, you tried to use that as like something that accredited you. And then you don't know one of the core fundamental main things that you're supposed to know from psych.
Was it not dreams, bro?
No.
Fuck, what was it?
Oedipus complex.
Oedipus complex.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
I remember studying it, dude. Honestly, I forgot what it is. It's been 10 years since I went to college. Dude, 10 years, man. Cut
But
me
this
a
is
break,
like the
dude.
main thing
I
that you
served
learn.
the
This is like the
military
main
after
thing you
this.
learn in psych, dude.
I was put through stress.
I'm
from
sorry.
sergeants
I'm sorry.
and
This
all
is like
kinds
you
of
not
stuff.
knowing. This is like getting an econ degree and not knowing what market equilibrium is. This is what I mean.
I developed PTSD in the military, and yeah, I have memory problems, man. I don't
Okay,
remember
that makes
ever.
sense. I understand that, but I'm sorry. Do not use your psych major as a reason to accredit you if you don't know anything from the psych. That makes sense. The PTSD,
Okay,
that makes
give me
sense.
another
I
question
understand
about
that,
psych.
and I would never try to go after you specifically for that. But like when it comes to this, you cannot
It's been
say
a
that
long
this
time,
is
man.
going to accredit you, yet you don't know anything about the stuff that you were specifically mentioning.
Dude, come on, man. Use a little common sense here, dude. You really think a human
You're the one
being
claiming
with
that
the
you were accredited
capability
because of this, but you
with the
don't remember
capability
it.
of reading and writing, would really, literally, genuinely believe that we can nuke hurricanes?
Yeah, Trump literally thought we could do that.
Come on, dude. No.
Yeah, he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Tell me why any reasonable person would say that.
What did he say about
He said,
COVID-19?
yeah, he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
Oh, like disinfecting it with like injecting?
Yeah, injecting disinfectant into your veins to fight COVID-19. Yeah.
Bro. I mean, dude, they would obviously, to fight COVID-19, you would obviously need to study it more and like find medicine to prevent it. Obviously, I don't think the vaccine was a
I'm sorry.
plausible.
Would you ever be like, we should check to see if injecting Lysol into the veins would be beneficial to fight COVID-19?
No, bro, and I'm sure he was joking about that too.
He wasn't. He said that in front of on national television, live on air, in front of the entire media. No laughter, no jokes.
Dude, that's how he is, man. That's his sense of humor.
I can't take you seriously.
Okay, bro. All right. Regardless
Like,
of if
no,
he's
stop. That's not him joking. Stop doing this.
Okay, dude.
That's not him
Say
joking.
it's okay. Say it's not him joking, dude. Regardless, man. Like, even if he was serious about that, bro, I think he's handling this country better than Kamala Harris would have. And I
You have
genuinely
no reason to
mean
believe
that.
that.
Just because he said that does not mean like he's unfit to govern this country and be a president of this country. Just because he said that.
That's going to be indicative of the fact that he has cognitive decline, indicative of the fact that he's not mentally there, and it's definitely worse than
What?
anything that Biden ever said. There's nothing that you'd be able to point to that Biden said intentionally that was anywhere near as dumb as that. Like, I'm not joking. There's not a single thing.
Dude, Biden
You
couldn't
might be
even
able to, you might be able to point to like
say a whole
unintentionally.
sentence sometimes.
What's up?
Biden couldn't even say a whole sentence sometimes without like forgetting where he was. That was evident during his presidential debates. You know what I mean?
So,
Like, I mean, just because Trump said some stupid stuff doesn't mean he was cognitively
but what did he intentionally say that was incorrect?
inferior to Joe Biden.
So what did name one thing Joe Biden said intentionally that was stupid?
Name one thing Joe Biden said intentionally that was stupid.
Yeah, I'm asking from your perspective.
I think Joe Biden's actually said something racist.
Yeah, and I will agree that he has. But can you tell me?
Oh, okay. So
something from
you agree? You agree with that? He said something about smarter than white kids.
That was an unintentional statement.
What
I
are
said
you referring
intentional.
to? How was that? He said it intentionally.
No. He didn't mean to say poor kids in that situation. He accidentally said that.
What was he meaning to say?
This is what you were trying to associate to be racist. You were trying to associate it to be racist because he accidentally said poor when trying to reference black kids.
Yeah.
It was an accident. I said, name something intentionally said that it was stupid.
I mean, he didn't intentionally say anything that's stupid. Like, just the way he acts is stupid, bro. Like, he'll stutter for like 5 seconds and then forget the whole sentence that he was saying. You really think that that's a man that can be the president of this country and give out executive orders?
Yeah,
he can't even talk.
Joe Biden's definitely better than Trump. You shove yet to what intentional statement did he say that was?
Yeah,
stupid?
how is Joe Biden better than Trump?
What intentional statement did he make that was stupid? Because you can say that he had a stutter or that he had an issue with communicating something. All unintentional things. Tell me something that he did intentionally that was stupid.
Yeah, can I find one and I'll tell you it? Let me just look one up, dude. I'm
See
sure
how
I
many
can find
examples
plenty
I
of them.
had of Trump doing that, but like you don't know how any of Biden off the top.
Dude,
of your head?
I know.
Go ahead.
he
Go ahead.
said
Go find your thing. Go find your thing. I'm gonna thank some people in the meantime. Barbara, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think he'll know. Peyton, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Casey, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. Love you as well. Thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said my major in child psychology, and Trump's actions literally point closer to him thinking more similar to someone the age of 13 or 14 rather than someone who's 78. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If anything, I would go even lower than that. His brain definitely, and cognitive function is definitely lower than that. Even a 5-year-old, I would say. I don't think he's smarter than a 5-year-old. Let me thank some people on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people as always. Peachy, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Heidi, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I know, I'm so sorry to hear. That's absolutely horrible. Love you, thank you for the $1. They said I was being generous with the broken hearts. Well, thank you so much. I know you were. I was just messing with you. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Erotica in the comment section right now. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, surprising, right? As well as AK, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you for is the degree from Trump University? Very possibly. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Benchmark for intelligence. Yeah, I know. It's definitely crazy. Well, thank you so much. Darth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much as well. Thank you for he was forced to release the files and didn't release them all in full. Exactly. Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Call cares about American citizens except for gay people, trans people, liberals, non-Christians, women, people who get abortions. I mean, that list can keep going, by the way, for sure. But that's very true. Exactly. Nathan, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my
Grateful,
Wi-Fi
thank you for the $5. Lunar, thank you for the €5.
Bro, so every
And Josh,
time I
thank you for
click
the
on a
$5 for
source or
Biden has a speech
something,
impediment, and in speech therapy, it is literally taught to sometimes change what you are saying when you start to struggle with it. Well, thank you so much, Josh. I really appreciate it. Very true.
Yeah, my internet's acting up, dude. So every time I
MAGA
press a
mobile.
source, bro, it doesn't
Christopher,
direct
thank
me
you
to
for the $1.
page.
Can we kick him and get someone new? Yeah, I'm gonna ask him one more thing. You wanna justify the whole fake job thing before?
Yeah, dude, you're gonna kick me because I'm destroying you.
Dude,
But, okay.
you've got dog walked repeatedly on my stream. At this point, it's embarrassing.
Okay, dude, why don't you pick a topic, man, and let's go. I picked my topics.
I got you. I got you.
Honestly,
so
bro.
you think I don't have a real job? So tell me what a real job is.
Bro, you really genuinely don't think you have a real job, do you? If
I
you
do have a
don't
real
think you have a
job.
real job, man, then you don't have a real job.
I do have a real job.
Like, you genuinely don't. You legitimately
I have
don't
a real
job,
job.
bro.
I have a real
The
job.
real job is serving this country, something you've never done, something you'll never know.
I'm serving the
That's why
country
you don't
right now.
understand. That's why you don't understand the war in Iran's a good thing.
Well, again, you don't have any evidence
Because
that
because all
you don't
the
have any
people, all
evidence
the
that most
veterans-
service members disagree. Also, plus Trump dodged
Well,
the
every
draft.
veteran I've talked to.
Trump dodged the draft on multiple occasions. Also, how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 Democratic
I'm
veterans
sure
in
if you had
Congress?
billions of dollars, you would dodge the draft too, Parker.
No, I'm good. Now, can you answer the question? Why
What?
why do you overlook Donald Trump dodging the draft, right? And why do you actually, you could just address that first. Why do you overlook him dodging the draft, Mr. Bone Spurs, President Bone
I
Spurs?
I don't condone him dodging the draft. Nobody's perfect, bro. Just like you have some things that you don't like about Biden.
Nobody's
There's some things I don't like
perfect.
about Trump. But you claiming that he's a rapist is bullshit.
He was held
You
liable of
claim-
sexually abusing
you-
a woman. Okay, but let me go into the second part. How do you
Dude,
feel
he
about
wasn't
him?
held liable.
How
Dude,
do
it
you
was
feel
a
about
civil
Donald Trump?
case.
How do you
It
feel
was a
about Donald
civil
Trump?
case.
Yeah,
It was
he
a
held
civil
liable.
case. It was a lawsuit, dude. It wasn't a criminal justice case. He wasn't convicted.
Okay, because of the statute of limitations. So does that mean you don't accept any of the?
Okay, dude. statute of
hold up.
limitations. That's
Does
right.
that mean that you don't
Oh,
accept
yeah.
any of
That's
the
why he
cases?
wasn't convicted. Not
So
just
that-
because he's an innocent man.
So Seth,
but you can't ever admit that.
So So Seth, that means you don't accept any of the cases against the 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country who are violating civil law and not criminal law, because they specifically have overstayed a visa.
Yeah, can you repeat that, bro?
Yeah, you don't think the people specifically who are violating civil law and not criminal law, who are overstaying a visa specifically, are the cases against them are legitimate because they're civil cases, not criminal, right?
No, I'm just saying. You're saying he's a convicted felon, but he's not convicted.
He is a convicted felon. You want to bet?
Wait,
They changed that.
You want to bet? He has been
apparently they
convicted.
changed that. Apparently they changed that.
They did.
So no, he's not.
He is a convicted felon. I was going to talk to that person in a second, but Seth, he is a convicted felon. Do you want to bet on that?
How much?
$500.
Dude, I'm not betting you $500.
$100.
Because I know you don't get $500, bro, from a fake job.
I definitely have $500.
Dude, do you pay your taxes, man, like an actual American
I do.
citizen?
I pay more taxes than you.
Bullshit.
No, then let's do $500.
Bullshit.
$500. Do the bet.
Dude, you don't pay your fucking taxes.
Hey, buddy,
on
do the
this
bet.
shit.
$500.
What's your job, Parker?
You're not
You
gonna
didn't say what you do.
Yeah, what do you do,
Mr. White,
Parker?
it's this.
What's your job, man? What's your
This.
job, bro?
This.
This is your job. This is what you classify as a real job.
Yeah.
I put in 31 years, 3 different Teamsters, Parker. I'm retired now. I get an annuity check every month.
Do you want to
I put in my time. Can you do that?
Do you want to cook?
Can you say that? No, you can't.
Because I'm 23 years old.
What do you define a real job as? Let me ask you this.
A paid place of employment.
Paid place of employment. This is not what you're doing. Is not employment, dude. What you're doing,
I'm self-employed.
What you're doing is a hobby. What you're doing is for fun.
I make money off of this.
Yeah,
I
you
pay
make
my
money
bills
off of this because you
make
because
good money
you have,
off it too.
You have idiot liberals in your comment section that'll give you money.
You're mad that people are sending me money. That doesn't mean
You know
it's
what,
not a real
Parker?
job.
Deep down,
No,
dude,
you can't be mad at
deep
him.
down, you
just
might be a
just
smart.
because you guys are mad at me making money doesn't mean I don't have a real
I'm
job.
not.
If you were truly
I'm
smart,
not
you'd
mad
be a
at you.
Republican, dude. I think Parker's a Republican when he's off camera.
You know what? I've often thought that. He'll
Yeah,
hold a
I
moderate
genuinely think Parker's a
independent.
Republican off camera.
He's a moderate independent. That's what.
Yeah,
Parker is.
at least a moderate.
Moderate independent.
I believe he's like leaning both ways, but I don't think he's fully liberal.
No.
Would you admit that, Parker? Would you admit like you're a little bit of a moderate?
Everything I say on my live stream is my literal position. I know that
No,
it hurts
everything
your
you say on your
feelings, but
live
that's my
stream is
literal
what-
position.
Everything you say on your live stream is what will give you gifts, is what will give you donations. That's why you say it. That's why you think it's a job. Because you're saying stuff, lies
Seth,
even,
Seth,
to get donations and
Seth,
money. It's
I could-
bullcrap.
I could be-
and it's
I could be
lying.
more- I could be
You gotta
more
admit he's going to be upper
Listen.
management.
I could be-
whatever
I
he
could
does
be-
settle into.
Listen.
I could see
could-
Parker doing that.
Listen. So
Yeah, I could too.
So I could be more liberal, and I could get donations. I'd still have a platform. I could be more moderate. I would get donations. I would still have a platform.
No, dude, because if you were a moderate or Republican, you would not get donations like this.
If I was
Because Democrats don't care by giving their welfare checks to you. Because
So-
they give it easy from the government, dude. They don't have to
Hey, buddy.
work. I guarantee nobody in your
Okay, I'll just mute you. So I do think that if I was a moderate, I would still be able to make money because people want me to be against Trump, right? When I'm arguing against Trump, and so I'm in the same position. I don't see
What
any
about the right
difference.
side, though? What if you were on the right side?
I would definitely still be able to get a platform.
Not like this.
Let's just be honest, Seth.
You would actually have to
Seth,
go to a
Seth,
factory or
Seth,
something.
please
I think
listen for
Parker
a
could
second.
set in any position.
Seth, yes, I think you're right. The other guest is right about this. I think I could hold practically any
Seth
position.
cooking Parker right now. Y'all mad? Yep.
Seth, be quiet. I think I could practically hold any position, and I would still be able to have a platform. Okay? Like, I just want to be totally honest with you. I think that I genuinely myself, I have obviously a skill set where I could, regardless of any
You know what I just
ideological-
thought of, Parker? Can I say something real quick? You know
Wait,
when you
let
say
Parker
that,
finish.
when you
Let
say
Parker
that,
after I'm done speaking.
I want to hear what Parker has to say about this.
Yeah. So I could hold any ideological view, specifically like conservative, Republican. I could, if I was a Trump supporter, I'd still have a large platform. Hell, I would have a larger
why is
platform than
that?
older millennial. I promise you that. Okay? I would have a huge platform even if I was
They
conservative.
wouldn't give you money, bro, because they work hard for their money. They know what
You don't think
money's
Charlie
worth.
Kirk made money? You don't think I could have done something like Charlie Kirk?
No, you would never be as big as Charlie Kirk.
I don't know if I would be as big as Charlie Kirk, but I could definitely have a large platform if I were on the right. Now, I don't have those
Not on
views.
TikTok.
So Seth, I don't have those views, therefore I would not be in that position. But I absolutely do have the skill set on TikTok or any other platform
But
to be able to
hypothetically-
also build up a platform if I had different ideological beliefs. I don't
What you're
think
doing is not a skill.
I don't. Yes, it is. I do think that
Dude,
my
Yeah, no,
it's
he does.
not.
I mean, he does have that.
I do think that it's obvious that I have a skill at debating.
talent?
I think I obviously have a skill at debating. I obviously have the ability to engage with people's views, and I guarantee, hold a better conservative position than 99.9% of people specifically that hold the positions in debates. Okay?
You
Simply
being
because I am
condescending
familiar
and-
with the
and
positions.
giving out you being condescending and giving out ad hominems is not a skill
That's
set.
not an ad
It's
hominem.
not a talent because that's what you do, bro. You criticize people.
An ad hominem is to insult someone and to say that they're wrong because of the insult. I don't
That's what
insult
I'm
people and
saying.
say they're wrong because of the insult. I prove them wrong and then insult them after. So learn the difference
Parker,
between
can
what
I
an
ask you a
ad
question?
hominem
Do you
versus an
think
insult is.
Do you think insulting is a good way to go about debating? Is that a
Dude, wait.
kosher?
Hey, dude.
Is that kosher?
You're getting
Is that
smoked so bad
kosher?
right now that my mom just texted me that you're getting smoked. My mom
Hey,
just
Parker.
texted me that you're
Parker.
getting smoked, dude.
I honestly,
That's
dude,
so
I feel
funny.
bad for your-
Oh my gosh.
Can I ask you a question?
W my mom in the comment section right now.
Dude,
Alright.
you've cussed.
Exactly,
this day,
mom.
bro.
Thank you so much. W's my mom in the chat.
How does your mom feel about you cussing and insulting me? How does she feel about that? Her own son that she raised insulting a man that works hard, that served this country, that has mental health issues. How does she feel about that?
I think that you're trying to play on to specifically things that you deal with to try to like
I'm
try
a
to
white
like
man in
virtue
America.
signal
I'm the
there.
most. I am
Yeah.
the most.
I think my mom's gonna be fine with me.
I'm a white
Obviously,
man in America,
obviously, my
dude.
mom doesn't want me to insult
I
or
have it the
cuss, of
hardest.
course. But like, I don't think that my mom's gonna have a big issue right now with the fact that I have insulted you in certain scenarios
Parker,
where you
can I
have
ask you a
objectively
real
said
question?
things that don't make sense or are like
Let me tell you this,
legitimately
Parker.
dumb. Or
Let me
like
tell you this, bro.
the fact that you try to say that I don't have a real job because you disagree with me ideologically, like me calling you dumb for that has nothing to do with your service to this country, has nothing to do with mental health issues that you have, has nothing to do with any other problem that you have in your life, and solely has to do with you would be wrong on that certain view simply because of the fact that you're blinded due to your hatred of me. You seriously, just because you ideologically disagree with me, dispute that I have a job? That's ridiculous. The same way it would be ridiculous for me to dispute that people who have platforms who are conservatives don't have,
He was
for me to
probably
say that
just
they don't
kidding,
have jobs
Parker.
because they're conservative. That's still like me saying Charlie Kirk didn't have a job.
No.
That's ridiculous.
Dude, but Charlie Kirk was actually doing stuff, dude.
I think I'm doing
He was
stuff as
actually
well.
traveling. He was going to colleges, man. He
I've done
was
that.
doing good for the youth.
I've done that.
Brother, I'm a 26-year-old white male in America.
Okay.
I have it hard, bro. Like, I have it real hard.
I couldn't imagine.
I know.
Yeah,
You got to take
I
the sacrifice, though.
Yeah, I can't
Make
imagine
it.
how difficult that is. Mr. White, do you
No,
support Trump,
it
by the way?
is, dude. Because
Do you support Trump, by the way?
I support the policies. Yeah.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I'm not ever going to vote for Cackles.
But so you'd vote for Trump. Okay.
Absolutely.
all right. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Well, like I said, I don't support, the
2v1, baby.
the what do you call it, the lollygagging, I guess. He's not really solid when it comes to position, as we're seeing. And I'm also going to cite the Democrats, for riding him to the point of absolute exhaustion. I mean, it's just at this point, you guys got to try to get more constructive, or we are going to perish. I mean, it's just like,
I agree.
Parker, I wanted to ask you a question, a really important question that I think no one seems to know. And that is, what would you consider in all earnestness that's real? Would you consider this to be a democracy, or is it a constitutional republic? And which one's better if they're used the right way?
So
Parker's
I
never
actually-
won a 2v1.
So I actually believe we live in a representative democracy and a constitutional republic at the same time. I think that representative democracy is the best thing for us. I just do think that the way that a
How
representative
so? So just give me one example on
explain.
that.
Wait, so
How
let me
so?
explain this fully real quick. So I do think representative
Okay.
democracy is the best. I just think that there are issues with our representative democracy that need reform, right? Because of the fact that right now there's too much corporate and lobbyist influence over our political sphere, right? There
Agreed.
is corporations apparently, right? They're treated as individuals, and their speech or their money is speech, which is absurd. Obviously, that's ridiculous. I
Is
definitely think
capitalism true capitalism today? I mean, is it the definition of capitalism what we see?
it depends on how you define capitalism. So I do
How
believe
do
we
you define capitalism? I'd
pri-
love to hear it.
Trump
private.
condones
I really don't
communism.
know how I define it at this point. How do
Yeah,
you define it?
yeah. So I define it as private ownership of the means of production. Now, I think that means that within our society we do have capitalism, but not all versions of capitalism are the same, and they can have radically different impacts on a society. And also, like, I think there are certain aspects of capitalism that we like and certain aspects of capitalism that we dislike based upon certain definitions, right? Like, we don't want private ownership in every single aspect of every market, because in some markets it breaks down and leads to worse conditions if we leave it up to the private markets, right? We want a baseline level of standard of care for
Well,
everyone.
yeah, it's cleaning out the store and inventory and restocking. You know, you can't keeping up on that on an individual basis is absolutely fierce and tough. You have to get bigger, or you're gonna really not last long in the ma and pa state. You know what I mean? People who go out and put their 70-hour weeks, to start a business,
Parker wouldn't know
and
anything about that.
put in that sweat to do it. Those are just a few and far in between, because now we're dealing with the kids of those people, and they were too busy working, to raise most of them. And just a food for thought, but 238 of those became billionaires in 24. And I'm still just trying to wrap my head around, how do you even become a billionaire in this market to begin with? And we had 238 worldwide added to the almost 3,000 we have worldwide. 3,000 billionaires. Where's the capitalism in that? And where's the innovation? And where is, I'm studying 3M and DuPont. Jesus. We're all screwed on that one. That's a good one to read, but just a long story short on that one, 88 billion has been total earnings for those two companies, and that's over cost to the 600 to 900 of personal injury million to the citizens that have filed lawsuits. This stuff is everywhere. It's worldwide. It's C8, it's PF08 or PF, something like that. There's three of them, and you should go get tested. It's coming out now. This thing they knew about in '74, they didn't reconcile it until 2013.
So here, let me
We
address
all
this real quick.
have it. We
So-
all have this stuff. This is this is your Parkinson's. This is your Alzheimer's. This is your dementia. This is your mind now dealing with MS. This is the breakdown of the nervous system. These are the forever chemicals. They're everywhere. Just thought I'd put that out on
So
you.
yeah, I believe in those regulations, and I think that the Trump administration has pulled back a lot of those forever chemical regulations, like on PFAS specifically.
I think you're right. I think, and he's
so-
not. Doesn't. I don't support that at all. Okay, that's not a logical decision, because that's money in the long run, and that's lives.
Mhm.
You know,
I
they
agree with
put
that.
out 900 million for the people in suits up to this point, and they've put in or raked in almost 88 billion.
So
That's
this is what I
heavily
mean.
lopsided.
So here's my view: is this is when capitalism breaks down? Is that a certain company will profit off of putting those particular types of chemicals in their products, but inevitably in the long run it harms American citizens. It leads to them dying. It leads to them having chronic health conditions, and we need to regulate that to prevent that from happening in the first place, because it leads to more economically efficient
They
outcomes
tried,
in the long run
man.
for society as a whole if we impose these regulations. We had them in place. Trump is rolling them back. That's why you should be against people like Trump, is because they roll back a lot of those regulatory bases.
Not
Plus,
against
Trump
them,
is
just
not for big pharma, dude.
we can
Yes.
argue on his.
No, he's not.
Argue against him. Why not? I mean, I'm just because I'm conservative or libertarian, I could argue against that.
Of course,
you know,
yeah.
I'm not going to support him on everything.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just
of
not,
course.
That's not common sense.
But the point that I would make is that something you're willing to look over. So what specifically is so good on behalf of Trump that you're willing to overlook things like the forever
You know
chemicals
what? He pulled the
not being
trigger on
regulated as
Iran.
much?
He pulled the trigger on Iran.
That's
That's
bad,
what
though.
I like about him.
Exactly.
You know, but
Hell yes.
but you know there's the downside to that, because his ego is so overinflated that he doesn't realize how overinflated it is. But I guarantee you, he has tabs on everything.
Oh, yeah.
As far as like what's
worth
bad,
it.
he's the one causing this. You know, as far as like all the mumble and I mean, Jesus, he did the what? He did the freaking Apprentice. I mean, that was all like stewing. You saw how they just it was just that's what he brought to the world stage. And I think in a grand scheme of it, we all have the power, and it's in our right to protect ourselves right now, because you know we have the power to get rid of all of this stuff, all the hunger, all the disease, all of that stuff. We have that within our grasp. We're that developed now
Because of Trump.
and we're just fucking it up. Yet Trump has definitely opened up some doors on that, and that is for
Exactly.
real. And you should all be grateful for that. But there's a downside to that. It can keep going, and we've missed the mark. We overshot it. We blew our wad. Done.
All right, let's let Parker respond.
Sorry.
So the point that I would make is that this is a costly war. It's leading to negative impacts in terms of consumers, right? Because the oil prices are going up, which will cause inflation across the entire economy. Astronomical levels of inflation, right? It's going to be bad. A lot worse than what a lot of people are expecting, especially because this is something unprecedented in terms of the
Right. We're not
rate.
healing from the last one.
Exactly.
From COVID and whatnot. We're
Plus-
still healing from that.
It's because Biden fucked us so bad.
He
Under
did.
his regime, that's
He
the
did.
reason.
It's like I
That's
can't
the
even
reason we're
fully
fucked
get
right now,
through a
dude.
statement
It's
at
gonna
all. I
take
just can't do it.
decades to repair from that.
Hey.
It is. It is.
Can I make a point?
Yeah, what's the point, brother?
What did Biden do that would have caused any of the conditions to be worse in terms of the gas prices and oil market?
Yeah, that's it runs on its own beast. I mean, it's hard to really
I mean, the
lock it down.
Inflation
to
Reduction
whose
Act
fault
was
it is.
was pretty bad for the
Inflation
economy.
Reduction Act didn't
The
reduce the
dude,
level of oil production.
Charlie Kirk literally explained how it in fact caused inflation to be prominently worse.
He was wrong
That's
on
the
that.
thing.
Yeah,
I actually proved him wrong. I showed it him that was wrong.
He
So
shut
actually,
off the American lines
So,
or
let me explain.
distribution as far as like who we were selling to.
So I'll explain. So you're thinking the Keystone XL pipeline. We never even produced that XL portion of the pipeline yet. This is about it being produced. It was shut down by the Supreme Court. It would have happened regardless. Trump didn't bring it back since he's got in office. So clearly that's not it. Plus you guys would have tariffed it because it's from Canada. Also in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, evidence actually indicates that there's a slight downward pressure on inflation because it's actually deficit reducing. So explain to me what aspect of the bill was going to cause inflation.
You want to take this one, Mr. White?
I'm
You're the
still
one who
going to
claimed
say
it.
in the aftermath
hold
of
up,
COVID.
Dude,
Mr. White.
I'm
Okay, go ahead.
offering.
Mr. White.
I'm
Mr. White didn't make
offering-
the claim. You made the
No,
claim, Seth.
I understand that, Parker. I'm offering if you wanted to take it. That's
Go
all.
ahead.
I'm
Make the
offering.
claim.
go
You made
ahead.
the claim.
I'm reading this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Seth. You do it.
Okay, 1 second. Dude, see, this is what I'm talking about, dude. You're just being facetious, and you know that grants you money, that grants you donations, bro. It's a real job, but okay. Anyways, What was the you said why? So why did?
Yeah, what would
How did the
inflation cause
Inflation
it?
Reduction Act cause inflation?
Dude, I forgot what Charlie Kirk said, but I remember when Charlie Kirk said this. I looked up a source about why. Can you give me 1 second to look up a source?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Because I had to inform Charlie Kirk that it was deficit reducing, meaning it actually put downward pressure on inflation. So it caused disinflation, a small level of disinflation.
Dude, don't act like you're smarter than Kirk.
I
Kirk
100%
was pretty
am.
smart.
Like
he was pretty good though. Kirk
I
was very
objectively
smart.
speaking knew more about those topics than he did because I informed him about them and he had no clue. He didn't know that Trump added more debt-related spending signed into law. He thought specifically just because the debt happened under the administration, that means it was because of them, not based upon what they signed into law. Because a lot of the debt that happened under Biden's administration was things signed into law under Trump. Right, and he was just thinking because deficits were incurred that therefore it's because of it's their fault specifically, which is not a good argument. It has to be based upon things that they signed into law.
Well, I can just say Kirk destroyed you on the slavery topic, but we can go.
Yeah.
What about slavery? We didn't talk about that until.
Yeah, you did, dude.
Like a
Do you not
different day.
remember when you
That wasn't
when
Jubilee.
no, I'm pivoting. When you went to the stage and you were talking about slavery, he destroyed you because you were taking it out of context in the Bible. Because you're like,
take it out
under
of
your
context
word,
at all.
yes, you took it way out of context, dude. Because you were describing scripture from Leviticus, and he was talking about how. Yeah, hold on, dude, relax. And he was talking about how, he was talking about how slavery it wasn't like what you said it was when you were describing it. When you went up and talked to Kirk.
So you don't even know what we talked about. You're just like, because you align with
dude,
him in
I
general,
remember
you
you
think
were
I'm
wrong, and I remember Kirk proved you wrong. What
No,
did you
the way
say?
he disputed-
what
the way
did
he-
you say?
The way he disputed it was saying specifically that Christianity led to slavery being abolished, which even if what we granted that to be true, which it's not necessarily the case, that still doesn't establish that in this context that God isn't saying that slavery is okay at this point in history. I'm specifically talking about this point in history. Okay, so what I was specifically mentioning was the fact that it's very obvious that
Deuteronomy.
I can read it for you. Leviticus 25:44-46 says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you and who have been born in your land. They may be your property, and you may keep them as a possession for your children
Is this
after you,
Deuteronomy?
for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness."
Deuteronomy, right?
This is Leviticus.
And what was the point you were trying to make? That as you asked him if he condones slavery at any point of time.
Yeah, and he
Like,
has
is it
to say,
ever okay?
He has to say at that point in history, slavery was good or okay.
And what was his response?
He didn't address that point specifically. He just tried to make the claim that broadly Christianity led to slavery being abolished.
Yeah, because Jesus set everything free. So in
Jesus,
he was referring to how in the Christian principle, like with the New Testament and stuff, like Jesus broke that law. You see, that's exactly what he was saying, which makes sense. But you wouldn't understand that because you don't have the Holy Spirit convicted inside of you. So you wouldn't understand that.
Jesus came
by
to
the
fulfill
way,
it. Jesus didn't come to abolish the law. Jesus came to fulfill it. Okay, so you understand that this doesn't necessarily get rid of what happened historically through Levitical law. This still is Levitical law at that particular point in history.
so a
it
new
might not be
covenant-
applicable today, but it was applicable historically.
New covenant. There was a new covenant established when Jesus
But
Christ died on
they
the
didn't
cross.
abolish the old law; they fulfilled it.
Oh my God.
Well, you're mad that I know more about Christianity than you.
No, dude.
Where was
because
it
the
that
point you're making is
depicted
just-
Jesus
it's
like
just
smacking
ignorant,
that
dude?
slave or that lower peasant down, and I think
Jesus-
it was in Numbers or something like that, where it was proven that he was a walking what do you call him? In high governance, he was walking amongst them, and some peasant came up to him and he totally just smacked on him, and then just kept walking.
I don't know what specific verse you're referencing. I think that we'd have to know a little bit more about that. in terms
If you
of
knew anything about
true.
Christianity, you would realize there was a new covenant established. Therefore, obviously, after that point, slavery wouldn't be condoned.
okay, so
under
prior to
Jesus'
that
New
point, was
Testament.
slavery okay?
Prior to, yes, it was.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get him to concede. He wasn't conceding to that, even though logically speaking, he has to.
So he was saying
You literally just said slavery was justified in the past. That's what you just said.
Well, the Bible justified it in the Old Testament.
Oh,
in governance is where it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, I condone that.
That's the
So
only
you condone
faction that
slavery.
I'm a Christian.
condoned it.
In that particular, so it was.
So you just heard it here first, folks. The guy on the live stream just said he condoned slavery in the past.
In that particular context, in that particular,
that's still condoning slavery.
Time, dude, it's different from freaking having a slave and whipping him.
Really? Because
they're still doing it today, Parker.
Can you read Exodus 21, 20 through 21?
Slavery back then in like freaking
still being done today.
BC.
So
slavery in BC is a lot different than slavery in the 1950s.
Listen to this. This is Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are to not be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Slaves were taught to obey their masters. Correct.
You're not listening. I'll read it one more time. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are to not be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. That's what Exodus 21 through 21 or 20 through 21 says.
Yeah, why do you condemn that? It's biblical. It's biblical.
Yeah, but not all biblical things are saying and sound of mind. All right, when they're saying the rule of thumb is no wider than, stick can be no wider than your, thicker than your thumb.
And I
to
don't
beat on your
condone
wife to
slavery
chastise
now.
her.
I don't
I'm sorry,
condone
there's something
slavery
wrong
now.
with that.
Yeah, right. I don't condone slavery now, but in the context of back then, what God was trying to say was pretty much he was trying to promote discipline within the people.
Here's my position. The best thing you could possibly say in this circumstance is say that none of these are literal circumstances. None of these literally happen.
I mean, it's literal.
No, you could, if you think it's literal, then you have got to concede to this. The best way that you could try to do this is that it's some possible moral explanation, that it's not like a legitimate thing, and it's more to demonstrate change of moral character over time. That's the best you could possibly interpret that. Okay, and that's like a liberal interpretation of it. Now,
I'm trying to justify it.
If you think this literally happened, if you think Moses existed, if you think Levitical law literally was established in the past, then you have to concede that you think that this is justified. And that is morally unconscionable. Like, you have to acknowledge, you think that is morally
morality is subjective. I thought you think morality is subjective.
Of course it is, but under your
subjective.
Under your
That's
subjective,
That's what
under
I
your
said.
subjective understanding, slavery is morally unconscionable, correct?
Does the Bible say it is?
I don't base my positions on just what the Bible says.
I do, but I do.
Okay, I have a question then. Do you think that lying is wrong in every single scenario?
Dude, I know what you're gonna do. You're Anne Frank, lie to the Nazis to protect
yeah.
the
Like,
Jew.
would you lie to the Nazi officials to save the lives of the Jewish people? Would you do that?
I know what your hypothetical is gonna be, dude. I've heard it a million
The
times.
obvious answer to this question is yes, you would lie. But under your view, you would have to see that that's sinful.
So hold on, dude. Lying, there's different circumstances in lying, bro. Like, so lying to my mother for no particular reason would be bad. Lying to save a Jewish man's life would be good. I'm
But
lying
nowhere
to save a
in the
life.
Ten Commandments does it
Because hold
specify
on,
that.
it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to specify that, dude.
What does that even mean?
Puritan rules are just way too much.
So hold on, Parker. Like, how would it specify it? So what? God's just gonna have him right? Oh yeah, but lying would be okay in these particular circumstances.
Yes, I mean, like, the Bible is a very big book. Why couldn't he just specify that? Like, I genuinely don't understand.
I honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't know that, bro. But you're trying to think too deep into this, man. Because would I lie to save someone's life, like right now? Like, if a robber came into my house right now and asked me where my mom was, would I lie to save her life? Absolutely, I'd lie to save her life, dude. And
Jordan
God
Peterson
would justify that. God would justify that.
Did you see my debate with Jordan
I wonder
Peterson?
how many times I lie a day.
Because guess what another Ten Commandment is? Thou shalt not kill.
So
okay.
Seth, did you see my debate with Jordan Peterson?
Mm-mm.
Dude, Jordan Peterson's way too old to be debating.
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan's awesome though. I love him, man.
Jordan said he wouldn't
he comes
lie
in
to
good
save
faith,
the lives
but-
of people around him.
You
He
saw
said he
both
wouldn't
those,
engage with the
right?
hypothetical.
No, he said because hypotheticals are stupid, and I kind of agree with him.
Okay,
Did
so
you
I
guys,
have a
have you
question.
guys seen both of
Let me
those
let me
against,
ask.
Sam?
Wait. Can I ask Seth a question real quick? So Seth, let me ask you this question: if you have a bag and there's 2 blue balls in the bag and 2 red balls in the bag, how many balls are total in the bag?
4.
That's a hypothetical. So how are hypotheticals stupid? You would answer that in like elementary school,
It's
and you think that's not
contextual.
stupid, right?
It's contextual.
It's contextual.
Like
so
yeah,
then why wouldn't it
like
be
in the
contextual in the
particular
circumstance
context
that I brought up?
You're giving.
So
out,
obviously you could engage with the hypothetical. Just saying hypotheticals are stupid and not to engage with them is obviously a dumb
it's
thing to say.
circumstantial. It's circumstantial.
So then why didn't he say that? Because he's
I don't know.
ridiculous.
Jordan Peterson is honestly, dude. He's a little old. He kind of reminds me of Joe Biden, to be honest. Anyways, I mean, I'm going to be honest, man. He reminds me of a bit of Joe
I mean
Biden.
that
dude.
I'm gonna be honest. That
I'm
was
his
why-
age.
I'm not gonna lie. Like what happened with Jordan Peterson, I almost feel bad how horrible. it
Did
went
you
for
not feel bad for him, bro? Like
I kind
he
of
was
do.
obviously like
I kind of
mentally-
do. I kind of do because like
debating against
genuinely,
Sam.
I think it's so ridiculous what Jordan Peterson said that like I genuinely couldn't fathom that he was in the right state of mind when saying that.
I mean, he's old, man. How old is he? He's like in his 80s.
I don't think it's his age.
What?
I think it's
It
if
just
it's
could
something,
be
it's
all the
probably
things he
something
does.
relating to him personally. Maybe like
It's definitely
he-
it's definitely a cognitive thing.
Mm-hmm. I
I don't
agree.
think so.
Because he gets on like a
Well,
twitch.
the way he was speaking too, Parker, bro, like the way he's speaking, it seemed like he was cognitively declining.
I don't think that's the case. I think it was probably like mental health or like an emotional thing in the circumstance, or like there are like a DRUGS that he has to take in response to certain things that he's dealt with personally. So that could explain it. I think those are legitimate explanations. I don't think the cognitive decline thing makes any sense. Like he's younger than my parents, I'm pretty sure.
He's not in his. What is he? Late 60s?
Yeah, I think he's 4 years older than I am. I'm 56. So I'll be 56. And
Yeah,
May.
he's younger than my parents. He was born 1962. My parents were born 60.
Yep. Okay. 8 years older than me. So yeah, he's 62.
Yeah, I just genuinely don't fathom that. I can't fathom that it was. I mean, obviously you can have dementia at that point. He hasn't been diagnosed or anything.
Just because you're not diagnosed doesn't mean you don't have it.
What's up?
Just because you're not diagnosed with it doesn't mean you don't have
Sure,
it.
but like, I mean, my grandma had dementia. I know what dementia looks like, right? That was something that contributed to her death. So like, I'm very familiar with how dementia is, and it's nowhere near where Jordan Peterson was. I think it would be way better to explain Jordan Peterson was going through something mentally or something relating to some medication he was taking.
And he does often talk about that. He changes it up and he talks about. I mean, he's really candid with his audience. I mean, he does talk about his personal situation, his personal, triumphs and his personal pain. You know, because I think he's on his 3rd relationship in just like the last 8 years.
Yeah, so like I feel like that might be a better explanation because I just genuinely can't fathom that, because like that argument that like, oh, we can't use hypotheticals is genuinely like a white belt argument. It's like one of the most ridiculous arguments to possibly make. So I don't know why he responded that way. But the thing is, one thing that gets me to think maybe it might not even just be that is that, I mean, he did a similar thing with Alex O'Connor. Now, Alex O'Connor got him to answer the questions more directly, and he acted a little bit more unhinged with me, but he did a similar thing then. He typically doesn't want to answer the question of whether or not he's a Christian or...
Let me ask you this, bro. Are you completely atheist? Like, are you completely like...
I'm an
agnostic. Do you completely
atheist.
agnostic atheist?
I don't know what the explanation is for the universe or what came prior to the Big Bang.
Do you believe it's a possibility of a God?
Yeah, I do
or
believe
no?
there's. I do believe there's a possibility of a God.
Something
Not the.
greater than yourself.
Yeah, not the
Not the
Christian.
Christian God,
Not the
though.
Christian God, but like I do believe a God is possible to exist for sure.
So why do you just totally reject the Christian notion of God?
Logic. Because I don't think
How
it.
does
I don't.
logic
I don't.
defy Christianity?
Yeah, let me explain. Because I don't think that a perfect being could have created the world that we exist in, thinking that this world is imperfect. Because from the Christian worldview, there's sin within the world. The world that we live in is not perfect. A perfect creator
Correct,
could
because
not
of
possibly have desired to create a state of affairs that was imperfect over a state of affairs that prior existed of him alone that was perfect. So it would literally be less desirable to go from a perfect state to an imperfect state. Meaning that there's no way God could have desired to do something less desirable from his own circumstance.
Well, God didn't
Could have
desire
been
for the
bored.
world to be imperfect. However,
It doesn't
his
make
love
sense to be
gave.
bored in perfection.
Hold on, man. Well, we were all born perfect.
Omnipotence.
However, God's love, he gave Adam and Eve free will to obey him or disobey him, and they chose to disobey him, and that's how sin was brought into the world. I don't think the world was created imperfect. I
Yeah,
think human beings are what caused
does
it
God
to
have free
become
will?
imperfect. Does God have free will? I believe, actually, dude, I believe God is just love, man. I believe that's just his nature.
Does
To
God
love
have free will?
unconditionally. Unconditionally. Does God, I believe free will is something that's
I'm having a
actually,
hard time with
I
that.
believe free will is something that's been given by God.
Does God himself have free will?
Yeah.
Okay. So does he ever sin?
No, it's not in his nature to sin.
So it's logically possible to be an individual that has free will and to never sin. Okay? So if it's logically possible and God is all knowing and all powerful, God knows how to create beings
Wait, rewind,
that
bro.
are perfect, that never sin
Rewind.
freely, but he chooses not to.
Rewind. Repeat that.
Yeah, so God is all knowing and all powerful, meaning he knows how to create a being that is perfect and never sins with freely.
That
right?
wouldn't
But
be
he
free
chooses
will.
not to create them.
So if he created Adam and Eve perfectly and then with an inability to sin and do as they please, that would not be free will.
No, they do have the ability to do as they please. They just will choose to never sin.
But like you just can't choose not to sin if you don't have free will. You see what I'm saying? If you
Wait,
have free
you
will,
just
you
said it
can
was
choose.
logically.
You
if
can
it's,
choose
if
to
God
sin if
can
you
do
have
that.
free will.
Okay,
God
so you
makes
can't
the
choose
rules.
to, so
if you have
can
free will.
God choose to sin?
Yeah, he
Can
makes the
God choose
rules.
to sin?
He
No, he
makes the
cannot.
rules, man. He
No,
can
God
change the
can't choose
rules
to sin.
anytime he wants.
So then explain to me how
It's
God
not in
could,
his nature.
explain to me how God
Sin,
has
by
free will
definition,
and he can't choose to sin, but human beings, if they had free will and they couldn't choose to sin, somehow that means that they don't have free will. That makes no sense.
what's the definition of sin?
Sin means to do something that is flawed, right? Or to do something that is unpreferable.
Do
Ethically
something
and
that is
morally not
unpreferable.
right.
What sin really means is to do something against God.
Yeah.
That's unpreferable to God.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what I was
So
saying.
that's no. God can't
Man, this is
sin
already
because it's
for
unpreferable to
religion.
himself. It's his it's not in his nature to sin. However, human beings sin literally equals defying God. So yeah, with having free will, you're given the choice to defy God or to follow and obey God.
Yeah, but if God
Adam and
made them
Eve chose
perfect,
to
they would choose
disobey
never
God.
to defy God, is the point. Freely, they would choose never to defy him if they were perfect.
Nah,
So
she
it's
made
either-
a bad decision.
It's so here's my point, is that God should have never moved from his original position. Sorry, I can't speak. So the reason why he shouldn't have moved from his original position is because he's perfect. He's an infinite being. Okay? He's flawless. There are no flaws within reality when he exists alone. Okay? If there are no flaws within reality where he exists alone, well, then there's no possible desirable world more than what already existed. If there's nothing more desirable than what already exists, then God would not desire to move from that state.
Right. That's logical. I mean, why would you step down? No one's going to
Exactly.
step down with what they got. If they don't have to, if it's not rotating, they're going to keep what they've earned. Or
Mr.
not
White,
earned, or just, that's where you... I don't want to go back down. I don't want to, start working at McDonald's or something like that when I was 16. I mean, it's just kind of like that. I mean, it's a dumb metaphor, but It's like I've
I
earned
understand.
what I've
I
got
understand
right
your
now.
comparison.
Do you believe in Christianity, Mr. White?
Do I believe in Christianity?
Are you
Yeah,
Christian?
I believe in that, but I believe also mankind's not ready for religion and hasn't been for quite some time.
So are you Christian? Do you believe Jesus Christ died for your sins?
I'm not any denomination. I can't do.
So you're not Christian.
No, I'm agnostic.
Okay. Because okay, that makes sense. Since you're agreeing with Parker. But
Well, I disagree with him on a lot of things, but there's some things you got to just say, hey.
I'm just
that's how
not
I am.
understanding this, dude. I'm just not understanding where you're going with this because
I understand. I feel like this argument that I provide to people, it produces a lot of cognitive dissonance for many, because I think it is like a blatantly obvious argument that doesn't logically entail that Christianity is false. I just think that there's a lot of people unwilling to accept that it's false. And I'm sorry, I think that this is blatantly obvious that it demonstrates that it's false. And it's something that we can disagree on. I don't really have a big issue with disagreeing
Man
with
is
people.
fallible, man.
do you have another reason why you don't believe Christianity
I
to be
have
true?
countless more. I have countless more. We can
Well,
have a
just name
conversation about that
one. Maybe
forever.
name one more. I just want to hear it
Okay.
because I want to see if I can reason with this.
Is there free
Another
will in
one.
heaven?
Is there free will in heaven? So I would say in heaven, we're in heaven we don't have our bodies, like we're not in the flesh anymore, so we're incapable of sinning because we're in the presence of God.
Is heaven
So
better than earth?
Yes.
So God should have
Because
just
we're
sent us
not in a
directly.
sinful world. We're not in a sinful world
watch.
anymore.
So watch. God should have just sent us directly to heaven then, without sending us to earth. If we can't sin in heaven and it's preferable to earth, why would he ever send us to earth in the first place? Send us directly to heaven. In the same way that you send aborted fetuses, under your view, directly to heaven, send us all directly to heaven. If we don't need earth in order to be able to make it to heaven, then that's the most reasonable circumstance. I feel like Christianity would logically entail, based on this argument, that you have to believe in reincarnation in order to get around this. Or you believe that fetuses go to hell after they get aborted.
Well, I would say this. I think Earth is a temporary state, and I believe our home is in heaven. But I believe he put mankind on Earth to experience earthly ties, man, to experience nature, man, to experience other stuff on Earth, to experience having a father,
but if it's
to experience wife,
then
to
explain to me
experience
why
sex.
explain
Sex
to me
is actually a gift of God given through love, dude. But
Yeah, so
the
then
devil
explain
has
to me why
warped it down on
misconceived
Earth.
zygotes will go to heaven. Explain to me why aborted fetuses or miscarried babies will go to heaven if they never experience
Because they don't have a
things on the
chance at their
planet.
earthly existence. They don't have
Okay,
a chance.
so then
at
prior to
faith.
anyone being on Earth, why didn't God just directly send us to heaven?
And why are we only 80 years old? I mean, we lived to 80.
I
That's bullshit.
just explained this to you, Parker.
If Earth is less preferable to heaven, then it logically entails that we would be sent directly to heaven. Because it's literally less preferable for God to send us to Earth than it is to send us directly to heaven.
We're here to grow, man. We're here to grow. We're here to develop.
Okay, if we're here to grow, then we need reincarnation.
We're here to
then you need
experience
reincarnation
God's
to explain
gifts.
that. If it's for soul growth, then aborted fetuses have to go and reincarnate in order to be able to soul build, to be able to make it to heaven. Under your view, they don't make it to heaven then.
That's not very fair.
Well, does it say in the Bible that aborted fetuses go to heaven?
It doesn't say anything about that.
Okay, dude.
But I think
what
the
if you're
common
right?
intuition.
What if
I think the
aborted
common
fetuses are reincarnated
Listen.
into
I think
an
the
earthly
common
state and they get
intuition.
another chance?
I think
What
the
if?
common. I think the common intuition is that they do go to heaven. And if you're saying that they get a
How
redo
is that common
and then they
intuition if
get
it's not in the Bible?
reincarnated, well, the issue with that is that there's nothing in the Bible that even talks about reincarnation.
You can't defy Christianity on what's not in the Bible, Parker, because what you're saying is that it's just inferred that aborted fetuses go to heaven. However, it's not biblical that aborted fetuses go to heaven. Reincarnation could be reincarnation could be possible. It's
But
not in the
there's
Bible,
nothing in the Bible that establishes reincarnation is even a thing.
but it doesn't say it's not a thing. It could be. There's a lot of things that are in the scripture that are real. It doesn't say anything about certain mental health disorders that are real on Earth, but they're real. You see what I'm saying? I
Sure,
mean, there's a
but
lot of stuff.
I think that this is something that does relate to salvation and does relate to like people coming back and things like that, and it's never even mentioned at all in the context of the Bible.
And Seth mentions it though. The I don't know how the visionist Seth. Have you ever listened to him, Seth?
Who?
Seth.
Who?
Seth is who it is. His name is Seth. His teachings, absolutely unbelievable.
No.
I mean, I saw God throughout the whole thing of him talking, and I'm just like, or the words coming out that were his. It's absolutely amazing.
My words? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Well, no. This Seth it comes from Toth, I think.
I would say I do give out the Holy Spirit, so thank you, man.
It's pretty amazing, though, dude. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
are
appreciate
definitely levels. We are at levels. Why would a God only put us down
I
here for
appreciate
80
you, man. I
years
really
and say
do.
you got to learn it all in 80 years? I mean, that's nuts.
I think I have the Holy Spirit.
Another thing we
I
can
have
think
the Holy
about is
Spirit that convicts me, and I think that I just
so
get that.
I think
weight off other
actually
people.
Mr. White, that's going to run them back into reincarnation. So I think that they logically have to believe in reincarnation, because otherwise, like, you can't explain why, like, people who specifically never heard
reincarnation.
They never heard Jesus, never heard about Jesus, how they could be sent to hell. Like, that's just a disgusting thing to say.
Right,
or like
right,
for
right.
people who
Over in
are
some, yeah. That, I
or
mean,
for
how is
people
that
who
possible?
or for people who want to believe but just simply don't believe because of evidence, for example.
So,
right? Like, would
Parker,
they go to hell? Like, that'd be absurd.
Right.
So really, the only logical explanation I could think about is that we stay here on Earth until we make it to heaven by our own choices because of enough soul building to be able to get there. That's a reasonable explanation. I think, in that
That's not
circumstance.
bad. That's pretty good. But you know what? I mean, this planet can be so much more than what we do to it. I mean, this planet's awesome. It's hard, but it's awesome.
Yeah, in terms of reincarnation,
human
though,
beings
the
have
point
what's
that I
made
want
it
to make,
shit.
though, is that I even wrote
Society
a paper on this in
shit.
college. But reincarnation, there's absolutely nothing in the Bible about it. No historical teachings about it. It's not even brought up at all. And I feel like that's an incredibly important element of the story that you probably just, like, you can't leave out, you know?
Right.
But yeah, it is possible. So that's just like something that serves as evidence against it being true, not as logical proof against it. Does that make sense? So it's very unlikely because there's no evidence substantiating that reincarnation exists in the Bible.
I call it the continuance.
There's a lot of things that aren't in the Bible that are real, dude.
So Seth,
yeah, that's true, Seth. You're right. Some of the stuff I'm reading, I'm just like, wow. You know, I mean, this is just straight out of some B movie. You know, I mean, some of the things that that they're doing to people, what they're putting them through. You know, I mean, it's like, I mean, this really earned the name of made this planet what it is today is because of literature like this. I mean, it's really hardcore. I mean, it's hardcore in the Old Testament.
What do you think happens after in the afterlife? After we die?
No clue.
Well, dude, what do you think? What do you think is the most plausible explanation? I'm assuming
says we can go anywhere.
Nothing.
We go anywhere. Yes, we can go. We can do anything we want. As far as like, we can come back and the people that we know, like the first on, like when you first die, and I've heard this from the near-death experience people over the years, and you know what? There's some real truth to what they see, and what they see is basically one person. He saw all the people that he knew in his entire life, like all of them coming up, and they were all at their best moment. You know, when he met them, so they were points of light. You know, just kind of perpetuating in that state, and that's kind of how it is. It's like you see your mother and maybe a friend in another life. You know, or it's just really weird the way Seth was teaching that, and I would encourage
what was weird about
anyone.
my teaching, bro?
Not you, Seth, but
yeah, I do think that's like I do think there's like a thing that could be said there is that like could be a biological response too, right? Like the idea of like you see your whole life before your eyes could be just like an animalistic, biological, evolutionary response that we have. And for any of the people that had near-death experiences, we don't know if that's reflective of anything that has coming after us, rather than something that's biologically the case. I think, honestly, it makes more sense that it's biological in that standpoint.
But they're all seeing the light. They're all seeing the light. So that's the same throughout the whole thing. No matter what their story is, there's always a light there.
Hold on, dude, Parker.
That could still be a biological fact, is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, bro, when I see like a man and a woman, man, I just see in my head, dudes, like there's no way that just it randomly spawn, oh, man and woman, oh, have sex, procreate, and all this stuff. I think there had to be a creator to initiate that process.
I don't know
dude,
what
because
came prior. The creator doesn't have to be a personal being. It could be a.
You think it's a coincidence that it's just randomly a man and a woman?
It could have been a natural set of circumstances which led to this. It could be the case that there's an infinite set of worlds. Right, the many possible worlds scenario.
Dude, what do you smoke, bro?
That's not because of that. There's physics professionals that believe in this. This is like quantum mechanics going.
Well, they're smoking something too, bro. That sounds insane.
No, they're not.
Macmosa.
So it's actually called
what I got.
It's called the many worlds hypothesis, and essentially the argument is that every single time you make a choice, that there's a different reality based upon the fact that you made a difference in choice. Right? There's two different, distinct realities, different dimensions that exist. Right? Different infinite worlds based on every different decision that's made.
Timeline changes, man. We're going through a lot of them. Temporal changes.
And by the way, I just want to clarify, that's not just something I'm thinking about. That's a legitimate hypothesis right now in the field of science.
That's ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
In quantum mechanics, that is a how is that ludicrous? Like, that is a legitimate explanation that you can hear from physicists.
That's like believing we're in a simulation.
Well, like, to be totally honest, like, again, this is literally justified by quantum mechanics.
Preposterous.
So, I mean, you can just say that, but like,
just think about that, dude. Think about how insane that sounds.
To be honest with you,
it'd be more reasonable to believe in a Christian God than to believe in that.
I disagree with you. I think
Seth, this is answering something right here, coming right from the Bible. This is Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 2. And it says, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. How fair is that? I mean, he's a bastard. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. So why is he chastised? Why is he damned? This person could have changed mankind for like all intents and purposes, like for the good. But he's never gonna be heard. That's not right.
I don't know, bro, dude. I don't have a response to everything, you know.
I know. I'm just saying that there are many examples though in the new and the old. On any Bible, any religion is going to say this stuff. And that's where I say we close ourselves off to the sunlight of the Spirit, because we are points of light. We all are. All of us.
Yeah, like, I understand wanting to take the good from religion, especially because of like the cultural influence and like the prevalence it's had in my life. I think that like I understand that like very deeply, and I very much empathize with that. But there's so much bad that I think that we have to condemn. Like, even if you still hold to the views, like, I think that like everyone should have moral clarity here and be able to say that this is wrong. And
dude, Parker, you're not gonna change the world, bro. The world's already shit.
Hey, dude, you say I'm not gonna change the world. If you told me that prior to me ever doing TikTok, I would never have a platform. I would have never have influenced the world in the manner I have. I have objectively changed the world.
How have you objectively changed the world, bro? How have you made?
Let me explain.
Let me explain. Footprint.
Yeah. Due to my debates, there is legitimately different discourse in the public sphere because of me on Jubilee, because of me and Dean debating on the internet, because Dean is predicated.
Bro, you're not the center of the universe.
I got Dean involved in politics. I got Dean involved in streaming. I got Dean involved in debating and doing all of this.
So you made Dean, is what you're saying? Yeah, we knew that.
I mean, he says this. So the point that I'm making is that obviously he has his own skill set he brought to the table. That's why he's larger than me right now. But like inevitably, like, yeah, it all originated from my stream, of course. The point that I would make though is that like all of that is derivative of the choices that I originally made to start streaming in the first place. If I didn't make those decisions, none of that would have happened. All of that wouldn't have happened. There would have been so much different. How many people's lives would have been
Don't let it
radically
get to your
different?
head,
How much?
Parker.
I'm not trying to let it get to my head. I'm just trying to tell him how many people's lives would have changed or would have been different. How much information would have people have seen that they would have seen otherwise? That's a butterfly effect. So I'm not trying to. This isn't getting to my head.
But-
This is me.
No, I
simply
hear
just-
what you're
this
saying.
is-
It's intense, though. That's
Hold on,
intense.
dude.
it is
Parker.
intense, and it's something that I have to reconcile with myself to be able to recognize like the position I'm in,
And the
then say
negative
that, like,
that could come from it.
yeah, of course. That's exactly why I have to acknowledge this. Is
How
that
did you change the world?
with great responsibility, right? Or with great power
Bro,
becomes
this
great
ain't
responsibility.
Spider-Man, bro. How did you
I know
change
it's not.
the
I know
world?
it's not Spider-Man, but it's a true statement. With great with great power comes great responsibility. This is influence. This is power. I'm incredibly privileged to be in this position. I got incredibly lucky being in the position that I'm in. But if I chose to think that I couldn't have any impact on the world, I wouldn't have been able to do all of this in the first place. So operating that you can impact the world is so much more useful to you, is so much more useful to your society, and can actually create better conditions because of the domino effect. Every single day. It's not necessarily just one day that's going to fix everything. It's doing it over and over and over again, right? It's like when you need to like get wood in Minecraft and you have to mine a bunch of the trees. It's a redundant task to mine the trees over and over and over again. And just looking at that one thing in of itself, that
Yes.
one specific thing doesn't give you much. But doing it over and over and over again, the consistency will get you enough that you can build a house.
You do realize what you're doing is purposeless, and there's no point what you're doing. So I'm a nihilist. Okay, so I believe there's no purpose to life.
As a
There's
Christian?
no purpose in what you're doing.
As a Christian?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
saying he's
A Christian nihilist?
dude. Yeah, you bet you haven't met one of those before, but yes. Yeah, I believe honestly, dude.
Contradicts your religious
there is no
teachings. I just
purpose.
wanna let you know.
One day you will pass away, as you know, and none of this would matter. It doesn't matter. What you're doing is not putting a footprint on the earth. What you're doing is not doing anything. Matter of fact, the world sucks. Society sucks.
Seth,
we live in a
so
shitty
why
society.
did you
We live
come
in a
up on my live
shitty
stream to
world.
talk to me?
We work 9 to 5, and then we die.
Seth, I
But you
have a
don't,
question.
bro. You don't. You got lucky.
I have a question.
You're right. You are privileged, and you are lucky, and it's
I am.
sad.
For now,
that
it is,
it's
Seth.
sad
I mean,
that
this
the
is
world
not
has
permanent. You know that. It's not permanent.
It's sad that the world has people like you that are able to make money like this when there's people starving in Africa, when there's people going hungry in other places. All I see
As you support cutting people's access to food. Okay,
Hold on,
USAID
Parker.
cut funding leads to less people having food all around the world. Millions less people having food. Okay, the Big Beautiful Bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. The Big Beautiful Bill. Many of the children that rely on free school lunch and breakfast, that's their only meal during the day. You're starving kids by doing that. Secondly, 2.5 million people cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill, and over 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance through Medicaid in the Big Beautiful Bill. So that's to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, wanted to decrease taxes
Actually,
for
there's a
working-class
big
Americans.
subsidy program on health. I have to get health because I was dropped. I retired. So when you retire, you're retired. I can't work. If I work, then I don't get my annuity.
Mhm.
So in order to get my annuity, I have to stay. I have like 3 months out of the year.
So
if
you're
I
living
had
off
to
the
go work,
government.
they would let me. But other than that, I'm retired.
So you're living off the government, dude.
No, I'm living off the shit I fucking earned, ass.
You're not a Trump supporter. You're living off the government. You're living off
I'm
annuity
living off the
or
things
whatever
that
the
I
fuck. I don't
made,
give a
dude.
shit, dude. If I was in a wheelchair, I'd be working
31 years
because I'm
man.
a hardworking
so go
man.
Screw you.
Yeah,
If you're gonna tell me that, you don't know.
No, you're not a worker, dude.
Mr.
Not
White.
now. I put my 31,
You're
37
getting an
years
annuity
in.
check,
Fuck
bro.
You deserve all of that. I just want to clarify. I believe that. The idea that you wouldn't be entitled to that is absurd. You worked for that. That's your earnings.
Yeah.
That's what you put into that. I think it's absurd that he would
But
ever
I get
say
shit
that.
for getting VA benefits.
You shouldn't get shit for getting VA
You
benefits.
shouldn't
I get shit every day for it.
Why do you get shit for that?
Because
why-
it's taxpayers' money. It's taxpayers'
And
money going to my wallet.
thank you for
Yeah,
your
you hear
service.
that from Republicans. You're not going to hear that from our side.
That's you can't say that.
But I actually work for my
Well,
shit.
well, I mean, like, I don't think that people on my side are going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm really mad that you got your VA funds. No, I don't know a single Democrat that would say that.
But you know Republicans that would be mad at that.
Yeah, genuinely. Because Republicans do want to cut that funding. I've seriously never met a Democrat that's ever said that before.
Yeah.
Like someone that voted for
do
Kamala Harris.
why do you think Republicans want to cut VA funding?
Or just not pay attention to it.
Matter of fact, dude, I saw on Santana's live the other day cut the military budget.
Yeah, I do.
So what do you guys say about that? He's a Democrat, right?
Yeah, I support cutting the
on
military
Ed's side.
budget. So the reason why I support cutting the military budget is because we overspend on the military. We spend $1 trillion per year on the military. We can take.
But you don't think we're overspending on
we
veterans?
give $75 billion to the Afghans. Taliban.
But what about veterans, bro?
Exactly. So we could put that back into our veterans. We could put that back into people's access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability.
There's a lot of
That's what I
things
would
we
want.
can do, and we don't.
Yeah, like
Fuck, man. I mean,
I would rather put
why
that
do
money
we
into
have
people who
these
need.
excessive billionaires out there?
Mr. White,
know?
dude, you need to get off that in an enemy check, and you need to get a job, bro. I'm just speaking as man to
I
man.
can't work.
Stop
I'm
doing
not
that,
allowed to
Seth.
work. I'm
Don't
not
listen
allowed
to
to
him.
work.
Mr. Wright, don't listen to him. He's being ridiculous. I think
No,
I
bro,
know
it's
it's
just
hard to
being
can't.
ridiculous. It's just like, bro, like every time, bro, like I get ridiculed by your people, Parker. You know how many freaking hate comments that I've seen, bro? And you're saying the Republicans are the bad people.
Yeah, don't. You can't take that, Seth. He's just throwing that at you, man.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen the Democrats actually beat down on
Yeah.
a vet. I see it all the time. I live
Oh,
here
I
in
know.
Oregon. I live in I see it in Portland. They down the vets. here.
Yeah.
And this is a sanctuary city.
Yeah, Parker,
Yeah,
what do you got to say
right.
about that, dude?
And
So-
they do nothing for the VAs around here.
Yeah.
So here's my view. I think that there can be people on both sides that could do that, but I do think it's more prevalent on the right side, especially within the context of the federal government in terms of like Trump's side, because Trump has actively cut the VA by limiting the amount of employees that worked for the VA, reducing access to care.
Oh, and just because I'm a white man, I'm racist.
No one said that.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, a lot of Parker,
I
a
love
lot of
that
people say that,
argument.
man. A
I
lot
love
of
that
people say
argument.
that.
No,
Just because I'm white means I'm racist just because of history.
Just because you're white. Just because
Yeah, just
No,
because
yeah.
I'm white, just
No,
because of
no.
history. man.
militants.
No, so
Those are the
It's
militants.
ridiculous.
So
It makes
let
me
me-
feel like shit.
okay.
Try not to take it
Then-
personal, man.
I'm sorry.
Seth,
Then
you
cry
gotta know
about
your
it,
own.
dude. Like at that point,
Bro,
okay. If you
so you condone
genuinely
that?
like, if someone who just said you're racist because you're white genuinely makes you feel like shit, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, man. That's a you problem. I don't
what
feel
are you
like shit
talking
when
about?
someone says
Dude.
that. Well, no, I don't feel like shit because I don't
Yeah.
believe that. I don't believe that I'm racist just for being white. I think
I
that
don't either, but
obviously
it's how
what
I'm
someone's meaning
perceived.
in that scenario is that they believe that everyone's socialized into a society specifically where they perpetuate these particular types of norms. So they're going to have implicit biases associated with the fact that society has passed that down. I think it's different than how people typically will use the term when they say that someone's a racist. All right, so I think that there's a few different things to mention there.
And there's a
about
lot
that.
of black people that say they can't be racist. How do you feel
Oh
about
yeah,
that too?
yeah. I've told them.
Yeah, so that's again based upon the definition that you're specifically using. If you use prejudice, racial prejudice, or if you use racial prejudice and power. So if there's going to be a system of power that's involved specifically within it in order to define it as racist, that's a totally fair notion of the term, right? If you are referencing racial prejudice, that's how people are typically using the term racist in other contexts, though. So
Bigots.
it depends on.
Yeah.
So listen, it depends on how you use the term in the scenario or what definition you're using.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think a black man can be racist?
I just told you it depends on the definition you use.
Racism is racism, bro.
Yeah, and
It's
there's two
it's being
typical
prejudiced
definitions.
against somebody just for their skin color.
Yeah, there are levels because I think
Right.
bigotry is borderline racist.
No, isn't
So-
that right, Parker?
so let
Isn't
me-
that
let me-
what
let
racism
me-
is? Being
so that-
prejudiced against somebody just because of their skin color?
That's one of the definitions. It's like you don't listen to what I'm saying. I explained it to you. I gave you the nuance, and then you purposefully try to represent it in a different way. Like, what is wrong with you?
Okay,
I
dude,
just
give me
explained it to you. Like, I just did. Like, fully.
Okay.
I fully explained it to you.
give me the nuance again, dude.
No. Get off my stream.
No, dude.
Oh, you axed him.
Yeah, I'll talk to you a little bit longer, but I'm done with him.
Parker, there's a lot of wrong in this world, and it's really hard in my position right now because I'm like at the end, almost. I mean, I'm not, but people would say I'm young, I look young, and blah blah blah, but like, I didn't even get my first annuity check, and I've already got like a limp left arm. I go get an MRI, I've got sludge on my T6 and T7 vertebrae. And that's attributing to, like, it's like I go to pick up a pen, I can't. I could grab it like with my fingers, but to pick it up and bring it back to me, dude, I've never experienced that in my life. It's like it's a flat out no. I mean, it's just you can't do anything about it. So that's what I'm confronted with. So hey, yay, happy retirement for me. I mean,
yeah,
that's working my ass off, though. I mean,
he's
that's the blue
ridiculous for
collar
that.
stuff.
Huh? Everyone deserves a dignified retirement. Every single person, right?
I agree.
I think it's ridiculous for anyone to get mad at you and be like, "Oh, you need to go out and get a job." You deserve that retirement. You put your work in. You did a lot of work, and you absolutely, especially in the situation you're in, shouldn't have to work that late into your life. I think it's absurd. Now, obviously, if someone wants to work and that's something that they love to do and something that's a great thing for them,
I don't even know what that is.
Can do that.
You're doing it. You're
But,
doing
like,
something you love. I mean, you wake up every day and you're going, man, I get paid to do this.
Yeah,
I think that's
I really
awesome,
love what I
Parker.
do.
I'm not going to ever disrespect you on that because I know you make good money doing what you're doing because you're good at doing what you're doing. You have catchphrases that you put out there ahead of it. You plan and you plot and you put it to use in a constructive way, sometimes a not so constructive way, but I think for the most part, you're a lot better than Dean.
Well, I think that Dean does a great job as well.
Dean's gonna get himself in trouble. I just, he's
Sure.
He's putting himself like he creamed on me, and I'm just like going, dude, what are you even saying? He's like trying to call me a pedophile and stuff, and I'm like, dude. And then here's what happened after that. About 30, 50 of his disciples just rat down my profile, send a bunch of messages calling me to the extent of, and I'm just like, well, fuck. I mean, sorry, my language there. I'm just like, well, what happened there? I mean, it's like, and for, so I answered every one of them, and I answered them until they stopped, because the bottom line is I'm not going to stand for that. And I'm certainly not going to stand for this Epstein situation getting out of hand. There are certain things that we could look at and say, like when you bring up that Howard Stern interview with Trump, I got nothing but, man, I'm grabbing my balls and I'm like all this. And you know what? For all intents and purposes, he was in that time frame. I mean, in the early 90s, late 80s, Trump was the dude. I'm sorry, in New York, he was the king. And you can't escape that. And that's where Oprah was his friend.
I'm so confused.
And
what you're saying
everyone
right now.
was his friend because he was a Democrat then.
Okay, so
What do you say about that?
Donald Trump in that scenario bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old
I mean,
came out.
he's saying what he's saying, and it's all bravado. It's all the answer up to Stern. It's all the answer up to all of Stern's viewers, because most of them were hardcore, blue collar guys. I remember working, and they always had that show on. I can't do really talk radio unless I'm involved.
The point that I'm making is that Donald Trump bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation, and it wasn't just him that said it. It's that also that it was verified by individuals specifically in which were there. There were 18-year-olds that came out, two 18-year-olds that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. So that's the specific point that I would make there.
I'm sure you're going to get that. You made a point on, I just lost a thought. Jesus, it's all getting old. It was to that extent where you put a lot of emphasis on the hearsay of it, like just where it convoluted the actual energy or truth of it, and just made it no good. And I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something to the effect of that, where he's answering to Stern, and Stern's egging him on. Okay, Stern is, and that's what Stern does. That he's entertainer. So Trump at this point is an entertainer also. So, but I do think the exploitation and all that stuff, it definitely was there. Okay, and then that is absolutely, I would never deny that. But am I going to say he's just some creepy fucking old man? No, dude, he's not. He's a jerk sometimes. Absolutely, probably more than sometimes.
I think he definitely is. Taking into consideration all of these facts, he definitely is. Like, how do you feel about him purposefully not releasing all of the Epstein files, and the DOJ caught scrubbing files associated with allegations targeted towards Trump?
I don't know if they know how to deal with this. And here's what Bondi said that I fucking, she said, if we were to release all the blah, 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 it would wreck the system. And my answer to that was, fucking wreck it right now.
Okay, so
that's
then
that's my response.
Here's my point then. Like, you shouldn't support Trump then, because his administration is purposefully
like
trying
I said,
to
I'm
prevent
not
the release of the files.
I'm just hoping for the best right now.
I think everyone hopes for the best, but the point that I would make is that would you still vote for him, right? Like if the election were held today, for example.
If it were held today, that's kind of a not fair answer, because of course I would look to the other answers. I definitely wouldn't go with the Cackles and Waltz ticket.
Okay.
We can see what's going on up
Kamala
north.
Harris, by the way. Kamala Harris, she has a name. So
sorry. All right.
So if it were Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll take the conservative side.
Or would you choose not to vote?
Yeah. If I choose not to vote, then I have to stay quiet for 4 years. And I can't do that. So I have to vote.
Okay. So then
you know what I mean? I mean, it's like I have no voice if I don't vote.
Yeah, but like, I mean, the point that I would make is that you shouldn't vote for Trump. I genuinely don't see why you would think Trump is a preferable candidate.
Yeah, but there's some good things that he's putting through, is there not? I mean, he is doing some good that's going to end up like the Social Security tax. I mean, dude, that's huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to be paid for, but it's huge.
But Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year.
Yeah, and I still think we made a bad decision in 1913 with the whole Federal Reserve, and that was Democrat right there that thought up that one. You know, we're kind of paying for that now.
That's a long time ago, and that's a central bank.
But it still affects us today. We need to improve
that's
our
over 100
monetary
years ago.
system right now. Do you not agree with that?
I mean, the Democrats back then aren't even the same as the Democrats today. I just want to clarify.
Right, of course. But do you agree that the dollar has probably lost about 95% of its value since that time?
I don't think there's an issue with having some small level of inflation on a yearly basis. I think it's actually preferable for wage growth, job growth, and things like that. I think that standard of living is heavily increased, accounting for that inflationary increase.
So why aren't they compensating the person that is, being innovative, being the efficiency and proficiency, as I'm sure it's probably in the 26 to 35% up ratio or something like that. I'm just guessing, but it's got to be up there, because you know what? They're making tons of money, and our wages have been stagnant. That is not Democrat, and that is not Republican. That's fucking greed. And that to me tells me that this is a experiment that has run amok, because it certainly isn't capitalism. Where are our dreamers right now? Where are our thinkers? Who's in being innovative to the point where, yes, we have fusion just on the fringe, but that's kind of what I'm working on right now, is something to make that better. I think I've got an idea, and hopefully it works, but, they'll kill me, right? But see, or they'll unalive me. Sorry, it's like if I make something that is going to benefit humanity, it seems like I'm going to be pretty much cut off at the path. We have several examples just in our 40 years.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't believe that.
It's already happened. We've
I
had the
believe
hydrogen car.
Listen,
We've had the car on water.
we've
We've
had
had,
hydrogen cars.
dude,
we have hydrogen fusion. It's just expensive.
yes, I know we do. They're supercars. You know, that's who can afford to make them.
Yeah, because they're expensive.
You know, yes, they're very expensive.
That's why we
But
don't
we've
use
had the
them broadly.
means, Parker. We've had the means.
Yeah, but like
is what I'm saying.
it's expensive to do that. So we're going to do what's less costly because that's within our means. It's not within our means to give everyone a luxury car, okay? So the point that we want to then make is that at least broadly is that we can provide better conditions for people for all of these things that we're mentioning, but we need to support policies to be able to create better conditions and to be able to regulate and limit the system when it disenfranchises the people. And quite literally,
I mean, the
that is
disenfranchised
what
is
democratic
growing bigger and
policy
bigger.
is. That's quite literally what democratic policy is. So I don't see how you agree
I
more
wrote an
with
article
Trump.
on the disenfranchised. You know, I mean, I named it that, the disenfranchised. You know, I mean, it's like when parts of that was, we don't have a better home space, because we can't find a home. I mean, it's like we can't put that plot of land down, and we can't take the character traits that were developed, 2 centuries ago. We're still kind of figuring things out, but the fact of the matter is that we have the means now with technology and the age of information. No one should be hungry right now. No one should go hungry. And
dude, you support
healthcare.
democratic
Why
policy.
does it cost me to live on this planet? To what?
You are so close. You like to literally the fact that the system would be better off if we had things to provide for people like healthcare, childcare, housing affordability.
At this point, we're going to have to think about that. Unless we get a bot.
You
for
agree with
ourselves.
every democratic policy. You want to feed
No.
hungry people.
That's socialism.
You want to provide
and
access.
it's I'm not. I'm
Now it's
socialistic. Socialistic.
I'm
think
not advocating for
that
socialism.
should be the new word.
This is socialistic. Yes, it is socialistic policy.
Socialistic
Okay,
is how we
socialism.
should approach it.
That's the democratic policies.
Or just start unaliving about 4 billion people.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
that's
now
what
gonna
you're going to
just-
have to do, because those people.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him now. Like, God damn it! He did not just. Did he just? He just pulled the Thanos, bro. He just said we have to Thanos, bro. Like, what are you talking about, man? You were doing so good, and then Thanos came out. I'm the Beardist. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. It's very true. Very true. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 'Cause W's for them in the comment section. Jay, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Grateful, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kim, thank you so much for the $2. I've heard it, I guess. It's ridiculous. Mia, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you very much. Aaron, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Jordan, thank you for the $10. Madison, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bethany, thank you for the $10. Austin, thank you for the $5. Kimberly with the $10. Aaron with the $7. Erica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Harold, thank you for the $10. Trent, thank you for the $1. Harold, thank you for the $10. Harold again, thank you for the 10. Harold again with the 10. Harold with the 20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they do conflate capitalism and free market. That's very true. Well, thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I think I am mostly caught up, everyone. Kat, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I am about to get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the stream. We had about 5.5 hours on the stream today, everyone. By the way, everyone, if anyone knows who Slushy Noobs is, Martin from Slushy Noobs, if you want to watch, I literally posted a video of us, like, unseriously debating. He came on the stream recently. It was really, really cool. It was really, really nice to meet him. So if you are a fan of both of us, make sure to go check it out. It's on YouTube. I thought I would tell people in case everyone wanted to see. There were a surprising amount of people that were taking it seriously. Sadly, like, I didn't expect so many people to take it so seriously. Because it was obviously like a joke and unserious. But yeah, it's really funny. It's really funny if you want to go watch it. And maybe there'll be something in their future coming from that. I was gonna let everyone know. I was thinking of making a gaming channel. Like in general, I'd go and stream and do Twitch. I was about to go stream on Twitch right now. I'm about to go hang out there. Parker get a job right there, and we're gonna stream on Twitch. I'll probably play some Minecraft right now. I was thinking about making a gaming channel, just a separate one for YouTube, and doing stuff like that. To see if people were interested in things like that. I wouldn't want to post it on my main account or anything like that, because I think I want to keep it like debate and political stuff. But I think I would be interested in doing that. So yeah, I think I might. I'll keep everyone updated on that. That's definitely a possible thing. I am going to go to Twitch right now, though. If you want to come join me, everyone. Parker get a job on Twitch. If you want to come hang out, you can do that. Twitch.tv/Parker get a job with no spaces. And I'll be answering any people's questions. I'll be doing like a Q&A and just playing Minecraft right now. So I'll be right there literally in like fucking 30 seconds. So I'll see everyone there. I'm going to end the stream for right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. Tomorrow, I will be on 9 a.m. Pacific time. Just letting everyone know. 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'll see everyone then. Good night, good night, good night, good night.